Well, you have found us again. Welcome into Simland and get ready for your new reality, folks, because now the NFL season is over, which it is. We are going into full speed, full steam Madden simulation, 6 a day, 7 days a week with no end in sight. So celebrate, Sim fam. We are here for you. He is Christian DeAndrea. I am Adam Kaufman. This is the Nooner, specifically the Nooner, the wow, what a terrible Super Bowl free roll that we have going on. And I hope you got your lineups in. And if you haven't, you have 60 seconds. So hurry up over to the DK Sim Fam Friends League in the lobby and go ahead and join on in. We'll give you our lineups momentarily as well. And don't be surprised, folks, if we don't talk about this sim hardly at all over the course of the next hour. We'll let you know touchdowns and check in on the leaderboard from time to time. But there's a Super Bowl to discuss here, Christian.
A not great Super Bowl either. I mean, who would have thought that the toughest quarterback stat-wise that these Tampa Bay Buccaneers, your reigning Super Bowl champions, the toughest quarterback they may have faced this postseason was Taylor Heineke. Taylor Heineke had a better game than Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs against the Buccaneers. That's upside. I am still getting over it. Hats off. Todd Bowles. Get him back in a coaching spot somewhere. Give him a team better than the Jets and see what he can do. Because, good Lord, the man was masterful. He trusted his young defensive backs. He trusted his pass rush. Yeah, he basically given the keys to a Lamborghini, but he handled the curves and the speed bumps thrown in front of him with aplomb. The Buccaneers earned every bit of that win, even if it was the least exciting Super Bowl of the Tom Brady era.
Like I said, we're biggest blowout of any Tom Brady Super Bowl that he has played in, win or loss of the 10. It was not, regardless of who you were rooting for, and obviously, less so if you were rooting for the Bucs because you were happy with the outcome, but it just was not an entertaining game. It was not a fun football game to watch, and many more thoughts to come on that. But before we dive into all of that, as we get ready to head to virtual Denver here, Mile High, where's BK, Brandon Cristal, when you need him? What's your lineup look like?
Well, in this case, I actually paid down a little bit of captain. Didn't want to throw Deshaun Watson in there. Of course, everyone's going to have him. A lot of people are going to have captain him. They're probably way smarter than I am. But for me in this one, seeing that very bad Texans secondary, the Broncos playing at home, I threw Jerry Jeudy into the captain spot. 9+ in his last game, 17 the game before that. So got that high ceiling, could really deliver, could set me apart from the crowd there. Other than that, made sure I got Courtland Sutton in there because he is my huckleberry in these sims. Yes, they took away his superstar status after an injury-riddled year as a throw to nowhere from Deshaun Watson on first down there. I also got Deshaun in there, Brandon Cooks, Noah Fant. In my punt play, Kenny Stills, who is very, very cheap coming off a 12-point game and can really produce a lot of value on a sub 2K salary tonight. Today, everything.
Yeah, tell me about it. Not much sleep last night. Yeah. Just a lot of mixed emotions going on. Deshaun Watson, I paid up for him in the captain spot with his 24 points of sim. Courtland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Darren Fells, Randall Cobb, and the Hamler, KJ Hamler, my kind of pseudo punt play, I suppose. Certainly the cheapest guy in my lineup. So that's what I'm rocking here for our Nooner contest with a whole bunch of people involved, and we appreciate you. We do have a completion out to the 35, a first down pickup. First one for Watson, picks up a dozen, 1st and 10. Cobb with the catch, and 159 entries. Speaking of Kenny's, you mentioned Kenny Stills. Kenny Ducey. Where do we land? No problem. Where do we land? Where do we land on this, Christian? Producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s, the 3s and 4s and 5s, Jared and Game Ups, chat, most especially those of you in the Chat Kings conference room. So one beautiful thing of the last 2 weeks, and especially the last few days, a lot of opportunity to discuss what to expect from that football game last night and a DFS perspective, and we filmed many a video that aired throughout the Dream Stream with guys, talking up their captains and values and all of that. Kenny Ducey, where do we fall on the fade Ducey thing now? Because Ducey he couldn't have been more on board with Travis Kelce in the captain spot, which no doubt about it worked out. Wish I'd done it. Kelce was a solid captain last night. Hit the bonus, 10 catches. However, He was very, very high on the Sammy Watkins train, and Watkins was just a non-factor. I mean, milk carton. Didn't even have a target until the third or fourth quarter. So where are we at? Obviously, the captain means more than the flex. Where are we at on Fade Ducey right now?
I think we're still heavily on board with the Fade Ducey. I think we all know that whatever Kenny says, especially if he's screaming it at you from a cramped Manhattan apartment, you do the opposite of it. You go running, screaming in the opposite direction. If Kenny Ducey is coming out of a burning building and saying there is a fire, everyone needs to evacuate, you run inside because they are probably giving away puppies there.
So I'm talking about that terrible game. Drew, again, our producer, says, because we had both talked about it being a terrible game, Drew says, still Rams part 2 a couple years back was more boring, but bigger blowout, not a close one.
There was still some drama in Rams.
Tomato. There was, if you're into defense, there was plenty of drama in that game. It was not exciting game per se, but I mean, yeah, the Jason McCourty stop in the end zone, the big catch by Rob Gronkowski, what looked like his, favorite catch or final catch of his career at the time, before obviously he came back and scored a couple times in the Super Bowl last night. We'll get to that as well. It was, that it feels like a million years ago at this point. But what this Super Bowl and that Super Bowl absolutely had in common, and I talked about this so much yesterday, trying to just hope it wouldn't happen. Trying to beg the football gods, don't let this happen. That game was so hyped up, as I'm sure you remember. The Patriots offense, prolific that year. The Rams offense, even better. I mean, those were two just standout, significant offenses. And of course, we get the 16 total points. It was just such a dud of a Super Bowl offensively. Last night, not the same thing. It was just so incredibly one-sided. I was tweeting, again, I don't care who you were rooting for, and you're right to be extraordinarily depressed this morning if you're a Chiefs fan, because they were awful. And Mahomes is waving interception here for Denver. Mahomes, he gave it his all last night. In fact, there's a stat floating around that he ran like 500 yards sideways. Sideways. He was scrambling out of the pocket so much, as compared to Brady, I think, only moved like 30-some yards. It was just
like 3 times all night. A tremendous play from that offensive line. And again,
that game was decided in the trenches for sure. But it was just such a bad football game. Such a lack of for all that we hoped it would. I mean, we hoped it would be the Madden preview sim that we got, where it was 35-28, Chiefs won on a walk-off, just a stellar game. That game last night was just such a disappointment compared to the hype, down to the 1.
Yeah, it was a bummer to see. And the crazy thing is, the most exciting plays from the Chiefs that whole game were Patrick Mahomes' incompletions. He had such a rough day, and he did everything he could. And the throws he was making off balance, sometimes completely horizontal to the ground, but the throws he made, they were hitting guys in the face mask. He had multiple doinks at the goal line that would have been touchdowns, and instead the Chiefs have to settle for 3 field goals. I mean, great if you rostered Harrison Butker, but at the end of that game, man, you were watching for Mahomes incompletions, and maybe if you had some Super Bowl squares like I did, I would just wait. Third quarter, final. If I just needed one more Chiefs touchdown, Adam Kaufman, to get me in the money, to get me that Buccaneers 1, Chiefs 6 line that would have the perfect intersection. No, never got it. Couldn't find Kansas City touchdown. Very sad night for me.
Obi-Wan says, I don't dwell on losses. Move on. Okay, you're right. 6 minutes into our Madden simulation, we'll just stop talking about the Super Bowl. It's on to the offseason. Hey, you think Deshaun Watson's going to get traded? Give me a break. We're going to talk. We'll probably get into Watson just because this is a Texan sim later. Right now, it's Super Bowl talk. And our guy Jordan Lindenbaum says, I'm here for all the Tom Brady talk. We got a 4th and goal from the 1, and they're going to go for it, by the way. Aggressive AI, I like that. Sorry, Fairbairn, not your time yet.
Yes.
It's a handoff. Yes. Oh, no.
Oh, Colin Gillespie.
You wanted it. You could taste it. It didn't happen, and now just like that, we're in safety territory.
Oh, I'm so sad, but I'm also delighted because
hit us with a safety.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. You can dance where you want to. You can leave your friends behind. 2-0, Houston.
Woo!
You know what? And suddenly, just like that, you're happy the fullback didn't score.
I'm so happy.
We got ourselves a safety. Not like anyone rostered Gillespie anyway. 0.2% ownership in the large free roll, and I can't imagine more than one person, if any, has him in our smaller one. All right, safety, 2-0 Houston.
And here I was concerned that this game would be a proper follow-up to the Super Bowl and completely underwhelmed. How can you ever be sad when we get to do the safety dance early in the morning in southern Wisconsin? And by early, I just mean that I am still going through coffee. I'm very happy I got the bags and bloodshot out of my eyes, because otherwise I would have to do this thing in full Aviators, Kenny Ducey style.
Andrew says the last 2 Tom Brady Super Bowls have been terrible to watch. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Brady cares or Gronk cares. They won championships, but they've not been fun games to watch as a football fan. And that is what I'm tackling this from. Just as a football fan, removing any and all bias, not a fun Super Bowl to watch. Now, if we're going to bring bias into the conversation, let's do that for a minute, because there was a lot of talk throughout these postseason games. From me, from Glash, from others about, how are Patriots fans supposed to feel about Tom Brady right now? And are you rooting on your ex in a, matter of speaking, and, off trying to go get married with somebody brand new while you're sitting here miserable and alone and just watching Netflix on a Friday night? Well, all right, let's have that discussion, because I am a Patriots fan. Christian, a Patriots fan. Bry Guy, a Patriots fan. Drew, a Patriots fan. Some of you in the chat may very well be Patriots fans. So, and I want to hear from all of you who aren't as well. How does everyone feel about it? I'm going to tell you how I felt. I was rooting for Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, not so much Antonio Brown. I was rooting for Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski, and especially Brady. It's more about Brady than Gronk. We all know that. To win that touchdown to win that Super Bowl last night. That's Brandon Cooks with the catch. That's what I wanted. I wanted Tom Brady to beat the Chiefs. I wanted him to get number 7. You're there, just get the job done. And no one to me, and maybe we'll have this conversation again with Moose or any of the other idiots that want to say Tom Brady isn't the greatest of all time. I don't see how anyone in their right mind can think that again, you want to quibble over who's the better quarterback athlete ever. Yeah, naturally that's not Tom Brady. But if you're going to pick one guy to go win you a football game, the guy who's had the best career achievements and will never ever be matched because he's not done. Sorry, Patrick Mahomes fans. Mahomes, he would have to go win 8. He'd have to go win 8 Super Bowls to be better than Tom Brady, which is not going to happen because he lost the tiebreaker. For that matter, 0-2 against him in the playoffs. Brady's got the edge, pal. He's got the edge. So Patrick Mahomes defenders, calm down. The guy's going to be an all-time great. He's not going to be Tom Brady. Statistically speaking, career accomplishment-wise, he's just not. It's not going to happen. So that's one end of the conversation. Here's the other. As a jilted Patriots fan who is just, I watched that game last night, Christian. I'm sure people are going crazy in the chat, and I'll go back, I'll review. We're 2-0 at the end of 1. We got a nice baseball score. I'm watching that game. Gronkowski scores that first touchdown. Gronkowski scores another touchdown. The Bucs just absolutely handling the Chiefs. Mahomes can't do anything. And I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to enjoy it so badly. I did. I wanted to just, with all parts of me, root for Tom Brady. And I was angry. I was actively just angry sitting there watching that game. Not at Tom. He didn't want to leave. I don't really believe that. Yeah, he was ready to move on, but he didn't make the final call. The final call was Bill Belichick not offering him a contract. All right. The Patriots chose to move on from Tom Brady, but I'm watching that game and I just found myself angry at the Patriots, and in particular Bill Belichick. I couldn't enjoy the success that Tom Brady was having on his way to number 7 because I was, as we Patriots fans or sports fans in general do, we make it about ourselves. I was just sitting there and I was upset. I was kind of sad. Not to say like Pats fans are due and, oh, we deserve it, but like when someone is yours for 20 years and then he moves on somewhere else, you want him to still be yours forever. And I was bothered. It was a tough watch. It was harder to watch than I thought it was going to be.
I didn't get that, but I did feel bad. One, my Chiefs pick was so horribly, awfully wrong. But two, the immediate hot takes about Brady doing it without Belichick and how Brady was the engine in New England. Like, no, you can't separate the two. And yes, Brady won a title in Tampa Bay, but look at how that team was stacked around him. Yes, he did a great job. He called so many plays from the huddle, from the line. Obviously, there's very little coaching and molding that has to go into Tom Brady in his 40s. But at the same time, comparing his 2020 to the Patriots behind him, look, no team was hit harder with opt-outs than New England. They were in a weird salary cap space. They knew this was going to be a rebuilding year. And yeah, things happened with Cam Newton that kind of showed us how good Brady was. But as Cullen Gillespie, as he did, oh my God.
Oh no! This dude should have 2 touchdowns.
Oh no!
Maybe should's unfair, but he could. He could have 2 touchdowns. 2 minutes in the second.
Oh, and anyway, I just think it's a stupid debate. You know, who could have done it without whom in New England? It was Brady, the genius there, or Belichick. No, it was a combo platter. You know, you get the bourbon chicken and you get the rice, and you can argue over which guy was which, but you can't separate them and say one was demonstrably better than the other. And I'm just going to be very frustrated that, as happy as I was to see Tom Brady improve to 7-3 in the Super Bowl, that is an 11 to 12 win regular season if he just plays Super Bowls. If you extrapolate that over 16 games, that's incredible. And I appreciate that we were seeing history, and I was happy for Tom Brady because he is always and forever going to be associated with the Patriots. But at the same time, the amount of hot takes and the amount of Brady fatigue and hate are just so tiring and so frustrating, and I just don't want to deal with that.
Lounge Talk Podcast says, as a Pats fan, David Johnson touchdown, by the way. As a Pats fan, I did not enjoy seeing Tom win that Super Bowl. I'm very disappointed in Belichick, shaking my head. Sexual Chocolate says, watching Tom Brady win the Super Bowl for a Patriots fan is like watching your ex-wife hit the lottery with that crappy guy from Florida that she left you for. Most Patriots fans were absolutely rooting for the Bucs and were pseudo Buccaneers fans for a postseason and rooting for Tom Brady. There's no question about it. Most Patriots fans were Glash. I mean, he took it to the next level, but most Pats fans were very much pro Tom Brady. But I don't see how any of them, I really don't see how any of them could have watched that game last night and felt good.
Yeah. You can say, we can take that jilted lover thing a little further, but I mean, it's like Brady left, his husband at a time where, okay, well, we have to move you out of this pretty nice home and we're going to get a double wide, but in the nicer section of the trailer park. And then Brady leaves and he's got this mansion in this gated community all around him. And all of a sudden, there was just such a massive upgrade between what the Patriots could have offered him in 2020 and what the Bucs actually did offer him, not just contract-wise, not just we want you here wise, but the offensive line, the receivers, even the running game. Woo, Philip Lindsay.
Talk about runs.
Back, whoop, whoop, and into the end zone from 47. Mix it up, Philly. Denver back in this one, about to be 9-7, 4:30 remaining in the second quarter. I mean, as good as Brady was, he benefited so greatly from, and we talked about Todd Bowles and that defense doing great work earlier, but credit to Byron Leftwich, man. He saw that weakness in the Chiefs. He knew what they were going to do to try to take away Mike Evans, try to take away Chris Godwin. And he saw that, last game, the Chiefs really struggled to contain the Bills tight ends, and no one really noticed because it was just Dawson Knox. Who cares about Dawson Knox? But they're like, you know what? Let's free Cameron Brate. Let's free Rob Gronkowski. They very nearly got their third string tight end a vultured touchdown. Brady just missed him on the pass, missed him on the route. Too far. Just a complete and devastating game.
Ronald Jones failing to score from the 1 3 times.
Yeah.
How aggravating was that?
Yeah, and you know what? Like at the time, I was like, man, why wouldn't you just sneak Tom Brady there? But you look at how the Chiefs lined up. Like, no, they had like 6 guys right over the ball. They were ready for that. That was a great play call, and Jones just couldn't punch it in, which was shocking to me. Just I was with Bruce Arians on that challenge because it looked like from the live angle, there's no way he didn't break the plane. No, somehow he did not break the plane. But other than that, a stunning game from Byron Leftwich. Give him a coaching job. Give Todd Bowles a coaching job. Give pretty much every coordinator but Spags a coaching job if you are calling a game in that Super Bowl, because those guys all looked great. I mean, Bieniemy obviously had his warts, had his flaws, but the fact that this Texans team wants to keep Deshaun Watson around and didn't hire Eric Bieniemy is just the latest in a string of maddening, completely stupid things. Speaking of maddening, Brian behind the scenes, if the Patriots had just an average QB, they were 10-6, maybe an 11-5. No, absolutely not. They had Cam. Putting this all on Cam is very frustrating for me, because look at the supporting cast. He had no league average tight ends in that lineup. His receivers were dog poop. Everything was very, very bad in New England, and they were just sapped. The defense wasn't what it was because Hightower opted out of the season. Line wasn't what it was because Marcus Cannon opted out of the season. Patrick Chung not there. There were just too many deficiencies. So you can make the case that Newton was really, really poorly served in his comeback attempt. He was never the same guy after he missed a week due to COVID testing positive. And, he looked great early on, and maybe teams figured him out, but just the lack of talent around him did him very few favors. So you put a league average quarterback in there for the Patriots, they're still winning 8.
But how many, and I don't want to turn this into, like, I'm happy to talk all about the Patriots from a Brady Belichick perspective. I don't want to turn it into a Cam Newton sim and what went wrong last year for the Pats, because we've got time for that here in the offseason, obviously. But you don't feel, how many touchdowns, I know he ran for double digits, but how many touchdowns did Cam Newton pass for last year? Like 5? The whole season, something like that? So, like ballpark, you don't believe that in it. See, I sort of split the difference between what you and Bry Guy are saying, and I err more on the side of Bry Guy. If he didn't, you're going to say if he didn't have an average whatever, I mean, number 15 quarterback, whomever that is, I don't have stats in front of me, number 15 quarterback in the NFL last year, that person doesn't throw for double-digit touchdowns. That person doesn't have a better statistical output, or are you just kind of offsetting passing touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, just looking at the big picture, what Cam gave you, which obviously wasn't nearly enough, but maybe he didn't have enough around him, as you said.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much where I'm at. Yeah, I think that, the passing game could have been better with a league average quarterback in there, but you're getting away from the read options, the runs, that Josh McDaniel actually built into the offense pretty well, considering the massive shift from Tom Brady to Cam Newton in terms of being able to make plays with their legs. Newton was very frustrating with those late game fumbles and turnovers. So that is the one place where, okay, maybe they beat the Bills the first time they meet them there. I don't see how you get this team into the postseason. We do have a nice, creamy, fair barn field goal there to make it a 5-point game. I just don't see how a league average quarterback, a guy who's going to go out there, give you 15 touchdowns and maybe like 8 interceptions instead of the 8 and 10 Newton put out there, really makes things that much better when your top 2 targets are undrafted free agent Jacoby Myers, who, to his credit, was very good, but still not a wide receiver 1, not the guy you want to rely on. And the guys behind him, Damiere Byrd, N'Keal Harry. Julian Edelman only played 6 games, and he was 34 years old, so this might be the start of a downward trend for him. We don't know. Just a very bad situation. And who is going to be your red zone target on that team with an average quarterback when you don't have any tight ends? Your biggest your biggest wideout is N'Keal Harry, who is kind of a train wreck, just a mess of a wideout right now. I still think his future can be bright, but he hasn't shown us anything. For me, it's a supporting cast thing more than a quarterback thing. Brady could have gotten that team to the playoffs, sure. We saw how good he still is at age 43, but other than that, I don't think that you go out and find anyone other than Cam Newton this offseason. You throw a big contract to Teddy Bridgewater. This is an 8-8 team, maybe 9-7. I don't think anyone other than Tom Brady, based on who was available, was getting this version of the Patriots to the postseason.
Right guy says, so if the Pats win without Brady, would you be happy again? Yeah, of course. I mean, that should go without saying, obviously, as we got a 1st and 10 pass to the right. Let me ask you this about Brady, making it more about the Bucs here, obviously, and not because I'm with you. I hate the Brady versus Belichick thing. Like, they made each other's success. They coexisted for 2 decades and led to the most historic dynasty we've ever seen in NFL history that will never be replicated because of the parity in that sport that should exist and normally does exist, that really didn't over the last 20 years because of that tandem being the key word, those 2 guys together. But this for Brady, because I heard, I saw this clip on social media of former Cowboys great Michael Irvin looking like he was going to have an aneurysm on the stage. He was screaming so much. He was saying that Tom Brady does not get his due, in the sense that, look at the guys who scored last night. Like, Rob Gronkowski scored 2 touchdowns. He came out of retirement to be with Tom Brady. Brady recruited him back out of, say what you want about him as a person, he can still play football. He scored a touchdown. He was there, not because Bruce Arians wanted him. See, he didn't. He was there because Tom Brady wanted him. That was GM Tom Brady bringing in those 2 guys. And, if we want to include Leonard Fournette, who had a hell of a postseason, it's not that Brady specifically brought him in, but he was there because of Tom Brady. If Tom Brady is not a Buccaneer, Leonard Fournette is not a Buccaneer. Does Tom Brady, in terms of, never mind what we've been talking about for years, elevating guys around him, in terms of roster construction, does Tom Brady get enough credit?
No, I mean, he's in that sense. I mean, would you credit guys for wanting to play? Do we credit LeBron for his ability to attract other superstars in the NBA? Would we credit Peyton Manning for being able to bring guys to Denver towards the end of his career? It definitely plays a role, but at the same time, he's still got to go out there and execute, and that's the more important thing. So, I mean, it's part of his legacy for sure, as we very nearly had a Broncos touchdown there, but Locke throws it away. 23 seconds left, 1 timeout to go here in the second half for this Broncos team, 2nd and goal coming up from the 4. It plays a part, but at the same time, guys have been wanting to go and play for winning teams, going back to the very beginning of the history of the league, as Locke's going to take a sack here, and we're probably just going to get a field goal to finish this one up. J.J. Watt, who may be one of the guys looking for his best shot at a ring this offseason, depending on what happens with the Texans. I don't think it's necessarily a selling point when it comes to the Brady legacy. It's not something you can just kind of put aside, but because it did play such a big role in this Super Bowl, the guys that you mentioned before. But at the same time, I think his play on the field is a much bigger factor, and this is going to be the thing we point to. He's not a game manager, even though who is this going to be? Are they going to Brian Hoyer themselves here? They are. No points here for the Broncos to end.
Gross.
Yeah, to end the half.
Melissa in the chat, Melissa Rebel, and in this case it might be Rabble because it's all South Park. Rabble. I hate talking about the Patriots. Why are we talking about the Patriots? Melissa says, hey, how come we never talk about Brady or the Patriots? Just never happens here. Melissa, if you don't want us, and if you said you were going to maybe mute, so I don't know if you're listening or not. If you don't want us to talk about the merits going forward of N'Keal Harry and Jacoby Myers and what's the Patriots QB situation going to be next year, today, the morning after the Super Bowl, I get that. We don't need to go down that road any more than we already have. We're going to talk about Tom Brady. The guy won his 7th Super Bowl last night, and it's not even from a Patriots perspective. It is from a historical perspective. It's from a Bucs perspective. It's from a beating the Chiefs perspective. We're going to talk about Tom Brady and settle in, because he's going to come up a lot over the course of these 12 hours that the Dream Stream is on today. I promise you're going to get glass for a couple of days. He may come, wearing something Bucs and dressed as Tom Brady, as he so often does. You are going to get a lot of Brady conversation here today. I would prepare yourself for it, or perhaps just play the contest, the free rolls or paid contest, and check in and don't watch the Dream Stream today, because the day after the Super Bowl, Tom Brady winning, it's going to be popular. It's, a hiatus for a day is okay if that's what you need. Brother Phil says Tampa D was so dominant yesterday, they could have direct snapped it to Fournette every play and still won 15-9. There were a number of QBs currently in the NFL Tampa Bay could have won that game with. Okay. Yeah. Let's just pretend that's true for the sake of argument. How many other QBs in the league were going to take them from 7-9 last year to winning the Super Bowl this year? This is a cumulative conversation. It's not about one game. Of course, a bunch of guys can go out and win one game. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Peyton Manning, when he was a ghost of his former self, won a Super Bowl. Obviously, the defense won that game. Brady last night, Brady was pretty damn good last night in the Super Bowl, folks. You want to say he wasn't great in the NFC Championship game with the 3 interceptions about the Packers, against the Packers? I'll go right along with you. Last night, pretty good against that Chiefs D.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to do much in the second half. That first half, man, 140 yards, 3 touchdowns, really setting the tone. And it was very similar to the game he put together in Green Bay, where in the first half, he was just a monster. He was spirit breaking. He played so well. Obviously, the Packers came back and made things a lot more interesting than the Chiefs did. But you got to take the whole season into account. And that 8-0 finish, man, this is a team that was 7-5, at risk of falling out of the playoff race entirely if they didn't get their crap together. Brady made sure they had that. They were ready to go. They had everything clicking. And maybe if they direct snapped to Fournette and just run the Wildcat all game, they would still win there. But I would not be so certain. Brady made some big throws. He identified a lot of plays. And saying that, you're discounting the adjustments he makes at the line of scrimmage, the audibles he calls in. Bruce Arians basically said straight up, there's some times I just go completely hands off and let Tom do his thing. No doubt that was the case last night. So if you are just saying that, yes, the Bucs D was great, then yeah, sure. But to minimize Brady's role in that is selling him short. Is a little Cortland Sutton there, the guy who I just want so badly to be a stud again. I want him to recover fully from his torn ACL and be the guy the Broncos need him to be. I also want him to play for a quarterback better than Drew Lock, who, God willing, will not be the answer in Denver anymore. Although with John Elway there, you never know what to expect. Possibly the worst GM in the game, although very good at adding young wideout talent to his team.
On Twitch, Duffy5, J-Dub crew rise up. Woo. Our guy J-Dub, popular Madden Twitch streamer. Good to see some of his crew coming on back for the Sims. We appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out with us, be it on Twitch, those on YouTube, obviously, and smash that like, as we got about 600 people watching the Dream Stream. Hit the like. It is greatly appreciated. All right, so Melissa says, bro, every time I listen to you, you're talking about your team. Just realized my computer's signed on to my wife's profile, so sorry about that. I like you guys, but the subject gets tiring. And listen, well, I don't know your name, so I'm going to have to keep calling you Melissa until you tell me your name. I understand the not wanting to hear about the Patriots all the time. Totally get it. And sometimes we do absolutely get Patriot-centric. Some of the conversation earlier about Cam Newton, not necessary for the morning after the Super Bowl or early afternoon after the Super Bowl. That's okay. But in terms of Tom Brady conversation, that's going to happen today, and it's going to happen in the days to come, because this guy is truly an all-timer. And sometimes that's a term that gets thrown around in sports. We do it all the time. Like I heard someone called, the Celtics guard Peyton Pritchard a legend the other day. Guy's played 10 games in his NBA career. We are prone to hyperbole when you work in sports talk, which for all intents and purposes this is. But this Brady Bucs run to start off as they did, which was slow. You know, people looked at it obviously right out of the gate, and there were so many contributing factors. I mean, this is a pandemic, folks. Like, there was no offseason, there were no preseason games, there was no traditional, OTAs or anything like that. Tom Brady went into this situation as we have a rushing touchdown here for Denver, and it's Melvin Gordon putting the Broncos back on top.
Second time today, but this is the first time it'll actually count for Denver, as he's got a safety on his record and a rush TD. A bad day if he stacked up wideouts in this one.
This season was so peculiar from a team and player perspective, especially if you were new to an organization. And we spent a lot of time talking about that as it related to rookies, naturally, transitioning from college to the NFL. But even a guy like Tom Brady, who, had one system, one coach for 20 years, to go somewhere new in the midst of a pandemic, to relocate his family, to get up to speed with all these guys. And yeah, there was familiarity with, Gronk and some others that he had worked with in the past, but largely not knowing any of these guys. And to just do what the 20 years that he was here, which was, have that first kind of feel out month, get your bearings, and then slowly start to put it together, and then just go cruise control after the bye, and then go nuts in the postseason. Again, didn't happen every single year, but more often than not, it felt like with New England. I mean, this is a guy who's played in the Super Bowl basically 50% of his career. It was insanity what they were able to accomplish. And no, I absolutely do not believe there is another quarterback in the entire NFL, including Patrick Mahomes, that does that for Tampa this year. I really don't. You needed that leadership, that experience, that knowledge, that on-field coaching. And Brady is just, all he has done, I mean, he had nothing to lose at all. Like, if he lost that game last night, it's not like it was going to tarnish Tom Brady's legacy. It was just another Super Bowl he appeared in, and he's 6-4 instead of 7-3. But to win, and to win in year one in Tampa, in a brand new situation as outlined, in all the different contributing factors that were at play, only just takes him to this just when you think there isn't another level of rarefied air for Tom Brady, here he goes, he's in it.
I mean, yeah, it's a situation where we've only ever really seen it once before, and that was with Peyton Manning, and even Manning didn't do it in the first season after, returning to the field. Leaving the Colts after that neck surgery. His first year, was it his first year he won the title? Oh, I'm sorry, I might be incorrect on that. I gotta double check. But Manning obviously is the only real contemporary when it comes to a guy like Brady, and I mean he's just kind of So the first year Manning gets there, they go 13-3. They lose in the division round, one and done. Next year, lose the Super Bowl. So they didn't win the Super Bowl in Denver until Manning could really only offer that leadership. I mean, he was getting replaced by Brock Osweiler. He was not slinging the ball very well. He was a below-average quarterback that year. For Brady to come in and do all that, it's just a Herculean task. And it just, you're right, it counts so much when it comes to his legacy. Especially given everything in 2020. I don't know. I feel like we're running out of good things to say about Tom Brady, but there's still way more because just what he's doing is so unprecedented, and there were so many factors working against him that it's all the more stunning that he was able to not only come in and win a title with Green Bay or Tampa Bay, but do it in just dismantling fashion.
Spencer says, we get it, Kaufman. You sound like Ducey. Heaven forbid anyone ever have a little bit of passion in their voice. And just, you're yelling like Ducey. Sexual chocolate. I think Kaufman gets $1 every time he says the name Tom Brady. Meanwhile, as
dollars,
a little zigzag here. Yeah, earning those doll hairs out to the end zone. Touchdown. 67-yard score. Broncos don't quit. The Hamler.
Your guy right there, Hamlin and Ramblin into the end zone. the rookie out of Penn State. He's got that explosive speed. Got to see it a little bit in the real NFL. One of my sleeper picks, never really paid off in season-long fantasy, but Drew Lock gives his team a lead here, and the way Houston's been playing, just nothing going for that offense. A lot of big stops, a lot of limited performances from Deshaun Watson. They're going to have to get that passing game going here if they're going to overcome this 8-point deficit late in the third quarter.
Brian says, I don't think anyone disputes TB is the GOAT. However, it gets old listening to the praise. Even when random luck gives them something, it's Tom Brady getting credit. See, Brian, I would probably be a little less passionate about this issue if I believed that to be true. Except I had like a 2-hour argument the other night with Jeff Ulrich, who does not believe Tom Brady is the greatest. And there are plenty of people like him that don't believe it. So I wish we could sit here and say it's undisputed. It's just not the case. Meanwhile, our friend Melissa has weighed in again, says, you ever heard of the Russian currency? Is it the ruble? I think I said ruble before. It's the ruble. Says, that's how you pronounce my last name. You butchered it. My name is Jason, and I'm a Jaguar fan, so you can understand my frustration. And then Mo says, is that Emerson being Melissa Rubel? There can't be that many Jaguars fans. You'll be okay there, Jason. You got Trevor Lawrence coming. You got your franchise QB on the way. This is the start of something new, man.
They have so much money to spend in free agency. They're getting that 4-year window of dirt cheap Trevor Lawrence salaries, at least compared to other starting quarterbacks. So they're going to do some work this offseason. They can bring in a whole bunch of guys, get them some Kenny Galladay or Allen Robinson, really upgrade that Chark, Colin Johnson group, get a top wide out there, upgrade the offensive line. Dude, I am very excited about the Jaguars' future. I don't think this is going to be the year they emerge as a contender, but they're going to be good enough that we're like, oh, okay. Like how the Dolphins have kind of risen up the ranks. They're going to have one of those years. It's going to be very exciting. As a trough, we are absolutely not pre-recorded, dummy. We do not suck at Madden. This is a simulation, pal. I don't know what to tell you other than, and we'll show you our hands at the break. We're just sitting here watching the computer go at it here. And sometimes it works out in ways we expect. And other times the game goes completely wild on us. So, who knows? It's up to the Madden gods, not us.
We also acknowledge too, and you alluded to this earlier, but to spell it out and, credit Brady or credit the defense or credit the coach and credit whoever you want, just credit Tampa on the whole to not only do what they did, but to do it in the way they did it, to win 3 road games. And yeah, like Heineke, fine, but to knock out Drew Brees, to knock out Aaron Rodgers, to beat Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I don't know where this playoff run stacks up historically, but it's got to be up there in terms of prominent future Hall of Famers that a quarterback ousted on his way to a championship.
Yeah, we're going to look back at it and be like, wow, what a damn run that was. I mean, everyone in that group is going to be headed for the Hall of Fame, and I include Taylor Heineke because I am very bullish on his future. Well, the good news is we might be getting a little bit of a burner here to wrap up the first sim of the week, the nooner. Broncos 20, Texans 12, but big drive here from Houston. Deshaun Watson maybe kind of getting his legs underneath him. He's getting badly outplayed by Drew Lock right now. Lock trending toward the bonus, 241 and a touchdown for him, thanks to that 63-yarder from KJ Hamler. Watson only 152 through the air. Not getting a lot done with his legs either, but on the plus side, no turnovers from him. Only 18 rushing yards on 4 carries for the most rostered guy in this sim. On the ground, we got a whole bunch of rushing touchdowns. David Johnson, Melvin Gordon, Philip Lindsay, but no one over 50 rushing yards. So a real weird sim in this one. I'm taking a look at my current lineups. Of the 159 of us in the DK Sim fan, 150.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm 29, still well off the lead, about 18 points off the lead. RJ Spence 4 is in front by about 1.5 points. Has Hamler in the captain spot, 2.5% owned there with about 35 points. Yeah. Watson, who has been very cold, only has 8 fantasy points, not even. Cook, Sutton, Lindsey, who of course has a touchdown, and Fells, all part of that lineup as well. So we'll see. Still quarter to go, as Christian said, 20-12 game, and we'll get those 8 minutes up on the board and see what happens here. Hal says, "Cough, show off your Brady bobblehead." Yeah, there are multiple Brady bobbleheads behind me. There are, and none of them are in a Bucs uniform. I can promise you that. Chris says, "I have nothing but respect for Brady, but we all know how great he is." Next subject. Okay, let's talk about the flip. You know what? Fourth quarter coming. Let's talk about the other side. How incredibly, remarkably, almost frustratingly disappointed were you with the Chiefs last night? And how much of that was, you shouted out Todd Bowles, how much of that was defensive game planning? How much of it was injuries on the Chiefs offensive line? Or how much was it the Mahomes toe injury, despite how much he had to run around? What do you attribute it to, or just a combination of all of the above?
I mean, straight up, the offensive line was just a wreck. It was terrible. It was awful. And having a full strength Buccaneers pass rush was just the worst possible thing that the Chiefs could face. Because Vita Vea, there were times that the Chiefs' only option to stop him was basically grab onto his jersey and hope you don't get called for a hold as Watson picks up the first down here. There was just it was just, the pocket was a mess, just complete shambles. And yeah, Mahomes didn't look like himself. His guys dropped a lot of his passes downfield. There were a lot of catchable balls that fell to the turf. Travis Kelce did have that great day, but he kind of struggled. He couldn't deal with the physicality that the Buccaneers put on him. They were kind of beating him up, getting him, making him play through contact, through pressure. And yeah, the Buccaneers did not get many calls against them. They were holding, they were pushing, they were pulling. There was a bit of a disparity in the calls that it was unavoidable at first, but clearly not the reason why, not why the Chiefs lost. They lost for several reasons, but there was a bit of a concern there. But ultimately, yeah, Mahomes did what he could. He escaped pressure better than someone you would expect who's going straight to off-season toe surgery after the season. And he made a lot of great throws under pressure that wound up getting just tipped just enough to be uncatchable, or getting straight up dropped. So that was it. The pressure up front, the Buccaneers didn't have to worry about blitzing to create that pressure. They were able to force Mahomes out of the pocket. And I mean, that was the thing. I did the math on this one. So Mahomes in the pocket, he was 22 of 34, 242 yards, 87 passer rating. No interceptions. Mahomes out of the pocket, happened 18 times, sacked 3 times, 4 completions, 15 passes, 28 yards, 2 interceptions, a 0.0 rating. I mean, that's the story of the game right there. If you can force Mahomes into a 0.0 rating on any extended stretch, you're doing God's work. You deserve all the credit in the world. And that's half Todd Bowles, half our entire offensive line is in shambles. As going to LaFleur this and kick a field goal with 5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Miami Fairbairn owners rejoice, but probably portends well for the Broncos. Going to see a lot of runs from Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay here, and a few first downs. This one's all over, but the crying cough.
Jay in the chat says Brady should get 2 rings for his first year in Tampa. Super Bowl MVP ring and a GM ring for bringing Gronk and Antonio Brown. All TB touchdowns came from players brought in by Brady and because of Brady. Yeah, something we talked about earlier. Meanwhile, you've got Matt LaMarca in the chat. Says, I'm going out on a limb here. Chiefs will be good again next year. Is that our Matt LaMarca? I mean, how many could there be, right? Do you play the sacks, LaMarca?
Yeah. Well,
is this a different Matt LaMarca?
The Chiefs, they're going to be just fine. They're losing some guys that they aren't going to be able to afford to bring back, but it's not like key guys are going to depart. Austin Reiter is going to be a big one. He was such a massive part. He was the only guy who really stayed healthy all year on that offensive line. He's a pending free agent. He's probably going to get lured away. Sammy Watkins is all but gone unless he takes like a vet min contract to come back. Demarcus Robinson, someone is going to steal him away. He's going to be a useful piece somewhere else. But for the most part, the key factors, all the biggest performers from that Chiefs roster, they're going to they're going to be departing in free agency. This team is going to be pressed up so hard against the salary cap in the future. They are currently slated to be almost $18 million over, even with the new expanded $180 million cap. So, there are going to be some pieces that don't return, some guys who get cut, some guys who get jettisoned, but it's not really that much of a concern because the core is still there. They're still intact in Kansas City. And if you are the Chiefs, who are you worrying about right now? I mean, the Bills are still rising, but you just handled them pretty effectively in the AFC title game. The Ravens took a step backwards this year and still fall apart in the postseason, as that loss to Buffalo really showed us. The Patriots aren't the threat they once were. And the rest of the AFC West, you're not worried about this Broncos team. You're not worried about the Raiders, given the way they fell apart. You're not super worried about the Chargers just yet, although Justin Herbert, reigning offensive rookie of the year, does look like he will be an issue down the line. Chiefs are going to be just fine, man. This might actually work out well for them because we're not going to get as sick of the Chiefs winning like we would have if they won back-to-back Super Bowls. They're not going to get the Tom Brady treatment where it's like, get the hell out of here. We're sick of you. Get out. We're done. They're still going to have that, we still like these guys, small market, and they're fun vibe going for them. So, yeah, they're going to be just fine.
Steven says, as Deshaun Watson, nice run out to the 42. He's got 47 on the ground. Steven says the Chiefs dynasty is over. I don't know how anyone could possibly believe that when you have Mahomes under contract the next decade. Well, yeah, one, it's not even a dynasty. They've won one title and they've been very good for a few years. That doesn't make a dynasty. At least win multiple championships. Like, you could have started about a dynasty if they had one last night, but they didn't. So they're not a dynasty, one. And two, it's certainly not over their years of contention when you still have Mahomes and Hill and Kelsey under contract for the next several years.
Yeah, I don't get it. The only wrench that can be thrown in there is if Andy Reid retires. But hey, Andy Reid retires. You have a built-in, just promote from within. Eric Bieniemy goes up, and Patrick Mahomes will be so very happy with that. It's not. Again, unless something. Poor Deshaun Watson, just getting smoked in the backfield today. Really trending hard toward babysitter Billy reward in this one. I believe that was 6 sacks for that Denver defense, who could play a major role in the winning lineup in this one because they have been absolutely on fire. What are we talking about? The Chiefs. They're good. Next time.
Pretty much. 2nd and 15 from the 47. So we have ourselves a 5-point game. Texans trying to take a lead. Watson. First down close. 3rd and 2. 34. Johnson with the catch. Andrew says, Kaufman gets so mad anytime someone mentions a dynasty, it's not the Patriots. Not true. You want to talk about the Steelers dynasty, the Niners dynasty, the Packers dynasty, the Cowboys dynasty, the Patriots dynasty? There have been dynasties in the NFL. The Chiefs are not one. Not yet. And I'm not saying they won't be. I think they will be. I think they're going to get there again. I think they're going to win. But they're absolutely not a dynasty right now. Otherwise, we're like, that goes back to hyperbole that I mentioned before. We throw terms around in sports, those who work in sports or sports fans, we all do it. Are we really going to look at, what that team has accomplished to date over the last couple of years and say that's a dynasty? No, it's a hot run for a few years. That is not a dynasty. Well, Mark, go write an article.
See, here's the question. Let's go back to those 90s Broncos teams, last pre-Patriot team to ever repeat as Super Bowl champs. Were those late Elway Denver squads, were they a dynasty? You had...
they went to 5 Super Bowls, but in what period of time? How long was it? How long was all that spread out? Yeah, obviously, it was all Elway, so it wasn't that long. But
so 86 to 89, 3 Super Bowls. Lost all 3. Not exciting, just terrible. But I'm talking 96, let's say, to 98. That 3-year stretch. They average 13 regular season wins per season. They win a pair of Super Bowls. They only bomb out of the playoffs once. Is that Mike Shanahan first stretch? They're beating the Packers. They're winning Super Bowls. They're beating the Falcons. Does that brief period, is that constitute a dynasty, or was it
to me? To me, and I think that question is incredibly subjective. And feel free to disagree with me like you would about anything else. Obviously, Watson with a touchdown, diving on in, giving the Texans the lead here with about a minute left in regulation. To me, you got to talk about like a 5-year period, like the Warriors obviously starting out with Curry and Thompson and Draymond, and then Durant comes in, the extension of that dynasty. Obviously 2-point conversion is good, making a 3-point game. Dallas came with it. To me, it's like to call something a dynasty, and it doesn't mean you got to win every year or even be in a championship round every year, but you got to be at least regular season dominant every year and win multiple times as well. A 5-year dynasty or 5-year period of time to me is a dynasty. I think what you're describing to me is more it's a cop out. It's semantics, but it's a mini dynasty. You know what I mean, or whatever we want to call that.
So
Drew says 5 years is administration.
Yeah. So like a rogue wave rather than a tsunami of greatness.
Yeah. I mean, like Evans here in the chat says, would you call New England a dynasty? Koff, can you admit that it's over? So here's how I will classify New England with no bias. It was a dynasty. No, seriously. This is what I would classify as the New England. It was a dynasty for 2 decades, which is insane. And last year was a blip on the radar for now. If it was the beginning of the end, meaning they don't go to the playoffs the next couple of years and they're barely 500 or barely above 500, they're basically a mediocre team, then yeah, I think we will look back and say Brady's last year dynasty ended. I wouldn't right now say the dynasty is over. Like what if they go win the division next year and go to a Super Bowl or go to an AFC title game? That's still all part of the dynasty to me. But of course, we could look back in a couple of years and say, boy, I guess we were wrong. The dynasty was over. Does that make sense?
No, I got you on that one. I hear you on that. I think for me, though, I don't know, maybe dynasty and era are 2 different things, because the end of the Brady era is obviously important, but I just don't know if you can continue a dynasty with a new quarterback, because that's such an important piece of the puzzle. When you had that Broncos mini dynasty, it ended when Elway retired, and when you had those Steelers dynasties, you had Terry Bradshaw there the whole time. For the Cowboys, it was Staubach behind center. Was it Staubach the whole time? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that one. Again, early morning for me. I'm still working on my coffee and still processing the events of last night. But I think continuity plays as much of a role in a dynasty when it comes to having one player who is the face of the franchise. I think that's as important as just winning itself. So I do think that even if the Patriots win, it will be starting up a new era, a new dynasty, rather than continuing the second Brady dynasty.
Drew says the Niners are a real dynasty. Montana to Young, multiple coaches. Yeah, I mean, it sort of flies obviously in the face of what you were just saying, because you would just look at it as 2 different eras of, but it was a continuation. There wasn't really I'd have to pull up all the year-by-year records, but there wasn't really a break there. I mean, hell, if the Packers had won with any regularity, beyond the regular season, going from Favre to Rodgers would have been right there in that same conversation. Unfortunately, they just, Rodgers' entire run has produced 1 championship, which you'd like to see more out of him. Favre, similar, obviously.
Meanwhile, this could be the last play of the game here for the Broncos. Lock, plenty of time. Oh, and airmails. What could have been the deciding factor in forcing overtime. Instead, Texans going to kneel this one out. Take a timeout. They're going to have kneel twice, but they're going to escape with a road win here. The otherwise regrettable and forgettable Houston Texans getting the victory despite not getting a ton out of Deshaun Watson. The most rostered guy here did eventually rush for a touchdown, but Mostly we called his name as, oh, Watson sacked again, rather than, oh, another brilliant run from the stellar young quarterback. 11 for 74 on the ground with a touchdown, almost 24 points in the flex. I take it back. He was much better. He was much better than we made him out to be while we were talking about all the other quarterbacks we would build our dynasties around. Speaking of a guy.
LaMarcus says, Pats won the division basically 20 straight years. LOL. That's a dynasty. So maybe as we continue to label this thing, it's not, it's not dynasty versus it's era. Like you said, the Tom Brady era, that's an era is more significant than a dynasty, which I guess, if we're going to bring Drew back in is bigger than an administration. Short period of time. Emerson's in the chat and wants attention. What? Says Tom Brady's a one-man dynasty. Read this comment or I'm hammering the dislike button. All right, Emerson, we've read it.
I'm just holding the chat hostage.
You're here, big guy. I think he probably already did. You better pull away some of those dislikes. A lot of prepare yourself, Emerson. A lot of people don't want to talk about Tom Brady today. Smash that like button, Emerson and everybody else. Hamler 3 for 109, a touchdown. Only guy into the bonus.
Gotta be my crusty cough player of the game right there.
Sure.
KJ Hamler, not very much owned. A big time performance from the young rookie wideout. Guys, so good. Well, so fast, not so good maybe, but came in and he was owned in only 21% of lineups out there. So for rising up and grabbing that brass ring, KJ Hamler, you are the crusty cough player of the game. And as far as the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, I'm going to have to give it to Fant. 2 catches, only 13 yards for a young, speedy tight end. One of those guys who was more than 40% owned, just did not show up today. Languished me. I am stuck. 155 out of 159 in the cough free roll. And I blame you, Noah Fant. And Kenny Stills, my punt play, who had 0 points today.
14th for me right now, pending any stat adjustments from Game Ops, our guy Jared. 4 Scotty J in front, projected for a 3.5 point win, though, with a solid lineup. Watson in the captain spot, emerged late, went for about 35 points. Sutton, Lindsey, Fells, Cobb, and the Hamler. Everybody in double digits. Hamler, as you said, significant. $3,200 value with his 38% ownership, 2.5% in the captain spot, went for over 22 points. Well-deserved player of the game honors here. Well, thank you all. Emerson says coffee look handsome today. It's the polo, buddy. Nice. I'd say it's a clean shave, but you're my inspiration. I'm just trying to keep up. I'm just, rock that DK hat, my friend, and I'll be tuning in later, hanging out with LaMarca in the chat, Rossi inevitably as well. I'm all looking forward to it here. What do we have coming up here over the course of the day? Emerson is next. He will be with you. So you are just getting a taste, my friend, of what is coming your way. Emerson Lotzi and Christian DeAndrea for the Mad Matinee, Bills and Raiders on the way in 1 hour, almost to the second. Falcons and Packers bring on the Aaron Rodgers talk with Emerson and Kenny Ducey. That will be the early bird special. 5 o'clock. Yes, 5 o'clock. It's not a sim, but post the sim, you will get NBA pre-lock, looking ahead to tonight's 8-game slate in the NBA with Sharad Hira and our own Julian Edlow. Make sure you call him Felix. He loves that. At 6, it is the happy hour sim. Bengals, Dolphins, Brendan Glasheen and Kenny Ducey. So Kenny sticking around for a couple. I will return prime time with BK, Brandon Cristal, Niners and Cardinals at 8 Eastern, then Madden After Dark at 10. It is Glash coming on back with BK, Colts and Bears. So a lot of football talk over the course of the rest of this day, and a lot of Super Bowl fallout for better or worse, and probably some of what you just heard will come up again a little bit later on. We want to thank producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s, Jared and Game Ops. Christian, pleasure, buddy.
Always good to discuss Tom Brady with you, Koff. And I look forward to hearing Glash's giddy squeals about the GOAT later on tonight. But you and I, I'm sure, are back later this week, and I will see you then. Thank you to everyone for tuning in.
Stop talking so much about Brady.
All right, man. We're up. We were just talking about how we really, at least I like the new Foo Fighters album. That's really good. I've been rocking out to it. And Christian's going to listen to it after this and report back to me and let me know what's going on with that. But what's up, dude? Happy Monday. Oh, God, I can't believe I said that. I hate when people say that.
Yeah, no,
it's the worst.
It's like a grim Monday too. You got all the leftover emotions from a bummer Super Bowl and everything working against you, and it's not great. It's not great, but hopefully we probably won't get a great sim because it's the Las Vegas Raiders, and outside of Darren Waller, they seem to serve only to disappoint us.
So Christian Danger is back. I'm Emerson Latzia. We got producer Drew here, Brian guy on the ones and twos. Looks like Jared rolling solo right now from the ops team. So we are in it to win it here for the next hour. And did you get a lineup filled out? They have locked, so we can share.
Did I ever? Yes. This is one where, man, that Raiders passing defense is so bad, even though they're playing at home. I captained Waller because I think the home field thing, it's going to work out well for him. He's going to find some gaps in that very good Buffalo defense. But I went heavy on Bills behind him. Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Devin Singletary, even a little John Brown. And just not a lot of home run hitters, like guaranteed consistent performers in this one, but enough guys who can give you that high ceiling. And then to finalize things, my punt play, Nelson Aguilar, coming off an 8.5-point game, 3 catches for 55 yards. Last time we saw him in this time around, only going to cost you, he was pretty cheap. What did he cost me? I don't know. I gotta look back.
Nelson Aguilar, hold on. I'm trying to find it. I can't even find it because I didn't roster him because that's just not going to work out for you. Oh, here we go. He cost you $2,800.
Cheap. So, you know what? Hopefully he will come through for me. We'll see.
All right. So this is what I decided. I built this about an hour and 15 minutes there. I can't believe I did what I did. So I did, I had Cole Beasley in the captain spot. Then Josh Allen on there. Diggs, Waller, Ruggs, and then, of course, some Lee Smith. That is going to be the championship lineup, already in 39th spot out of 111 entries in the LOTZIA Meg Hates Brady contest.
Yeah. So last night was a rough night for her, is what you're saying.
She does not like him at all. As Allen picks up the first down and then some. We're going to see him run early and often in these sims. The guy's got a 84 speed. He's 77 overall. Yeah, she just absolutely cannot stand watching Brady have success as a Bills fan, you know? So it's rough for her to witness and watch that. There was one point last night, though, I was really impressed with her as Mahomes, especially in the second half, like scrambling. A terrible night by his offensive line. And he's like running 30 yards backward, and she screams out, like, "What are you doing, Josh Allen?" And I was like, wow, that's really good.
Dude, that poor Patrick Mahomes, just beaten up, like the worst day of his NFL career. He can't even find the end zone. Just a real rough scene. But a familiar one. If you look at the way this Raiders team beat them in Arrowhead Stadium, they did kind of the same thing where they put a lot of pressure on him. They forced him into bad throws, and his receiver just couldn't find a rhythm. I mean, Kelsey eventually had a pretty great game, but you kind of expected more from him given how much he was targeted. The physicality of that Buccaneers defense really seemed to get to him, kind of knocked him off routes, got to him a little bit early, maybe benefited from some very soft calls. The Chiefs definitely seemed to have a little bit more scrutiny from the refs and the back judge than the Buccaneers did. But you know what? A lot of things you can blame that Super Bowl loss on if you're the Chiefs. So just a rough night, not only for the city of Kansas City, but for all of us, because that was not a very fun Super Bowl.
Yeah, Josh Allen here on 2nd and 8, and that is Mr. Lee Smith, y'all. His first catch of this game, first down, 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Second of 6 sims today here on the Dream Stream. What's cooking, everyone, over on Twitch? twitch.tv/DraftKings. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. King Koofy, sup, gamers? Prince of Darkness in the house, Germ. Reed T's, did you know? Absolute pleasure to see all of you dudes and dudettes here with us today. I thought it was hilarious. I didn't even know this until my wife pointed out to me like 30 minutes ago that Patrick Mahomes' like mom was she was like complaining to Giselle about the Super Bowl refs. And I'm like, what is happening? Okay, here we go. She goes, if you have to have the ref on your team, is that really winning? And then she ats Giselle on Twitter. Dude, listen, I like Mahomes. I really do. There's something about the people around him that are just so obnoxious and annoying to me, especially his brother on Twitch. But good for him. He's going out. He's getting his. He's like the Twitch king. He's like the up and coming, or not Twitch, but TikTok. But I guess he's like looked at as just like one of the best of the best on that app.
Ooh, no, but he's going to set up first and goal here.
But he takes the high road like consistently. Patrick Mahomes, everyone else, his family is like, all right, I'll complain and moan and groan everywhere else for you.
As we're getting a very nice drive here from this Bills lineup. Could be Singletary time. Could be a naked bootleg here for Josh Allen. No, it is going to go on the ground.
Smack,
and
dab down the middle. And you know what? That's Moss, isn't it?
It is.
Oh my God.
Oof. Oof. Coming into this one, averaging 1.7 per game, but he has been getting a few carries as of late. Last sim, 0.1 points. Before that, 0.3. 0.2 only cost you about 1.8K in this one, but showing up and showing out, capping off that drive in the end zone. 1.4% owned in this one. None of you had the gall to captain him, and yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Meager66 says, woo! Moss was my punt play. Good for you. Nice. I saw him and I said, nah, I don't know. I don't know if this is the day for you, Mr. Moss.
I went Aguilar.
And now I'm an idiot.
1K over him, and now I feel foolish. He made the most of his one carry per game.
What was his ownership number again? All right, so
1.4%.
Yeah. All right. So Allen, we're looking at the big showdown here, guys. Allen is 84% owned. Waller then down in second place, 64%. Diggs 57. Carr's 44. Tyrell Williams is 35. We're gonna round out the top 10. Don't mind if I do. 33% for Ruggs. Cole Beasley 32. John Brown 32. Hunter Renfrow 29, and then Lee Smith 27. As Carr completes his first pass of the day. 13 yards to Mr. Williams.
Tyrell. Williams no longer the must roster guy he was in earlier versions of the game, but still the leading skill player in terms of fantasy points per game, coming off a 19.5 point.
Oh, we got a pick. Is it going to be for 6? And hot diggity damn! Bills Mafia smother each other in mustard and ketchup. Get moist, smash a table. Let's go, baby. A vast extra point away from going up 14.
Look at that. What a difference maker. The former Packers safety. Green Bay let him go, and they felt his absence for a while. Dude has been a straight-up star in Buffalo, Pro Bowler, All-Pro, and right there, making you feel great if you rostered that Buffalo defense. Ooh, 18.5% of you did in the $250 free roll. Ooh. Emerson, do you pay attention this weekend to any of the big money free rolls that were going on?
Yeah. I mean, I here on the Dream Stream, or just like overall. Yes, absolutely. It was a fantastic weekend. I dialed in to flirt with my friends in the chat.
Sure.
Said hello for a little bit, and
about how badly you beat Glash in field goal kicking.
That is right. I am glad you brought that up. I did not, but you did, and go ahead. Thank you for teeing me up. And yes, I destroyed Glash. So we were kicking about an average of probably like 40, 45-yard field goals because that's the distance I promised the DK Fam I would be booting field goals from. And let me tell you what, my leg was on fire. I was mashing balls that probably would have been good from 55. The problem I was having most of the time was I was just missing left. My form was a little off because we were kicking on about like 6 inches of ice. Glash was terrible. My expectations were low for Glash, but holy hell, they should have been a lot lower. That guy is the furthest thing from an athlete I've ever known.
He very selectively tweeted it out too and made sure we all saw the one kick he made, which it looked like he had plenty of leg. Like he could have made something from like 35 plus, but clearly the man in social media its way through that one. The message.
I did notice that. I'm like, okay, the one video you post is the one that you like make. It was just like 1 for 1. We were both 1 for 1 starting out. And then all of a sudden, like mine are just trickling off a little left. And then finally we were like, all right, screw it. Next one wins. I buckle down, I dial in, and I boot the hell out of it through the uprights. Again, probably would have been good from 60, 65. But remarkable performance by myself. I was able to shut up all of the haters and the doubters. And also Glash now still owes my wife Chick-fil-A. So we'll see if he comes through on that.
I mean, did you win any additional Chick-fil-A in the field goal competition?
No. I just wanted to humble this man who loves wearing his girlfriend's clothes. That's it. It was very, very simple. And, it was at the same time nice to share the battlefield with him. And producer Madison, by the way, guys, and also Glash's Sarah, they shot most of this. They have most of the video. And talking to producer Madison last night, I think she's going to spend most of her day off today trying to edit this thing together. So there will be a fun little video, and there'll be proof of everything that I have just dropped. I have video to back up all of the facts. So do not worry, that will be arriving soon.
It could be a rough day for poor Glash when that comes out. Dirty Glash.
But I was happy that he showed up. It was a fun little day. You know what I loved about it? There was no dilly-daddling. Like we got out there, we got in and out, in like 30 minutes. Because that's the thing. I mean, it was cold. Another thing, guys, I'm kicking there in a short sleeve shirt. Everyone else is bundled up. I'm in a short sleeve shirt. I'm in these skin tight sweatpants. It's unbelievable. Yes, people driving by the park honking. So many honks. It almost was a reason why I missed some of the field goals wide left because of the honking.
Throwing like dollar bills out the window and trying to see if you would strip
Yes,
down.
a lot of people Venmoing. Yes, a lot of people Venmoing.
Wow.
So
I think that was the future of.
That's it, man. Everything's digital now. You don't want to touch anything someone else has touched.
Right. That's true. I just say common sense.
We had the dogs out there too, so that was cool. Madison brought her little puppy out, Miller, and Winnie formed a relationship.
Yeah. And
had a time together.
So they were good. They were buddies. There was no aggression.
Oh yeah, they've met before. Okay. Real quick, first quarter's over. 14-0 Bills. Zach Moss touchdown and then a pick six. So probably not what you were expecting, but 4 of 5, 37 yards for Allen. Carr 2 of 4 for 29 yards and has that pick. On the ground, Singletary has carried the ball 4 times. He has 15 yards. Allen 3 for 36. Jalen Richard 3 for 1. And Zach Moss, the boss.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, boy. And then receptions here, guys. Tyrell Williams, 2 for 29. John Brown, 2 for 15. Knox has 1 for 12. And my dude, Lee Smith, 1 for 10.
Nothing for either of the top stars. Nothing for Stephon Diggs. Nothing for the murder hornet Darren Waller. But Tyrell Williams, Josh Allen, both could be in range of the bonus. 1 for rushing, 1 for not passing, but receiving. And now we get to see what Josh Allen can do here with his team. See if he can't get them out to a 21-0 lead and really just twist the knife here in the lovely confines of Allegiant Stadium in the Las Vegas desert. It's Cole Beasley getting on the board. See,
there's my guy. There's my captain.
They're doing him dirty there. He's got the short hair. They don't have the immaculate flow. Cole Beasley has some great lacrosse hair. Tremendous flow out the back of the helmet, the blonde curls, breathtaking. And yet, EA, in a rare lapse, did not capture him perfectly.
Roby Wan, what's going on, dude? Pete B, Corey Gibbs, Foghorn, Leghorn, and Blue Jays. Oh, man. Great to see everybody today. Irwin's here. Robbie Noble, Choker. Oh, Brendan Glasheen is in the chat.
Ooh,
what is?
no.
Says, dude, shut up, LMAO.
His ears must have been burning.
Matt LaMarca's in the chat. I think that's the real Matt LaMarca, but I don't know.
We confirmed
it
earlier, unless someone else just got real crafty and saw an opportunity to identity thief. But
okay.
He was in here earlier yelling at Koff for all his Tom Brady takes. Koff went about 450 straight seconds talking about Tom Brady without taking a single breath, which I think is a record, but it will only stand until Glash comes on the stream later tonight.
Yeah, dude. Glash was a little hot and bothered watching Tom Brady last night. Had to mute him there on Twitter.
Yeah.
But I'll be back. Love you, Glash. We will do the Turkish oil wrestling match as you have requested. That will be our next competition. I may just throw that one. I may just let you win, Glash.
Wow.
Yeah. Pin me, Glash. Pin me, big boy.
So are you just going to go fund me for the Turkish oil expenses, or do you guys have a guy?
That's what I'll do. I was going to donate all of the Venmo that I received to charity, but I'm just going to go ahead and spend it out on Turkish oil.
That's smart.
Oh man, yeah, we had a great weekend though. So yeah, I tuned in a little bit towards the last sim, and I saw a lot of people getting fired up with Koff, talking a lot about Tom Brady.
Yeah. Yeah, and people understandably sick of the Brady conversation, sick of the Patriots conversation, which also I understand. The Patriots haven't played a football game in like 5 weeks, so I understand why people are not thrilled about the
Josh Allen, let's go, big boy.
Picks up 8 on 2nd and 9, so big 3rd and 1 coming. Unless we get a turnover here, the Raiders are about to fall down 3 possessions. But 17-0 is a whole lot less intimidating than 21-0, and Allen just doing the lion's share of the work on these drives with his legs through the air, coming out in a shotgun here. If he does pull it down wrong with it, looks like there's going to be plenty of space. If they just run it up the gut here, they're going to get a yard. No, not going to do that.
Come on, 3rd and 1, touchdown. Gets his feet down, back in the end zone. Says, "I'm just joshing you, baby." Lee Smith.
Oh, I thought about it. I wanted Lee Smith in the lineup, and I was like, no. John Brown's going to be the play today. He's going to roll all his orders. Instead,
don't review this. I had a feeling, dude. He looked like he. All right, I gotta see that again. Hold on, 1, 2. Oh, son of a gun!
Great view there. I don't know.
I need you, Lee Smith, to deliver the goods to Daddy.
And Lee Smith does, in fact, deliver said goods.
Wow.
For the 7% of you that captained him, or if you are like our beefy field goal kicking co-host here and just rostered him, you are one of the 27% that got like 8 points from that Lee Smith touchdown grab.
So Lee Smith, 3 catches, 23 yards, 1 touchdown right now. He's got you 11-3 in the flex spot. He was $6,200 to roster. So now with 11.3 points, we're looking at his highest fantasy output already within his best in the last 5 games. Had a 22.5 point fantasy performance against Cleveland about 6 sims ago. So the dude is stepping up. He realizes that only 6 men are able to land on my roster. He was blessed to be one of them today. He is proving once again why I have faith in him most of the time, but not all the time.
A true Madden all-star, Matt. You wouldn't venture on him in a real game unless you were getting a little desperate trying to swim against the grain. But here in Simland, where anything can happen, including Derek Carr. Well, that's not an anything can happen situation.
Don't.
Dude, I'm happy for the Bucs because they got their first non-Gruden championship. They can get that monkey off their back. Their one title is no longer tied to the most annoying NFL commentator of all time. They don't have to worry about, they can't do it without John Gruden, Chucky, the boy genius. No, they got it done with Bruce Arians. And Arians, a good guy, getting his championship rings. I mean, even if you are sick of Tom Brady, if you hate Rob Gronkowski, there's still something to root for. Tampa roster.
Currently right now in the LOTZIA Meg Hates Brady contest, again, 111 entries. So appreciate all of you guys and gals who decided to get a lineup in. I made it a little late this morning, spent a little extra time at the coffee shop with Windog. But currently Ed Zone Dancing, Heavy Kevy, 56. You guys tied for first. I see Country Boy up there in the top 10. Derwin, what's up, man? You guys are great.
In the Twitch right now, telling us all about how he's tearing up the free roll. I am not. I'm currently 96th of 111, which is an improvement over my 153rd of 159 in the last contest.
I'm just chatting a little bit with Tony P in the chat over on YouTube. Says Glash always kind of getting picked on. He says, you're not a bad guy, but come on, Glash is always getting the food. Does he always pay? Yes, Glash and I make some friendly, wagers with each other over random things in life. And yeah, when one of us loses, we pay up. It may take a little while, but we'll end up, we're like the Lannisters, A Lannister always pays his debt.
Went out, got Chick-fil-A this week. Awesome. Do you know they have a 30-count nugget box? Perfect.
What? Is that one of those off-menu specials?
It's on the app, man. I've never seen it on the board in the restaurant, but to be fair, I haven't been inside a Chick-fil-A in a year. There's no way. Zach Moss again?
Dude, what is happening? Where were you? Where were you, everybody, when the legend of Zach Moss was born on the Dream Stream?
Tremendous, just putting the team on his back. And he could be the reason why the Bills take a 28-0 lead into halftime the way this is going. Just a disaster of a game for the Raiders. A disaster of a game for my captain, Darren Waller, who currently sits at 0 points. My punt play, Nelson Aguilar, 0 points. And that is why I'm struggling to crack the top 100 of a 111-person free roll right now.
There you go, Beasley. Deliver. Yeah, I thought that was one of those, the 30-piece you were talking about, one of those secret menu options you can get at popular chains.
Oh, it's awesome. They give you just a big box. I don't even know if they count. They just throw handfuls of nuggets in there. Awesome. Because I normally I'm a 2-sandwich guy at Chick-fil-A.
Me too, dude.
But if I get a grilled sandwich and I'm getting stuff for the family here, and just get the 30-count nugget instead of I feel bad stealing nuggets away from my kid. Nope, don't have to worry about that. There are 30 of them. Go hard. Dip
That's amazing. Yeah, Germ says over on Twitch, he says, it's new, 30-piece on the board too.
Okay. Yeah, Germ dropping in facts in between all the incredibly corny pickup lines that he keeps throwing at us. We appreciate them. We appreciate you, Germ, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're watching the Dream Stream. Thank you so much for being with us. And if you get a chance, drop in a like, drop in a follow. Do it because you like me and Emerson. Do it because you feel bad for Glash constantly losing, being forced to sit on porches, forced to kick field goals in 0-degree weather. Do it for all of us here, DK Sim fan, because we do it for you.
I got to give my boy Glash some love, though, too. He went and scooped up a football and a tee that we used over the weekend during our competition. So good dude, good friend of mine. We give each other a lot of tough love. So people who think that I'm picking on him or he's picking on me, we just love each other. That's why we do it. I wish I could hold him right now.
Ooh, Josh Allen escapes. So he keeps ticking up towards 50 yards in the first half here and getting closer and closer to some guaranteed points before the end of the half. Of course, always the possibility the Bills, Brian Hoyer themselves, and run out of time. Saw that actually in the last sim, but the way the Bills have been moving the ball, this will probably be 6 before halftime. At the very least, a chip shot-ish Tyler Bass field goal.
Go, Josh!
What are you doing?
Allentown, he's trying to give them a shot, an opportunity. He's messing with them. Yeah. He's inside their head, dude. He's using Netflix on their Wi-Fi. He is just toying with them.
He could have easily gotten to the sideline, stopped the clock, and gotten just as many yards. But you know what? The way they're going, maybe they want to burn some time down, make sure the Raiders don't get another possession with which to embarrass themselves in the first half.
Oh, let's go. We got 1st and goal coming up from the 2. Allen's like 12 of 14. I think that was Singletary on the reception.
It was indeed. And now 16 seconds, not enough time for them to rock out the kicker here. So probably 2 plays here. Maybe a quick pass, then a field goal, maybe 2 quick passes. Coming on to big formation. Could be Lee Smith time again.
That's fine. How about some Cole Beasley love? Give it to me.
Ding, ding,
or
ding.
A little bit Beasley.
It's John Brown. Oh, that's not a safe for work touchdown dance, John.
All right, baby. We are eastbound and brown as the Buffalo expectations some may have had entering this game, with the Bills heading west in a brand spanking new stadium, taking on the Las Vegas Raiders with a commanding 28-0 lead with 14 seconds to go in the first half. I can't believe my wife finds me this obnoxious to where she is now working from home inside the bedroom. She would love to be watching this right now. She would thoroughly enjoy. This is her jam. I said, Mag, I've named the contest after you. She said, don't do that. I said, too late. I can't delete it. By the way, Josh Allen had a great little interview with Jesse Cofield, and we're going to air that right after this sim, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So
Super Bowl
he is
star Jesse Cofield.
I'll get into that in 1 second because it was absolutely incredible seeing her on there. So he's going to be joining us. We've already ran the interview like a bunch of times, but we're going to do it again because it works well coming off the Bills game. He accepted the 2020 Fantasy MVP Award from DraftKings, and he's going to talk a little bit about with her what kind of made him so successful, because it was an unbelievable year for him. He's also going to settle the debate on ranch or blue cheese, which if you are, and this is with wings, and I like ranch, and I don't want to go into this again because we do it all the time.
But if you're not, debate multiple times.
Yes, like the FBI will find you if you are a ranch with chicken wings person. It's blue cheese or bust. It's blue cheese or we're breaking up. It's that simple.
Oh man, see, out right before this, got a little leftover buffalo chicken dip, so I was eating that with some tortilla chips. The crumbled blue cheese in that. Like, I'm actually not a fan of the crumbled blue cheese typically, but it's pretty solid in a good buffalo dip. But yeah, like any time, it's just the perfect pairing, acidic and spicy versus creamy and cool. Oh man, as we are going to get a Hail Mary attempt here. Raiders trying.
Let's see what you go. He's got 91 points.
We got some bonus points. Derek Carr goes over 100 with that one, and I can't. Ooh. No.
Yeah, it's Henry Ruggs, bro. Henry Ruggs the third, which is great because he's on my roster. He's in my lineup.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was nice because I think I just saw Carr's like 7 of 9. There he is. We got the numbers right here. So he wraps up the first half there. He cracks the century mark, 7 of 9, 112 yards, 13 of 15 for Josh Allen, 143. He's got 2 touchdown passes in this one. This comment caught me. I'll read it in a second. Singletary, 7 carries for 25 yards. Allen's got 55 yards on the ground. Zach Moss, 2 for 16. He has a touchdown for Buffalo. So, but Buffalo's touchdowns go like this, guys. Zach Moss, vulture. Pick 6. Josh Allen to Lee Smith. Josh Allen to John Brown.
Yeah. So Allen getting double his legs. Could double bonus his way into this one, passing and rushing if things continue to go this way, which the Vegas Raiders have shown us no signs of any indication otherwise. Just a brutal first half for Vegas, but a great first half for us because we get to talk about our favorite appetizers and the NFL and how much we love Tom Brady in the second half because this game is sure as hell not competitive.
No, it's really not. But real quick, Aaron L says, whatever happened to the commentator who always called Glash cute? I honestly played every day during the NFL season, but I didn't watch. Sorry about that. It's all good, dude. You're here now. And that was probably me.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It does sound right, doesn't it? He is cute. He's adorable.
Yeah. So yeah, adorable is how I would assume that you would have said it. So maybe I don't know.
Like my wife and I have considered adopting him, but Sarah's not cool with that as of this time.
Trust he makes a mess. He's a lot of responsibility. You got to find a
place
for him, but all the costumes, the wig.
Yeah. So that was never mind. Never mind. You're right. I think it was Patrick. I think it was Sim Patrick.
Pour one out.
Yep, gone too soon. But I think we, as producer Drew has pointed out, we all feel it though. Yeah. Love that kid. We also feel it when you touch our like button. If there's 15 of you right now who want to gather around, huddle up, and say, let's do this on the count of 3. Let's do that, then do that thing we like, and then we'll do that thing you like and do our best to entertain you. On 3, 2, go ahead, Christian, give me the last number.
1.
I
knew it, man. Why'd you, come on, spoilers.
We have stats updated as well. So shout out to our dude, Jared, on the ops team. Yes, Matt LaMarca. He says, you told me I was getting adopted. Matt LaMarca, you have no idea the adoption plans that we have for you. Yeah, the problem is that would involve you leaving your room, LaMarca, because you have to meet us outside and we got to put you, in the back seat where it's safe. I can't have you being threatened by an airbag.
Got to strap in too. You got to make sure you got the child seat ready to go. Inspected, up to date. Sometimes you got to take the child seat over to the local firehouse and have them inspect it for you. I mean, it's a whole to do. Adopting a grown man these days is not like it was back in the day. You got to go through all these hoops, all this bureaucratic rigmarole. And I know myself, as a lowly DraftKings employee, couldn't afford it. But you, of course, Emerson, don't even balk at the government fees for adopting another human being. Just write it off. Just cash the check.
Yeah. Thank you guys and gals for getting us up to north of $150. It was a big weekend for us on Twitch as well on the Dream Stream with this whole tailgate weekend. J-Dub was with us for, I think that was like the 2:00 sim on Saturday. So that was really cool to have him with a Glash and Cough. They did their thing. I think J-Dub may have been a little shocked at first being sandwiched between those two guys. But everything flowed really well, and he was a really cool dude, and I got to meet him a little bit for an interview last week.
Were you watching when they ran like the highlight reel of all the clip show version of all the great stream moments, and obviously 70% of them are just Glash being a goon and shaving off his own eyebrows or getting water poured on him, or trying to lick the screen or dressed up in various costumes. They played that, and they came back, and J-Dub's expression was just wild wonderment at how this human being has gotten through 20-plus years of life with just such childlike idolism. The whole time, J-Dub was just like, you're a real human being. You are not the manifestation of a child's dream somewhere. No, he was very nearly speechless at trying to react to Glash, and it was quite possibly my favorite moment of the stream.
We have a lot of them. Every day, the best moment of this moment is born when the moment arises. As look at the Raiders putting together a decent drive here. I'm almost like uncomfortable because I didn't think they were capable of doing this. As Nelson Aguilar, your guy,
may not get shut out as Aguilar and Waller both getting on the board, which is great, but it's also the third quarter, so I'm feeling like they probably won't play a major role in the lineups here. It's all garbage time for this Raiders team at this point, as Tyrell Williams continues to be the leader among that decrepit lineup. 3 catches, 36 yards.
Someone said earlier Ruggs is like the king of garbage time points.
Yeah.
And that wasn't surprising. He does average 11.6 per game. His last 4 or 5 here, as Josh Jacobs around the outside, going to come up short of the first down. 3rd and 1 here from the 10. So he went 7.9, then 20, 21, 11, and then 1 and 25. So he's got 20 plus fantasy points in about 3 of his last 6 here. He's a guy who can definitely explode. And maybe a lot of that isn't garbage time. Is Josh Jacobs, who had only 1 carry, I think it was for 4 or 5 yards in the first half. A little more active here. Tre'Davious White on the tackle. 1st and goal now from the 4. Josh Allen trying to get his bros all fired up.
They're going to go out, hit the strip later tonight, celebrate this win. Hang out at Planet Hollywood, play that hangover slot machine game. Like you do when you're a grown adult in Vegas. Dude, Vegas is one of those places that always sounds so much more fun than you get there, and it's like, man.
Yeah, I agree.
Here. We did everything in 2. Like that kind of situation. And I'm sure it doesn't help that you're also battling whatever toxins you put into your body at that point. So you're also dealing with the physical effects as Josh Jacobs, Jingleheimer, Schmidt into the end zone. The shutout is over. The Raiders still absolutely going to lose this game, but at least making it a little bit more respectable.
Josh Jacobs, Jingleheimer, Schmidt. 24.4% in the flex, 2.1% there in the captain spot. 12,000 entries in the free showdown. Bry guy on the 1s and 2s. I also noticed that there was it's like the Red Sea split for Josh Jacobs on that play. The hole was wide. It was gaping. It was a deep, short hole to the end zone. And he decided to cut left to plow someone instead.
It was beautiful. It wasn't just like a cornerback either. It was like a defensive end. It was a guy that Josh Jacobs gave up 70 pounds to. And yet, speaking of giving up 70 pounds, last night, that Gronk game, man, I did enjoy seeing Gronk look great again. I did enjoy seeing the Buccaneers really exploit that weakness. But poor L'Jarius Sneed, he was arguably the best rookie cornerback in the game this year, but he got the call on that second touchdown to cover Gronk on a fly route, and not even fly route, like a little curl route. And the poor guy was giving up 7 inches and 70 pounds of leverage, had no safety help. a honey badger cut inside to watch Chris Godwin. Brady just made one of the easiest touchdown throws he'll ever make in the Super Bowl because L'Jarius Sneed just had no chance of success there. As Josh Allen up to 60 rushing yards there, picks up 5 on 2nd and 6. So could be a 3 and out here. Could be a big development for this Raiders team. Of course, their touchdown drive took way too much time. The comeback hopes are extremely limited. And if the Bills can get this one here, they can get pretty close to running out the core on this drive, even if they don't gain another yard. And there it is.
Yeah. There was like a certain point last night where I'm like, okay, are there any other former Patriots on the field? Because I feel like Tom Brady is going to get you the football, like at that time. This guy is just giving it to Bill Belichick right now.
Oof. Shout out Sabrizi, having a tough day. Her first DK Madden sim. We are so happy you could be here with us. We are so happy you get to experience the best friend squad. We only get to hang out like once a week now, ever since you're so busy with other things.
Yes.
A massive salary.
Agreed. I mean, I've got to carry this company. I've got another company. I got Nestlé I work for. I got to carry them day in and day out as well. But the best part of my day, every single day, is when I am with the DK Sim fam. We're digging and winning
there
the house.
Wow. The Bills just tearing through that Raiders secondary like tissue paper. And not even like good Kleenex tissue paper. This is like the kind you would get at a cheap motel they would put in the bathroom. This is single-ply tissue paper just getting torn up when you look at it the wrong way, as Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, everyone going hard. Diggs, 14% captain, 57% rostered in this one, and real out of hand here. We are not going to get overtime. We are not even going to get an interesting finish. But hey, 8.5 minutes of garbage time coming. Could be a difference maker when it comes down to those showdown lineups.
Diggs and a blanket, baby. Speaking of that DraftKings big game snack down, because I believe pigs in a blanket was part of that. I don't know if you guys caught that on the Dream Stream yesterday. It was disgustingly incredible watching those men and women eat. Like, 8 minutes they had the pizza, the wings, chili, a sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, an 8-layer dip. And it was the Massachusetts native, 45-year-old Jeffrey Esper, who ended up winning that thing. Chestnut took second. So another one where he falls short. The number one competitive eater in the world, as Carr, is sacked. And then Nick Weary, who is this jacked bodybuilder, takes third place.
Dude, the range of body types in competitive eating is always incredible to see. You got Megabyte Ronnie out there, who is just jacked to the gills, and then you have like Joey Chestnut, who's just kind of a normal looking guy. Then you have Matt Stoney, who's like a tiny wisp of a man, but can put down a 6-pound burrito in 4 minutes or less. As taking a look here, Josh Allen very nearly has that perfect passer rating, 158.1 instead of 158.3. 2 incompletions, 3 touchdowns, 199 yards through the air. On the ground, doing some work as well. Derek Carr, 156 through the air, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, not having a very fun day at home.
Watching them eat the chili was the worst part of that competition. Everything else I can deal with, but it was like the brown, small chunks of chemically separated meat. Oh God, it just wasn't a look that I'm typically going for. But Lee Smith, still the leader in the receptions department, 4 catches, 42 yards, got the tutty. John Brown, 3 for 17, has a touchdown. Diggs, 2 for 71, has a touchdown because he just had that 56-yard bomb. Waller, some of you are like, where the hell's Waller? Waller has 2 grabs for 24 yards.
Yeah, not great. Diggs 2 for 71 with a touchdown, but you got to imagine the Bills aren't going to be throwing the ball a ton here in the fourth quarter. They're up 28. They want to get out of here. They want to go see the Strip. They want to maybe take a little gondola ride at the Venetian. They want to go get a terrible overpriced steak at the Wynn. They got options. They got some options.
So one more quarter to go. The stream today looks like this. Coming up next, I will be joined by Kenny Ducey, everybody. That will be an interesting sim that we will have at 4 o'clock. There is a free roll contest if you guys want to hop in that right now. The LOTZIA Aaron is engaged because that was kind of wild what he decided to do.
Out of nowhere, just drops it. Yeah.
Ridiculous, man. So you guys fill out your free roll lineup there, and let's just have some fun.
We're getting Derek Witten catches and not Darren Wall. Oh, Jason.
Yeah, no, it's okay. And didn't he retire again recently? I think he went ahead and just called it.
You know what? I do not respect him as an announcer because he's terrible, but as a player, clearly going to the Hall of Fame. And his greatest feat may be finagling $5 million to catch like 20 passes this season. So an all-time grinder and a late-stage grifter. Jason Witten, I salute you, but I will not be buying your Amway.
It was great seeing Jesse Cofield on some commercials last night.
Very cool, yeah. TV's Jesse Cofield.
She now has more Super Bowl appearances than the Jaguars, Texans, Lions, and Browns combined. As Darren Waller pulls in another one, that's his third. And with about 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth, yeah, it's all Buffalo, 35-7.
Buffalo?
Yeah, Buffalo. Your squad holding it down. Mo says, I have been told no engagement talk with Kenny. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. It did seem like when that was brought up, I don't know if he was like embarrassed, if she said no, if he was thinking about it, got cold feet. But you guys in the chat, DK Simfam, we talk about what you want to talk about. So if that's it, bring the questions to the table. Kenny's a big boy. He can handle it.
Kenny. I've heard Kenny's opinions on things as simple as the Jets, so I got to imagine there's going to be some bitter shouting going on if that is in fact the case. But I like Kenny. I like broadcasting with Kenny. You always know you're going to get a debate, and no matter what side you take, he will be on the other side, and he will always make you feel like you're right.
$517 of you still hanging in there, realizing that no matter if this game on the scoreboard is out of hand, in which this one 100% is, there is still opportunity for DOS garbage points. Producer Drew says that his fiance was going to say yes, but the question turned into a 16-minute rant on the 2018 pass interference call against the Saints in the NFC Championship game. Oh, that's the best.
Poor Kenny.
Oh, Sean Williams has chimed in and says, y'all not going to disrespect the weekend's halftime show. I didn't have a problem with it, dude.
It was fine. I think the biggest issue I have with it is, like, I probably just won't remember it later. Like, it wasn't so good it was memorable. It wasn't so bad it was memorable. It was just kind of in between. Like, it was fine. The sound mixing, man, could have been better. It was like he had to deal with my old laptop when he was singing, you know? It just didn't sound great. But, I mean, the choreography was tight. Like, it was an impressive performance. It just wasn't that interesting in the grand scheme of Super Bowl spectacles. You know, he wasn't jumping off the stadium and catching pass. He didn't have a left shark. He wasn't Prince, but he wasn't like, he wasn't so bad that you're just like, oh my God, this is terrible and cheesy. Is very nearly get a touchdown there, but do not.
Yeah.
4th and 10 coming up. I will laugh hysterically. This is a Daniel Carlson field goal trailing by 28.
There are times where my mind wanders, and I do wonder where and how Left Shark is doing. That could have been a pick six too. I don't know who that is. Is that Micah Hyde? But anyway, on 4th and 10, it's turnover on downs.
This game lurches forward to being mercifully over for the Raiders. We may even get a situation where the sim realizes things are bad enough that they don't even bother burning timeouts.
Yes, Problem Kid Gamer. Problem Kid Gaming. The streaker was more amusing than the game. That was Rossi.
Yeah.
That was Rossi's Super Bowl debut.
And
we had Jesse repping us on television. We had Rossi repping us on the field of play.
No,
I said, holy hell, when the video surfaced on Twitter, I said, that's where he's been?
Yeah. It must have been a long drive, but you know what? He clearly has been shedding some weight. He looked elusive. He looked fleet of foot. He made a couple of security guards miss. He nearly broke the plane. Very, very impressive performance from Rossi, who one day we will bail him out of that Tampa City jail and bring him back on the dream stream. But he's got to learn his lesson until then.
Yeah, not on today because he's got a long trip back.
First time playing Fortnite. Streaker's legs were too long to be Rossi. That's true. If it was like a sentient garden gnome running down the field, then we would have known for sure.
See, because he looked like a man. It looked like Rossi because the guy looked like he was only 4 feet tall from like the nosebleed section. But good for Rossi. Hopefully he gets bailed out and he'll be. He's scheduled to be back on the Sims tomorrow at 4 and 6. So he's going to need to get his tail back to New England.
I can't imagine the smell of a Tampa holding cell the day after the city hosts the Super Bowl. That's got to be, time served if you're just getting picked up for running on the field after that one. Because that's got to be a miserable situation. Just offensive to all 5 senses if you're being held there in jail with a whole bunch of other hooligans that night.
Imagine just waking up, just smells like beer, beef, and cheese. Some dude's like 2 inches from your face, just staring at you, and he's like, "What's up?"
I thought you.
What are you doing? What are you doing when you get out of here? Just want to go home. Let me take a gander at the contest real quick. Gregor's currently winning the Meg Hates Brady contest. Stud 2, Ed Zone Dance, Heavy Kevy. Derwin's there. P. Hooligan.
All right.
Dude, Train Island, you're climbing up. I see you there in 39.
Yeah, man.
I'm chilling in 18th. Just
need some Waller garbage points here. Maybe like a Waller 89-yard touchdown reception, and then I'm good. Instead, little Ruggs.
Aguilar, I can't tell. No, Ruggs.
Ooh, so, hey, bonus for Ruggs. Yeah. Thanks in part to that Hail Mary at the end of the first half. 5 for 100. Definitely not going to be in babysittability. Actually, we know exactly who the babysittability not my kid award winner is going to be, regardless of garbage time. This is clearly Derek Carr's award. He has been a disaster. 0 touchdowns. This is going to be a bonus 15 here after the 8th mask on Hunter Renfrow. 39 seconds left in this one. That does stop the clock, too, which is kind of the Bills. They now have the Raiders on the happy side of the field. They could potentially make this a little bit less profitable if you rostered that Bills defense.
Yeah, Mo says if he slid head first instead of feet first, he would have broken the plane. I mean, going back to Rossi streaking on the field last night, it's one of my major takeaways. After I noticed that it was Rossi, then I said, well, what the hell's he doing sliding, like giving himself up at the one? If you're going to like sacrifice yourself, you feel like going to jail for the night, at least score the freaking touchdown, man.
Yeah.
Like you may not ever make it back to that stage. I know Brady's been on that stage 10 times, but you, Mr. Streaker, Mr. Jason Rossi, lay out for it, man. Blood, sweat, and tears. Chicks dig scars. You know, get after it.
Forever. Legends never die. The fun thing was back in the day, you know, living at home, watching Nesson, anytime they had to pull away from a Red Sox game because some idiot ran out on the field, there was always like a 1-in-5 shot that it was one of Warwick's Donovan brothers. Just you always do. You looked a little closely before they panned away and be like, "Oh, that's Greg. That's Greg. He was cutting up my sandwich meat down in the deli the other day. There he is, trying to run across. He's trying again. He's not going to make it. He never does." Oh, a little garbage time for Waller. Final timeout taken. 18 seconds left. So potentially the last play of the game coming here. Waller up probably into double digits for that play, but still not having the game that we expected of him.
Yeah. But immediately, like, you see a quick shot of the guy and then they cut away, and I'm like, you cowards, give the people what they want. This game has been like a snooze. Let's go. Speaking of snooze, this game, and Derek Carr. And wow, look at him smart enough to run out of bounds. Carr, by the way, so they're on the 8. Carr's like 4 yards, I think I just saw from the bonus. Really? Very close. Jalen Richard has 6 catches.
I mean, just all amazing garbage time work from Derek Carr here. He's still a babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner. Regardless if he hits 300 and gets a touchdown here. That'll do
That's going to be the game.
298 for Carr. The letdown continues. 2-1 ball game. And after a blowout first half, the Bills coast to victory. It went from 28-0 to 35-7, but a real gross one here in Vegas. Josh Allen, only 199 passing yards, had about 70 on the ground, 3 passing touchdowns, however. Derek Carr, 298, like we said, no passing touchdowns, no rushing touchdowns, 1 interception. Really disappointing game from him, as Josh Allen did not attempt a single pass in the fourth quarter.
He didn't need to.
Beautiful.
At all. But 3 tutties overall for Allentown. So a nice performance by him. Falcons at Packers is coming up. I'll be with Kenny again. Devin Singletary, 14 carries, 54 yards. Allen, 8 for 64. Josh Jacobs, 8 for 26. Rashard, 4 for 6. Zach Moss, the vulture, dude, 2 for 16 and a tutty. And then, so Lee Smith, did he not have a catch, I guess, in the second half?
Yeah, no, that was it. He was pretty much done after that. Ruggs, the only bonus there. And you know what? I got to give the crusty cough player of the game to the 2-carry man, Zach Moss. With this performance spread out so much, you got to dig deep, find the bargain out there. And Moss gave you like 7.5 points for very little salary. Zach Moss, revel in it, soak yourself in it, be a pig in your sty and roll around in it, coat yourself in it to keep you cool in the summer, because you are the crusty cough player of the game.
What about your babysitter Billy? Not my kid. I'm still single. Player of the game. Did you say that already?
Yeah, Derek Carr. Terrible.
All right. I just needed you to repeat that. Thank you.
Wow.
So I was distracted for a second because producer Drew, we have an announcement.
Oh.
We have an announcement right now about the DraftKings Sportsbook. We're going to punch up this graphic. It's going to be phenomenal. So I need you guys and gals to head over to the DraftKings Sportsbook promo page. Right? The big game, as everyone knows, unfortunately, it is over. It is sad. We can curl up in the fetal position together and cry together. But we've got something you are going to love. Hammer the over. Hashtag hammer the over for Lakers Nuggets on Valentine's Day. The more people bet the over, the more the DraftKings Sportsbook will lower the total. Fun little special here. The total's going to drop by 1 point for every 1,000 bettors. Hammer the over for Lakers Nuggets on Valentine's Day. The more people bet the over, the more we lower the total. There is nothing more romantic than this promo right now available on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So go ahead, tell your girl, tell your guy, tell your dog what you're going to do for them. Go to the promo page and hammer away. Just like you hammer the like button for us.
Yeah. Currently, that over-under is 114, which is not a lot of points. So, and that's only going to go lower. Hammer that over. That sounds like it. If I were in a state in which such a venture were legal, I would be hammering that over as well. So pretty cool little promotion there from the DK Sportsbook. A big couple of weeks here for the DKs. You know, a lot of generosity. I know I definitely got in on the love for the Sim family with the 55 grand pool for the pre-Super Bowl matchup and the post-Super Bowl matchup afterwards, like 25K. So a lot of money going out. Things are great in the DK Sim fam. Hopefully you guys will be able to take advantage of this and make a little bit of cash that we can spread out among the Sim fam. Oh.
What do you got? Okay. All right. Here we go. So that's it. That's it for you and me today. You're out of here.
I'm done.
Peace of Mind says, how does Tom Brady keep his skin so soft and supple? We will talk about it. Let's talk about that actually at 4:00. I do want to dive into that. Please, Peace of Mind, come back and remind me at 4:00 because I'm definitely going to forget. So it's a topic we need to discuss. So you go enjoy your day, my friend. Hopefully we're together again later in the week. I'm not quite sure if we are or not, but we'll play it by ear. Okay. I'm back with Kenny at 4, guys. There's a free roll right now. I want you to go fill out a lineup in for Falcons at the Packers. But for now, let's go ahead and send it over to Jesse Cofield, catching up with Josh Allen, the DraftKings Fantasy Football Player of the Year. I'll see you guys at 4:00. Peace out.
Hey, Josh, congratulations on another great year and your win at NFL Honors last night. What was your reaction to receiving the award?
Well, one, I was super honored, super blessed to be a part of it. And obviously the people that have won this award in the past, it's, last year I think it was Christian McCaffrey. So to be mentioned in the same breath as him and what he's able to do, especially on the fantasy side of football, it's pretty spectacular. So like I said, super honored, super blessed. And, it didn't just take me, but my teammates and my coaches to get me to this point. So it's a very cool honor.
Yeah, I mean, you had a record-breaking season with over 4,500 passing yards, 45 total touchdowns that helped lead your team to its first AFC East title since 1995. And your stellar performance earned you the NFL Honors Daily Fantasy Player of the Year, along with the DraftKings 2020 Fantasy Football MVP. So let's just break that down. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right, so you were in the top 10 overall fantasy players for 10 weeks this season with an average of 27.3 points per game. But which game do you think you earned the most DraftKings fantasy points?
Let's see. I want to say week 2 against the Dolphins.
It was actually your wild card win against the Colts. You had 35.36 fantasy points in that one. All right, pretty good, Gotcha. Pretty impressive. Yeah. Okay, well, with your massive season total of 436.1 fantasy points, how many people did you make millionaires this season?
That's a good question. Is it north of 50 people?
50, geez, woo. A lot of millions. It was 3, but that's a lot.
Okay. All right.
That is a lot.
No, I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, yeah. But 3, you were in 3 millionaire winning lineups. So, I mean, I'm sure those people really love you. All right. Bills Mafia gained a few new fans this season. Think you can guess where you were the top drafted player?
In which region?
Yeah, like states.
I'm going to go Wyoming. I'm going to say New York. And then I'm going to throw out a wild one, Oklahoma.
Okay, so New York, of course, Texas, and California.
Oh, all right. Hometown guy.
Yeah. So not only that, but you were drafted in over 13 million lineups. And knowing that, how much money do you think you made DraftKings daily fantasy customers? This number is big. It's, big. It's not going to be like 3. It's going to be like the number you were around earlier, maybe even a little bigger.
I'm going to go 75.
So close. Over $85 million.
Wow. No way.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they were fans of the money and now big time Josh Allen fans. How many unique customers do you think drafted you this season?
Oh my goodness. How many people play?
A lot. Let's just say this number. This is a 6-digit number. The high 6 digits.
700,000.
924,000. Wow.
People.
It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. All right, let's just kind of get back to you. We broke it down by the numbers. Obviously, DraftKings players love you. But which teammate do you think had the biggest impact or contributed the most to your fantasy wins? This is like you for you, not like an answer. Like I don't have an answer.
No, that's number 14. It goes by Stephon Diggs. I think that's the number one guy. Obviously, he came in this year and he played lights out and. His numbers this year were unbelievable. And not only that, he's a great dude. So I'm super honored and blessed to play with him. And but again, we got Cole Beasley in the slot, John Brown outside, Dave Davis, who caught a lot of touchdowns for us, and a few other guys that were just really good for us. So like I said at the beginning of the show, it took a lot of people to get me here.
Okay, so obviously it's hard to predict what's going to happen next year, but do you think you'll be able to keep the title?
I don't know. I hope. I think that this relates to team success, so that's what I'm all about. And if that means if I'm playing well means we are playing well, that's what I'm for.
Okay, well, if you are drafting a lineup and you had to draft a fantasy quarterback other than yourself, who would it be?
You can't go wrong with Pat Mahomes.
I love that.
Can't.
Love that pick. That's very true. It's the baby goat, they say. All right, just some fun stuff. Like, what songs pump you up before a game?
Well, that's the thing. I get super anxious and excited before games. So I listen to some old school stuff, Frank Sinatra, Elvis, Sammy Davis Jr. It's just some down-tempo stuff that kind of relaxes me instead of pumps me up. Because if I get pumped up before I get out to the game, there's no telling what could happen on that first drive. So I try to calm myself down.
Well, in the Bills locker room, is everybody sort of like has their headphones on and they're in their own world, or is somebody DJing the locker room? It's
a little bit of both. Some guys have headphones and earphones on, but there is music on the loudspeaker playing, and it's mostly rap. There's a lot of Drake that comes along, a lot of Meek Mill. That's really the tune of most of the guys in the locker room. But again, if I listen to that, I get so eager and anxious when I get out in the field. I get a little crazy.
Well, would you really describe yourself as a believer?
100%. Big Justin Bieber fan. Huge.
So what is your favorite Justin Bieber song?
All That Matters. That's the one that pops to the top of my head when I know like every single word. I'm not going to sing it for you, so don't ask. But Confident, Backpack. I can name them all, to be honest. But more recently, his one with Shawn Mendes is pretty dang good.
So have you been to Bieber concerts? Any experiences? Like, have you met him? Like, what,
No, never have. Never met him. Never been to a concert. That's on the to-do list. And I know he comes to Buffalo, and he's a Toronto guy. He comes to Buffalo this year if, COVID permitting. So maybe that's one of those where I get to go to. But, when I was younger, I didn't want to buy into the whole Bieber thing, and I wanted to be too cool for school. But as I have grown with age, I've noticed that his music's really for me. So that's what I really like.
Honestly, we can all agree on that. Justin Bieber's music is for everyone. Okay, so let's say Bieber comes to Buffalo. He's like, Josh Allen, show me a good time in Buffalo. What's your ideal day? What are you doing with him? Where are you taking him?
We're going to have to hit some real Buffalo bars. We're going to have to go to Bar-Bill Tavern, get some amazing wings. I know Niagara Falls isn't too far away, so if you wanted to see that, we'd go do that. And then, cap it off with a Sabres win.
Well, I got to know,
Sabres game.
This actually, big hockey guy, this actually really plays into my next question, which was, are your favorite wings really at the Barbell Tavern?
They 100% are. Absolutely.
So what's your order?
So I get 20 traditional wings. I don't care drums or flats. I'm good with either. We get the hot, and then we get the honey butter barbecue Cajun style. And then you got to get a side of the shoestring fries, and then a couple extra blue cheese little packets. So that would be my ideal order, and it sounds pretty dang good right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say that could really divide people if you're ranch or blue cheese, but you're firmly in the blue cheese corner.
Yeah. Buffalo's firmly a blue cheese place too.
Mm-hmm.
And my first few weeks, I've learned that, or first few weeks when I was there, I learned that very quickly. And if you ordered ranch, sitting down, they kind of looked at you a little funny and didn't want to bring it out, but they will, but it's blue cheese.
They will, but your name is on a list in the back, and they won't forget.
Correct.
They will not forget.
Never.
How many wings in a sitting? Have you ever sat down and been like, this is an inordinate amount of wings, and I just ate them all?
I mean, ever since I was a little kid, wings have been my favorite, and there's been times when, I was in middle school or high school, and I can take down 20, 25 boneless wings. And that was way back when. I don't do boneless now because, again, that's a sin in Buffalo. But if I really had to do it, I think I could take down 30 wings.
I was just going to say, we got the big game snack down with Major League Eating, and we're hosting it here on DraftKings coming up on Sunday. And I was going to say, how many could you take down in a sitting? So you're going 30. We got Joey Chestnut competing in this thing. I think he could probably do.
I'm not beating him.
Yeah.
I'll compete, but I'm not going to beat him.
Oh, okay. You'd compete. Well, that's good to know. We'll file that away. Yeah. But we talked before this interview started. You're in California right now. What plans do you have for the off season?
Well, a lot of golf. It's one of my favorite things to do, and I live on a golf course, so might as well utilize that in the good weather out here. A couple beach trips, seeing family and friends, and after that, just a couple weeks, relaxation and trying to let my body heal up and back to the grind. Start throwing and working out again and trying to stay in shape.
All right. Favorite course, what's your handicap? Have you played with anyone famous?
Favorite course is Cragburn, and it's actually in East Aurora, which is near Buffalo. I'm a member there, and I'm no bias at all. So it's a fantastic course, and I love going out there. I have played with a few people. I played in the Tahoe tournament, the Celebrity tournament a couple years ago. I got to play with Vince Carter, which I grew up a huge Vince Carter fan, so that was really cool. Played with Golden Tate, Joe Mauer, and a couple other guys. Case Keenum was really good. Played with Andy Dalton, and then I got to meet a few other guys there. I met Rob Riggle, who's one of my favorite actors, and a couple other guys. But that was a really cool tournament, and I'm excited to play in that one again sometime in the near future.
Any funny stories from the course with those guys? I mean, I know a lot can happen on the golf course, and I did notice that you skipped telling me your handicap, but I won't ask you again. It's fine.
Handicap. I'm right around a 12.
Okay. I thought you were just no.
No. I like to have fun on the golf course, and I don't take it too seriously, but it's one of those things where I do want to get better, and I'm trying to, and I got no doubt I will. But funny stories on the course, I don't know if I have any funny stories with those guys. I mean, I've got plenty of stories with my friends that I probably shouldn't share. So.
Oh, please share one. Come on.
I'll share one. Oh my goodness.
Pick one that's PG-13. It's in the middle.
I mean, just in college, we'd go out there and we consume a few adult beverages, and just seeing my buddies trying to hit a golf ball, who aren't very good in the first place, trying to hit a golf ball while they're intoxicated. It was a sight to see. I got some good videos.
I was going to say, I bet you've got some really good videos on your phone. Do you recall longest drive you've ever managed?
Yeah, people don't believe me, but I'm a long hitter, and I was in Denver at the time, and I hit one probably around 370, 375.
Wow.
Yeah. And we're in Denver, so the ball carries a little further, but I took home the long, and it happened to be on the long drive hole, so I actually won a little a deal there, so it was cool.
I love it. Awesome. Good stuff, Josh. Well, I think it's safe to say I mean, you had a huge year. You helped DraftKings players everywhere get skin in the game, and we can't wait to see what you do next season. Congratulations again to the NFL Honors Daily Fantasy Player of the Year and the DraftKings 2020 Fantasy Football MVP, the Josh Allen.
Thanks so much. Thank you for having me on. Go Bills.
Hello, Emerson.
Hello, Kenny. Something's up with my Slack. My messages aren't coming through.
Well, that's evident because we are up indeed. We are live here on the Dream Stream. I was waiting for you to welcome everyone in. So you can go ahead and do that now.
In 3, 2, 1. What's up, everyone? Emerson Latzia here. Kenny Ducey there. You look great in tie-dye.
Thanks. Yeah, it's my, I'm sure you've seen this around the stream. I'm sure you have about 5 of them at home. I donned my cap forward today to, match Emerson's DraftKings hat, although it's not as good.
No, it's definitely not.
I
but
like backwards. Yeah, I'm better backwards.
You look young and bright and youthful in that swag, my friend. It's good to have you back.
It's freezing. It is absolutely freezing in my room. It is freezing outside today. It felt like 8 degrees. At least that's what it said online. I mean, I didn't go outside. But what about there? It's got to be.
Yeah, it's actually like it's beautiful because there was a bunch of snow that the weather people did not predict.
Yeah, same.
That fell yesterday. Dude, earlier in the week, they were like, yeah, there's a chance for snow. And then like a day later, they said, okay, we're good. We're good to go. Everyone enjoy their Super Bowl Sunday. It's going to be super clear and, clean and less messy. And then next thing you know, it's like 6 inches of snow dumping. So what's really beautiful today because the sun's out. My dog's having a good time in the snow. But it feels like it's 15, 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's so cold that I have my slippers on that normally are impenetrable. They keep my feet so warm. And my feet are actually a little cold in my slippers, so I'm a little surprised by that.
So you're, okay. Did you say
impenetrable? That's impenetrable. That's why I'm wearing impenetrable. So that's why I'm wearing the DraftKings.
So unable to be penetrated.
Correct. The cold cannot penetrate these slippers. But I am wearing my DraftKings sweatshirt because it's so cold. That's why what I'm getting at here.
Well, the Packers offensive line is able to be penetrated by the defense of the Falcons because they just sacked the hell out of Aaron Rodgers. Now Aaron Jones has nowhere to go. Those two, best fact that I could ever drop on these Packers Sims, especially when it involves Aaron Jones and Aaron Rodgers back-to-back plays. They share the same birthday.
And of course, the same name. They share the same name as well.
So in terms of what?
I was thinking about, there are actually an incredible amount of duos out there, players that share this, like quarterbacks and running backs that share the same name. Like I thought that Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones, for sure, that was like the only time that a quarterback and a running back ever had the same name, right? But as I'm sure some people in the chat will point out quickly, I believe this season there were like 2 other pairs that had the same name. And I'm trying to remember them.
You're talking running back and quarterback.
A running
duos.
back and the quarterback having the same first name, correct. I'm trying to think about which ones. Yeah, there you go. So Andrew said Justin Herbert, Justin Jackson, very good. We have obviously Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones.
So is that it?
No, there's got to be. There's more. There's more. But I'm trying to think about them. Andrew said no running backs on Miami named Tua. But I swear, man, there's like at least 3 or 4. This is why the chat's great. Like I'm leaning on the chat here. I want to see them come up with.
Ooh, David got it. Joe Burrow, Joe Mixon.
Yeah, that was the one. Yep, that was one.
Attaboy, DG.
That was the one that I was thinking about, and of course didn't come to mind because Joe Burrow. Like, when was the last time that guy threw a pass, right?
Looked promising there for a while, and then his leg fell off.
Yeah.
What'd you do for a lineup in this game? And allow me just to tell you real quick, out of 111 entries in the 2 o'clock and the Meg Hates Brady contest between the Bills and the Raiders, which the Bills won, like, I think 35-7 or something crazy like that. I finished 15th. So you're talking to a dude who knows what he's doing.
A 15th place finisher.
Yeah, that would be top 15. Yes. What'd
see.
you do?
You know what? I don't even know what I did. Let me look. I know I captained Calvin Ridley. That's for sure.
Okay.
Chris B, this is going to be another Deucey snoozer. How can you fall asleep with my loud, high-pitched, non-stop voice?
Well, hold on a second. Don't get so defensive. He may not mean you. He may just be talking about some of the Sims you've been on recently. The ones that you and I have been on recently.
Hold me back, Emerson. That's right.
Hey, okay. I got you, dude. I got you.
Calvin Ridley in my captain spot. I'm already at 5.55 points, so suck it, Chris B. Aaron Rodgers, Matt Ryan. I put Todd Gurley in there really reluctantly. Like, I hate playing Todd Gurley. He's not good, but like in the Sims, he's kind of good. But like in real life, not good. And then Mercedes Lewis, of course. I had to go with Mercedes. And Mason Crosby, 18.2% owned in your contest. Could be an upset.
I'm one of them.
See, that's why I put Todd Gurley in there, right? Like, it's an emotional hedge because you don't put him in there. You're like, see, he sucks. Or sorry, you put him in there and he goes off. You're like, oh, well, I'm glad I at least put him in there. Put him in there and he goes and it's bad. You're like, well, I'm happy because like I feel justified that I know that Todd Gurley's not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gurley, man.
I want to address something. I need to share something with you, and I think I need to share something with the whole chat, and it has to do with my family and Tom Brady. And my father. This is one of the most amazing things I have ever witnessed. And frankly, knowing him, I mean, he's the most, I mean, you know me, right? Like everyone in the chat, like, you know that I always insist that I'm correct and like, I'll argue to death and like, whatever, I die. Like, that's my father. Like, that's where I get it from. So it's not my fault. So he's that way, right? And his argument for, how long has Tom Brady been a quarterback in the NFL? Oh, Todd.
2 decades.
Oh, yes.
2 decades. Yes. Gurley. Gurley.
Todd Gurley.
Gurley gone wild. How about some Gurley fries?
TG. TD. TG. So how long has he been quarterbacking in the NFL?
2 decades, bro.
Okay. So for 2 decades, okay, this man, that's my father. We're both Jets fans, right? Every single weekend. Oh man, imagine any quarterback could do what Tom Brady's doing with that offensive line. Oh, it's not Tom Brady. He's got the best team around him. He's got the greatest coach ever. Look at all these wide receivers catching the ball, all the nonstop, man. 18 years, this man denying that Tom Brady's good. Like, this guy is not good. He's assistant quarterback. All this stuff, right? This year. It took this year. The guy's won 6 Super Bowls. But this season, he finally admitted that Tom Brady was the greatest quarterback ever. And he was like, this guy, undisputed, best quarterback ever. He texted me, he texted me this morning. He loves Tom Brady now. He's like his favorite player. He texted me this afternoon. Lots of Brady stats to choose from, but I'll go with this. Most quarterbacks retire around the age of 37. If you erased everything Brady did before turning 37, he might still be the GOAT because he went to 5 Super Bowls, tied for first, 4 rings, tied for first, 16 playoff wins, tied for first after turning 37. I'm sorry, I cannot get over, I can't comprehend the fact that he has just he has had his come to Brady moment where he's like, this guy is the best quarterback ever. And it gives me a lot of hope for our society. And he said, I asked him, I said, I don't know what's crazier, these numbers or you finally admitting that he's great after all these years. And he said, unlike everyone else, I do not have cognitive dissonance. Facts are facts. He is the GOAT. So we can all change, people. Yep. That's the moral of this story. If someone can hate Tom Brady and deny his greatness for 20 years, and then finally admit that he's good. We can all do that. We can all be good people, and just needed to drop that on a Monday.
I'm glad that you did, because I had a similar conversation with my father. We were both very emotional as former Jaguars, Leonard Fournette, Blaine Gabbert, and then you also have Byron Leftwich on the coaching staff,
Sure.
all of them. People doubted them their entire careers. Aaron Rodgers picks up a nice chunk of yards on the ground. People doubted them, said they would never get a ring. Well, you know what? They did. And my dad and I shared that moment together through text. So very similar to your conversation with your father. And look what Super Bowl 55 did for us.
Exactly,
I'm the golden child in my family though already. Are you the golden child in yours?
Too. You already know it. That's why we get along. I think there's an unspoken bond. But I certainly, I mean, I love my father. But I talk to him all the time about football. We talk every football season, like every week. We talk about. First of all, I talk to my family like every day, pretty much. But every Monday, I feel like we're always talking about what happened, the Jets. Like he's very into the NFL, and I can't get over like the fact that was his. I like tried to convince him for 20 years. I was like, dude, like this guy, come on, man, he's good. Like I kind of thought the same thing. Like maybe after the first couple rings, but like this, it's undeniable. This guy's the greatest. Look at these throws that he's making, and he's like, just in complete denial. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. But I really do think that like this guy has just done so much.
Your dad is a bandwagon fan. Your dad is now jumping on the Tom Brady bandwagon. The Tom Brady dynasty, a one-man dynasty.
I don't think
that your dad is giving in.
That's not what it is. What happened was he jumped off the Bill Belichick bandwagon. So I think that's what it was. Is he was like, it's not Tom Brady, right, doing all this. It's Bill Belichick. And this year, like Belichick failing without Tom Brady, and Tom Brady succeeding in a new place, I think was his signal that like, I was wrong. It was not all Belichick, clearly, because he can't do it with someone else. So I think that it was more of like hopping off the Belichick hype train. And it's probably a little less about Tom Brady, and a little more about Belichick. But again, I don't know what look, in 3 years when Bill Belichick returns to the AFC Championship game, or 2 years, or next year, or tomorrow, maybe he'll change his mind. I don't know, but that remains to be seen.
He can't hang. He's not gonna get me.
Well, on the 14 here, guys, Green Bay trying to answer back after the Todd Gurley touchdown, and they do. Aaron Rodgers. Who is that? I don't even have that wide receiver.
It's MVS.
That is MVS. Okay. All right. Great. Did I roster him? That's all that matters.
No, I didn't.
Damn it. I didn't either, dude.
I did Lewis instead of MVS.
By the way, yeah, Jaguars legend Mercedes Lewis with a big 17-yard reception on that drive. MVS, 42% owned, 6.3% in the captain spot. Attaboy, AA Ron. We're airing it out. Oh!
You know who I need to hear from? How's David Garrard doing?
He's hanging in there. I don't know what he's up to these days. It was like the last time they were decent before like the one and done. Yeah. I saw Alan. Yeah, I love that guy. I love what was it? Allen Robinson was tweeting out some cryptic emojis today, and I think he's just thinking about coming back to Jacksonville to receive the Trevor Lawrence Super Bowl winning touchdown pass next year. Oh, by the way, we got J-Dub in the chat over on Twitch. What's up, dude? Says MVP Rodgers slinging dots. Hell yeah, man. And J-Dub, thanks again for kick-ass weekend here. I knew that was really fun with you joining. We had Adam Kaufman and Brendan Glasheen on Saturday, so hope you had a good time. Would love to have you back. Come and hang out anytime, dude. You're the man.
Very difficult to earn the respect of the Twitch fam and the YouTube chat. And from all indications yesterday, J-Dub did that with flying colors. So something
bro.
Struggled to do. So they're smart people, and they're good.
You can't help it, Kenny. You are just yourself, and you are honest and true to yourself, and therefore they will never like you. So
back to football, though. I'm curious why you would say that he would receive the Super Bowl winning pass from Trevor Lawrence like it would be a close game. Wouldn't you suspect the Jaguars to win by like 30 points?
No, I want it to be a close game. They could put up a boatload of points. Maybe their defense says,
you'd rather the Jaguars win a close game.
Yes, I tell you what, I'd like something a little closer than last night, or maybe something as close as those two men on top of each other as Matt Ryan is sacked.
Look, man, I said this yesterday on the stream with Koff, and I frankly thought it was going to be the other direction, right? I thought maybe it was going to be a Kansas City blowout, but I said the Super Bowl is a fallacy. Everyone always expects a great game, and in reality, there have been many crappy Super Bowls, blowout Super Bowls in the past 10 years, specifically 10, 15 years. And so to me, I was like, I just really am hoping for a good game, because that's not a guarantee with the Super Bowl. Like, you think, oh, two best teams, close game. It doesn't always work that way. And we saw that last night. And like, how about Cam Newton, the game where the same left tackle played, Remmers, right? Fumbles the football, that disaster against the Broncos. Like, that was a blowout. You get those all the time. That's the thing. So I think that like it's not always a guarantee. So when we get a close Super Bowl, when we get a Super Bowl like the one that we got last year with the Chiefs and the Niners and the comeback and the Garoppolo overthrowing the man, and like, we got to appreciate it, man. We got to be grateful for those good Super Bowls, because those don't always happen. And like, who knows when the next time we'll get a good Super Bowl is? It could be a few years. So, until it's, either Sam Darnold or Trevor Lawrence there. So
could be them clashing in the AFC title game this year.
Hey,
whatever, man.
According to like everything that is coming out, first of all, it's a beautiful day. And I'm sure that you can relate, because it's the beginning of the off season. And this is the off season where the Jets, or frankly, the Jaguars, could become 2020 offseason champions. So this, to us, the season starts today, right? I mean, I think that.
Yep.
I think that's where my mind is. I'm excited for the offseason. I know that your mind is there as well. And you got Deshaun Watson sitting there. Like, someone could go pick up Deshaun Watson. The Rams already in the clubhouse as leaders for the offseason. And, potentially, I shouldn't say they're in the clubhouse. I'm sure they'll make plenty of other moves. But yeah, I mean, to me, this is more exciting than the actual Super Bowl. Like, I'm very excited to see where quarterbacks go. I mean, this is a unique offseason, right? We have all these quarterbacks that are going to find different homes.
Yeah, it's Matt Ryan. He'll still be in Atlanta. What's your opinion on that?
Who knows? My opinion is, first of all, it's not, there's only a finite amount of good quarterbacks out there. And there's only a finite amount of, quarterbacks available in the first round. So it's not as easy as like, oh yeah, well, this guy's not good enough, so we'll get rid of him. The bottom line, the barometer for me is like, if the Falcons had a top 10 pick, are they taking a quarterback? 100%. And so that's where it is for me. So like, I don't think there's any easy way to get out of the Matt Ryan deal, to get Matt Ryan out of his position, to replace him. So for me, it's like, I think they just kind of hang on to him, especially considering like Jared Goff might have been like the Jared Goff, Matt Stafford thing. Like, that's not always going, oh, what are you doing?
What the hell is happening?
Dude. Josh Allen special there.
Yeah, it really is.
He's
supposed to be 89 overall. His X factor is up. What's he doing?
It's not always that easy to just, get rid of a quarterback that makes so much money, that's the franchise guy. Not only do you have to consider your fans, but like, you also have to just consider, okay, who's going to take the salary? Like, why would, again, the Lions and the Rams thing was so unique. Like, why would the Jaguars take on Matt Ryan? Like, is he an upgrade over their quarterback right now, which is blank? Yes, but why would you pay all that money when you have the number one pick, or vice versa with the Dolphins, right? You have a top 10 pick. Like, if you wanted to move on from Tua, you're probably just taking a quarterback, right? You're not going to trade for Matt Ryan, because the quarterback that you could get in the top 10 is, has a much higher ceiling than Matt Ryan and a much longer lifespan. So it's a really tricky situation. I think he stays put ultimately, and I think that like, there's only a few teams that are really looking for stopgap QBs. It's probably the Bears and the Colts. And I don't even think the Eagles, right? Like I don't know if they're sold on Hurts, but they're not looking for a stopgap.
Well, the Eagles are rumored. What was the rumor over the weekend where they were going to trade? They were considering trading Wentz to Chicago, right? But Nick Foles would be returning. The Super Bowl hero would be returning.
That would be hilarious.
To his kingdom.
Well, the other rumor that was hilarious was the Lions asking for Aaron Donald in the.
Hey man, listen, shoot or shoot, bro. You got to shoot your shot, right?
You have to. It's funny though. I mean, it was. I think that they probably figured, well, hey, we're giving up all these, or we're getting all these picks. We could just take Aaron Donald instead of one of these picks.
Imagine that. The defensive player of the year. Just laugh, hang up on you. 39 days until free agency, 82 days until the NFL draft, 170 days until training camp, 213 days until opening day, until the season kicks off.
And 2 hours and 40 minutes until tennis starts once again tonight.
Oh, no.
The Australian Open continues.
Oh, no.
I got DraftKings Playbook. I got all the picks for tonight's tennis slate. And tomorrow, there is a huge top prize. There is a tennis contest tomorrow. It is a monster 25K top prize, I believe. It's like the kickoff special, even though the Australian Open, it's like this is day 2. Tomorrow will be day 3. But tomorrow, big contest for tennis. So I'll have picks. Look, you think I'm, way wrong about football. Like, yeah, it's probably true, like all these other sports. But tennis is my thing.
I don't think that.
You wanna listen to my tennis picks?
Well, coming up, how about this? In around, 39-ish, 40, 45 minutes or so, that's when NBA Pre-Lock will hit the Dream Stream. We'll hand it off to Chirag and Julian. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we do that between the 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock Sims. Those guys answer all of your fantasy questions about the NBA, the latest news and notes, breaking news, the impact of injuries, sports betting news. Any questions that you guys have about the hardwood, bring it, because they have answers. That'll lead us up to the 6 o'clock when Kenny will return. Kenny and Glash, as Matt Ryan is met. That is a cheese sandwich. Just 2 dudes swallowing him in the backfield.
I'm going to have to talk to the leader of Brady Nation tonight. It's going to be something.
You and Glash will be certainly interesting at 6. 8 o'clock, Kaufman and Brandon, and then Glash and Brandon at 10 o'clock.
William saying the Super Bowl was a disaster for me in DFS. Anyone else? I did not actually have any lineups, but I sort of had an investment in the game because I told everyone on the stream to play Sammy Watkins. So yes, in that sense, it was a disaster for me. I said, hey, I'm reading some comments. I said, hey, Captain Sammy Watkins, and that way you can get Mahomes, Hill, and Kelsey in there. And well, it was not great. Although, the only saving grace is my go-to captain all week was Travis Kelsey, and the only reason I was saying to play Watkins was to get Kelsey and Hill and Mahomes in there. But Kelsey was the top player last night, aside from Gronk, right? Like, it was weird, but the DFS slate was so weird last night because you'd think like, oh, the Bucks ran it up on the Kansas City Chiefs, like that means that Tom Brady is probably a monster, right? Not really. Like, he had 200 yards. He had 3 touchdowns, but that means, oh, Chris Godwin, right? Mike Evans, his top targets. They probably did well. No, they had 3 combined catches for 30 yards or something like that, or 2, it was bad. No one really performed, and even Hill, I think everyone was waiting for the big play from Hill. Kelsey was the only guy that I think everyone expected to be one of the MVPs of the game, and was. He had 10 catches. He was involved. Obviously, Chiefs scored, but the other surprising thing for me was Clyde Edwards-Helaire just coming out of nowhere. Of course, Mahomes had the touchdown pass hit Thayer Williams in the face, but I mean, CEH was the back again, like for Kansas City. So Jeff wants to know when we hear my tennis picks. I'll let you talk because I've been talking, and then maybe I'll give them after that. I don't know what you have to say. But something about the game. I don't know.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, how are you? Aaron Rodgers is 6 of 7 in this game. It's tied at 7. We have 3 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Aaron Rodgers, which it has been confirmed by a source from People Magazine, is engaged to Shailene Woodley. He kind of slipped that in there during his MVP acceptance speech over the weekend. It was kind of one of those double takes, like, wait, what? So they're making it official.
Did this, did that, got engaged, did that.
We're like, what? Says, and it's an honor to win this award for the 3rd time. It was definitely a crazy year filled with lots of change and growth, some amazing, memorable moments, 180 straight days of having my nose hairs scraped, playing for very little fans or no stands the entire season, he said. Before revealing the big news, I got engaged.
I think I have a friend who works for Time, and her theory was that Aaron Rodgers had pitched the story to, I don't know, like People or E News or something, and like no one really cared or took it. So he was like, all right, I'm just gonna say it.
This is wild because Rodgers previously dated Danica Patrick. They split in July.
And Olivia Munn, right?
And Olivia Munn. I don't understand. What are you talking about? The relationships overlapped? Oh. So you're thinking he started talking to his fiance now towards the tail end of Danica's relationship? Wow. Now that is meaty. I've got my producer here to the side, my at home, unconfirmed reports. I mean, and even producer Drew now says, you can't stop true love. That is meaty stuff. There was a lot of meat on that bone.
So Jeff and Robbie want to know my tennis picks. When is a good time to slip those in, like Aaron Rodgers' engagement?
Probably like the 4th quarter.
Okay, I guess you're gonna have to wait around for the 4th quarter then.
No, I'm just kidding. Drop them now. Go ahead. Seriously.
So my story is up at DK, I believe, but on this, so the way that I've usually played, actually they stopped DFS tennis being offered in New York, which is really stunk. But the way that when I used to play, you basically want to set it up where you have 5 winners. I mean, that's like the ideal thing. If you have 5 people in your lineup that win, you win. Like that's how you max it out. And so tonight's a really weird slate because there are some big favorites that I like, but they're playing at 7, and the slate starts at 8:15. So you're not actually going to be able to get like Sophie Kennan in there. So because of a few of the players not on the slate, it's kind of weird because I don't think that there's that many guys and gals at the top of the slate that are going to win in straight sets. So the people that I'm sure will win in straight sets, and I know it's like whatever, Rafael Nadal, not a hot take, but like I could see Albot taking a set. I certainly could see Pospisil pushing Med. I think Jen Brady is probably a good bet to win 2-0. And again, you don't get the same amount of points for a 2-0 win versus a 3-0 win, but I think that I said Brady and Nadal are my top targets up there, but or maybe El Paso is saying it's not up yet. So it'll be up soon, but I love the mid-range on this slate. So I think that Fabio Fognini, he's a short favorite. He's priced as such. I think he's $7,800. He looked fantastic at the ATP Cup. He had double ankle surgery last year. He said he had the injury for like 3 years, and he was moving great. He was moving great. He was hitting crisp shots. This guy has top 5 talent in the world, Fabio Fognini, when he's healthy, when he's engaged, he's playing well, speaking of engagements. So I love him tonight. I think he's going to roll over Herbert, who had some success at the challenger level, but really not really not too exciting of a talent. He should dispose of him pretty easily. Also like Sam Querrey down here. Sonego, more of a clay player. He beat Djokovic on hard court last year, but
hold on 1 second, dude. The cheese has hit the turf. And the Falcons, the Dirty Birds, have scooped it. Prime scoring position here, 33 yards out from the end zone. Minute 12 to go. Kenny, Ryan fires it in there.
And
he's 9 of 12,
like,
96 yards.
Atlanta might take the lead right here before the half. That's a pretty big upset. I'll just wrap this quick.
No. Take your time. Take your time because you're talking about your picks. You don't want to sound too ridiculous.
Right. Well, I mean, Sonego had the win over Djokovic on a hard court last year, which was shocking. But, you know, he's more of a clay. And again, since then, not great results on hard court. These are super fast courts in Australia. I don't think this is going to play well for him, especially Querrey, one of the bigger servers on tour. It's going to play up on these courts. So I love him. El Paso's #1 saying Cuevas. I love Pablo Cuevas tonight as well. Talk about a guy, you know, in the reverse. He is a clay player, but he doesn't get enough credit for the way that he plays on a hard court. Great matchup. You know, Seppi going to be rusty. He hasn't really played much over the last calendar year. Cuevas was playing all the time. He was just playing in the ATP Cup, or no, he wasn't playing. He was playing in the 250s in Australia. But good results there. I like him a lot, especially at this price. Like this is where you're going to win tonight. You're going to win in the 6.5K to 8K range. Like that's where I'm stacking up people. So I also like Heather Watson as well. She beat Kristina Pliskova last year at the AO. She's priced at 7,000, which is cheaper than Pliskova tonight. But I do think that she gets that win, so she's a nice value down there. But yeah, I mean, like, and I also think that Casper Ruud probably wins. I'm staying away from that Michael Moe match. And I like Dan Evans, like he's playing the best tennis of his career, but I think that match goes 5 sets.
Well, Matty Ice delivering the goods, my friend.
Right as someone in the chat said, Ridley never performs. That was Ridley, no? Or was that Julio?
I couldn't tell. I was waiting to see the number. Right guy, who was it? I think it was Julio.
I think it was Julio. No, it wasn't. No, it was. It was Julio.
Yeah, Julio. So 45.5% in the flex, guys. 9.7% in the captain spot. And me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Where are you at in your contest right now? Because I'm 101 out of a $121. Dougie Freshie leading the way right now.
35. I faded Julio, so that didn't help. But I have some hope here. By the way, if you want to, I have a pretty much strictly tennis Twitter account. It's at KD Picks. If you ever want some tennis insights.
Have you liked the stream yet on YouTube? Because we're 8 away from 200. So why don't you? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Well, who else am I talking to?
I've liked it. I just did now. We're 7
Thanks,
away.
man. I felt that. So yeah, all this talk about, you know, engagement and family and everything like that. You're squashing it once and for all. As people were bringing up in the last sim, knowing you were coming up, you are not engaged. You are.
Yeah, I blame you. I blame you for starting that rumor.
I didn't start it. I didn't start it at all, dude. But I definitely rode with it because it looked like you had a special day. You looked nice. I said there could only be one reason for that, and that's an engagement. And someone brought it up.
I've looked like that nice on the last 4 episodes of The Sweat.
Oh, I know. It's like you've gotten close to asking. You say, hey, I got a question for you. And then you go and host this, you know, The Sweat. You got to be on The Sweat. And then you totally forget.
Drew is making fun of you saying you don't watch the show. But I think you've hosted when I've been wearing a blue. Maybe not. But yeah, I don't know where that came from. I have 0 idea.
Hold on a second. Yeah. I feel you. Well, I'm just.
I also just don't get, like, apparently they were talking about it on The Sims yesterday. Rossi and whoever else was on with them. So, like, it must have been bubbling, or it must have surfaced, like, either Saturday or Saturday night. Like, but I don't really understand where that came from. Also, like, like if I was engaged, wouldn't I have tweeted it out? Like, wouldn't I have put it on my Instagram? You know, wouldn't I have not done it the same day I have to do the sweat? Like, the rumor doesn't make any sense.
Well, dude, you got to grind, man. You're probably got to pay off like that engagement ring and everything. You still got to work.
I got to save up for the engagement ring.
You got to put the family on your back, dude.
Greg Jennings, Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, well done. Devontae Adams, 5 catches, 59 yards. Ridley, 5 for 45. Jones, 3 for 49. MVS has 3 for 32 and a tutty. Jones has a tutty as well. And then Russell Gage Jr., Engage, 3 for 16, 2 for 21 for Mercedes Lewis. Aaron Jones has a catch for 4 yards.
Milkman says, does the guy even want to be engaged? Or sorry, married? Yeah. Like, we're planning on getting married, just not, you know.
Well, so you guys have you've talked about taking the next step.
Of course. I mean, we're just trying to get a little, you know, sometimes you need to prepare a little bit for it, you know. Wedding rings ain't cheap. Weddings ain't cheap, you know. So
no, they're definitely not. Can confirm.
Yeah. So there you go.
I'm rooting for you, man.
Thanks.
14 to 7 at halftime.
By the way, shout out to the only person that noted that two people noted that I was eating a banana on cam, Luke and Brian.
I'm watching you. I don't need to point it out. I think everyone else can see that you're eating it. Is there a reason you decided to wait until you were on camera to eat the banana?
I was hungry. I got this, Luke asked, I got this from Whole Foods delivery. But, you know, I go all over the place to get my bananas.
Rossi said you placed the ring in the pasta and then surprised her. Is that not true?
No. I mean, actually, that's a good idea.
Your lineup looking okay?
My lineup looking great. Yeah, it's 35th and wait, now I'm 55th. No, maybe not as good anymore.
How you guys looking in your lineups right now? So Devontae Adams in the captain spot, almost 16.5 points. Aaron Rodgers with 9. And now you got Julio, who has 4 for 73. 27 out from the bonus. Watching you eat a banana was the highlight of my day.
See?
I'm very happy you decided to do that.
Nutritious snack, you know, it'll hold you over until dinner, which is going to be delayed because I have the 6 p.m. sim. Everyone knows, by the way. You ever seen that famous SportsCenter commercial, 6 p.m. is dinner time?
Hell yeah.
I think that might be my favorite SportsCenter commercial. We would love for you to host the show at 6 p.m. It's dinner time. Well, you could eat before the show at 5 or after the show at 7. I could, but 6 p.m. is dinner time. It's dinner time, man.
Well, Hayden Hurst action. 14 to 17. Matt Ryan, $1.69. Brandon Garcia says I'm 8th in the LOTZIA. Aaron is engaged contest.
I think that we should rename the 6 p.m. sim the dinner time sim, not the happy hour sim. What do you think about that?
I would not be opposed to that. Not at all.
Andrew says it's not dinner time on the West Coast. Very, very true. But that's not. But we call it happy hour, right? At 6, and it's not happy hour on the West Coast at 6. It's 3 p.m. People aren't. It's not. It's literally called the nooner at noon, and it's 9 a.m. on the West Coast. So it's not called the nooner. Doesn't translate to 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Maybe the happy hour one does. I'll give you that, Drew. But I don't know about noon translating to noon on the West Coast. At any rate, petition to call it the dinner time stream.
Knight on GB over on Twitch is asking, yo, you got any pro NBA must-have players for tonight? And the answer to that question is going to be coming up on NBA Pre-Lock Live. So right when we're done here with this 4 o'clock sim, we're going to hand it off to Chirag and Julian Edlow. They're going to take you up until kickoff for the 6 o'clock sim. So they'll answer all of your NBA questions, dude. Sports betting questions, must play, make it rain picks, DFS, season-long fantasy, whatever you have, they're the 2 best dudes that we have on our staff to ask.
I have a guy that I like, and it is Victor Oladipo.
Okay.
No John Wall tonight. No Christian Wood. No Eric Gordon. LaMelo Ball going to be playing defense on Victor Oladipo. Probably going to start at point guard. And he doesn't play good defense, LaMelo. So, and I think Charlotte's 21st in TKFP allowed 2 point guards. Vic is seeing like a 4% usage rate increase with John Wall off the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good spot to fire up old Victor Oladipo.
Speaking of firing up, how about Matty Ice to Russell Gage? Atlanta pushing
guy.
its lead to 2 touchdowns.
Not this guy, man. Jeez.
Saving Matt Ryan. Gage 41.7% in the flex, 3.1% in the captain spot. Go get you some, Kenny Ducey.
Out of the contest now.
My Grand Slam Muffin Man.
Russell Gage.
What's up, all you usual suspects hanging out with us on YouTube? Jordan Lindenbaum, Robbie Noble. What's up, guys? Peace of Mind, I see ya. Yo, Peace of Mind was asking in the last sim how Tom Brady's skin, how he just looks so good for 43. I think a lot of it has to do with like moisturizer for sure.
He's taken,
I do know that. It's a shame, but I do know that.
Peace of Mind wants to call me Kareem.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what that means. I do know what Russell Gage is, though. He is a wide receiver 3. And the wide receiver 3s, they tend to eat here in Simland, much like I tend to eat my bananas on the air.
Yeah, that's slot wide receiver. Aaron Rodgers' X Factor's lit up, and one thing I'll always, that was a really interesting decision on his part. I thought he may have been past the line.
I think he just threw that ball backwards.
Close enough.
Well, if you throw it backwards, who cares?
But for Aaron Rodgers, when his X Factor's lit, when he's like in the zone, he's got these passes, these faster passes that cannot be picked off by AI defenders. So literally cannot be intercepted right now. But he can also have a really terrible throw like that.
He also
two incompletions is how you knock him out when he's in the zone.
He also has the quickest release in Madden, which makes him great to play with.
It also, the animation is spot on. You know how he kind of has that like sidearm throw?
Yep.
At 39 here on the 26, it's 4 minutes to play. He's going to try to run for the first down. Oh, man, I think he slid a little too early. He did. It was like the streaker last night. Rossi streaking down at the Super Bowl. They slid and he was down at the 1.
You know, what Madden needs to add, and I'm sure that they're working on it because they always are up to date on making sure gameplay looks exactly like real life. I think what Madden needs to add next is the quarterbacks running out of bounds and stretching the ball out, because Aaron Rodgers wouldn't have slid there. Aaron Rodgers would have run out of bounds, stretched the ball out for an extra couple of yards. You know?
Yeah.
I predict that they will add that next year. Because that seems to be like all the best quarterbacks do that, right? Mo, I'm not engaged.
Yeah, Mo, we touched on that earlier. It was a big weekend for the Ducey family as his dad has decided to jump on the Tom Brady bandwagon after, 20 years of facing him as a Jets fan.
He's been doing that.
He is also not engaged.
All year he's been pro Brady. But yes, no, not engaged.
Almost 600 people watching as Atlanta has a 21-7 lead right now. And Calvin Ridley, 6 catches, 63 yards.
Yeah, he's having a decent day. He hasn't found the end zone. Lewis said they need to work on the spike. They actually did a good job on the spike. I feel like it was like 3 years ago, but they used to have the quarterback shuffle backwards and then throw it into the line, where now when you spike it, it's more of a realistic spike where they get the ball and just throw it at the ground.
Question for you. What did the win last night, what did his 7th Super Bowl do for his legacy for Tom Brady?
Is that sarcasm? Or?
No, I'm asking.
Nothing.
Did nothing.
Yeah, it's like when you are doing a creative player on a video game like Madden, and you're 99, and you're already ticked all the on 2K, already ticked all the boxes to make the Hall of Fame. There's nothing more you can do. He's achieved it all. He's the greatest quarterback ever, and no one's gonna hit his resume is immeasurable. You're never going to measure up to that resume. No one is ever going to. And if you want to, it kind of stinks, honestly, because I think that there could be a better quarterback that comes along, not Patrick Mahomes, and he could be a more talented quarterback. He could break records. He could throw for 8 straight 4,000-yard seasons, right? But what all the quarterbacks in the NFL are going to be measured against is, have you won 7 Super Bowls? Maybe 8. Who knows how many Tom Brady's going to win? And no one's ever going to win that many Super Bowls, man. It's just not. That is just very, especially in the NFL, when Brady has more Super Bowls than most franchises have, in their entire history. Winning, 8 Super Bowls is just not going to happen for a lot of quarterbacks. Probably not in our lifetimes. And so, to me, that's why it's it doesn't even really add that much last night. It's amazing. But to me, he was already the greatest ever, cemented now. And, I certainly think that he's no one's ever going to reach that. Go ahead before I get to another tennis question.
No, I was going to say, even Night on GB says on Twitch, bro, we could play 20 seasons on All-Pro/Madden mode and not make it to 10 Super Bowls, yet alone 7 rings. It's a good point. It's almost like a video-like performance, what he's been doing.
It's crazy.
For the past 21 years. What's your tennis question?
Someone asked if I liked a really low-cost option. Yesterday, I wrote up I really like Benoit Paire at he was a huge underdog. I think it was $4,300, and he really should have won. Kind of disappointing. I mean, if anyone knows about Benoit Paire, he's just it is a classic Benoit Paire match. He was serving for the 3rd set twice, and anyway, so he could have won, but I don't know if there's an underdog like that on the card, but I certainly am taking a look at Radu Albat, I think, against Roberto Batista Agut. Look, I mean, RBA, one of the best players in the world, but he's kind of fallen off a little bit the last, end of last season, early year this year. I mean, he looked very human at the ATP Cup, given he was playing some good competition, but Alex de Minaur kind of wrecked him. And to me, like, de Minaur, he's good, right? But he's not like elite. I think Albach could take a set or two. I think he could push RBA to 5. I mean, there's a guy that's pushed Zverev to 5 at the U.S. Open. He's almost beaten some very good opponents. He's also had some flops, so it's a big risk. But $3,600, I mean, I really think this guy could maybe take 2 sets. Also, I also like Tennis Sandgren tonight. Speaking of de Minaur, against Alex de Minaur, $4,200. Tennis Sandgren famously had 6 match points against Roger Federer last year at the Australian Open. Couldn't convert him. And I think that $4,200, Tennis Sandgren could win 2 sets, maybe win the match. Jasmine Paolini as well, a sneaky underdog at $4,400 against Karolina Pliskova. Love her game. Huge ground strokes, Italian fighter. She could do this for sure. Pliskova, she's just all serve. And while she looks like one of the most dominant forces on the WTA Tour all year, always prone to losses like this, especially at Grand Slams. So Paolini, Sandgren, love those guys. I think Albot could maybe be a sneaky guy as well. Other than that, though, down there in the bargain bin, I think that's pretty much where I like. Sorry. Go ahead.
Nope, you're good to go, man. What about Hornets or Rockets, Ducey? That's what Jose wants to know.
Oh,
Matt Ryan will be sacked again on 1st and goal, back on the 21 now.
Matt
2nd and goal.
Wants to know if he can get a new offensive line. Hornets or Rockets? I think I have to side with the Hornets here, just because all the injuries to the Rockets, it's just kind of impossible to overcome. And we've seen Victor Oladipo in this position before as the go-to guy. And it's just not going to, he just has nothing to work with around him. David Nwaba is going to be a starter, and Daniel House. So I don't think the Rockets pull this one out tonight. I just don't think so. As much as it's not a terrible matchup against a sort of bad defense, Hornets should take care of this one.
3rd and goal from the 15, Matt Ryan to Julio, who breaks a tackle and gets into the end zone, and the lead will continue to grow and become larger, thicker. Extra point away from taking a 21-point lead. Did you get into the commercials last night?
Of course.
Did you have a favorite one?
I really liked the Oatly guy. That was really funny.
Okay.
That was really weird. That's why I liked it. It was so weird.
I think one of the ones I enjoyed the most was the General Motors one with Will Ferrell was funny. That was a long.
Oh, that was very good. Norway.
That was That was a minute and a half long. I was like, dude, this is like a short film. Drake in the State Farm was a funny one.
That was funny. I was surprised that they were able to get him, but I guess they shouldn't have been, right? Because of all the.
Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd was in that one too.
Yeah.
he had a really funny one. I actually liked the touch that Bud Light had on one of its commercials, where it was kind of making funny of commercials.
All the old commercials, yeah, that was good.
It has been.
Anything with Post Malone, I love. So I enjoyed that.
Dude, there was one where Edward Scissorhands, Timothy Chalamet, yeah, he spoofed Edward Scissorhands, and the whole time I'm just thinking they need to make another Edward Scissorhands with this dude playing it. He looks perfect.
Maybe that was what he was going for. Maybe he wanted to.
Maybe, I don't know.
The Shaggy commercial I had seen already on Twitter, so it wasn't a big surprise for me. But my girlfriend had a theory that they made Ashton Kutcher sound worse than he actually sounded singing, which I don't buy into. I think that he just sounds like that. But
Yeah.
conspiracy
I loved
theory.
a Wayne's World with Cardi B. I was like,
That
okay.
was funny. And I
I
was,
was
like,
just thinking, what?
I was thinking there's zero chance that she knows what Wayne's World is because, I mean, what was that, 30 years ago? And
Yes.
didn't think
there
she'd be a Saturday Night Live fan.
Yeah, there was I think I saw like a fact yesterday about like the movie was released like months before she was even born.
Right. I don't know anything about Wayne's World, so I was just like, that's really funny, you know, because I'm sure that the target audience is older than her, and she's just like probably had no idea what Wayne's World was. But yeah, those were all good.
Wait, Alan
There was also
Wilson said something about there was a Beavis and Butthead. They were part of a commercial. I missed that one.
The Paramount Plus commercials they were in.
That was
There
the
was
same
also the
Cardi
one.
B
Remember
one?
the? Do you remember the? Sorry. Do you remember the? It was what? There was an insurance commercial, and then they were in the office, and they were just like, no one asked for your opinion. That one. That was a little edgy. I was like, how did that make it on the air?
The Packers had a fourth
You don't remember
down
that
there. They converted. Sorry, I was just referencing the game real quick just to bring it back in. So they got a first down. They're down 21 points. So I don't know if this is
the catch.
I don't know which one was that.
It was just like he just whipped out his opinion. No, don't remember that one. It was funny, but I was surprised it made it on air.
Yeah, first time playing Fortnite. So yeah, the Rocket Mortgage ones were funny.
Which ones were those?
I mean, my favorite one were the DK ones with Jesse, but that, you know, if we wanted to go outside of our company. Yeah, Care Bear says, like, what was funny was the people who knew Wayne's World didn't have a clue who Cardi B was, and those who knew Cardi B didn't have a clue what Wayne's World was.
Yeah.
When worlds collide.
Also, so yeah, I mean, it is frustrating not to have the 7 p.m. AO matches on this tennis card. I will say, it's like Guido Pella would be such a live dog tonight. You could put him in your lineups. So sad. I don't know if there's an option for that.
But CJ says, not true. I know both. Germ says same. And then Care Bear says, hip old guys in the Twitch. I love our Twitch fam.
Gio said, did anyone pause for the Reddit commercial? I did.
Oh, yeah. There was a Reddit commercial. Was that the one with GameStop or something?
5-second commercial. Yeah. They were a great decision. Because the way that they did it, it made you pause, right? It was just a message. It was weird. It was like, what the hell was that? And it probably cost them, you know, a fraction of what it cost the rest of these advertisers. And crazy, man. Like they were able to get their message across. I paused, I rewound to go see what the heck it said. I'm sure everyone else did the same thing. Isn't it crazy that like you didn't used to be able to rewind, and now like everyone can rewind?
Yeah,
like,
it's crazy.
Rewind live TV.
The other day, it was Friday morning. I set my alarm for 7:30 to catch Reed T. Fowler on NFL Network. My alarm goes off. He says his hit was going to be at 7:40. I said, I can't do it, man. I got to go back to bed. I'm in the nude. So I grabbed my phone, and I am able to control the DVR from my phone. This is the world we live in. It's incredible.
Yep.
So I set it with no clothes on in my bed, and I go right back to sleep. I wake up, I'm able to catch him.
I already have Good Morning Football DVR'd, so I didn't need to do that.
I meant to do it the night before. Got a little sidetracked.
I've had it DVR'd for like the whole year. So I like watching it sometimes in the morning, Monday mornings especially. Maybe a little Friday morning. The other thing, I mean, here, like, there's some mornings I find myself awake early, 7 a.m. and I'm working on some stories for DK for some other places, and I'm like, what am I gonna put on in the background? Oh, let's put on Lyle, you know.
We had a Devin Funchess sighting on this drive.
We did. People in the chat losing their minds for Devin Funchess.
Off the milk carton. 3rd and 14, let's go. He was there looking for Devontae Adams.
But in all seriousness, the day that DraftKings decides that they want to have tennis analysis on their stream, it's going to be the greatest day of my life.
Well, how do you know they're going to ask you to deliver that? How do you know they won't look outside? As on 4th and 14, incomplete, so the Falcons would take over. Someone made a funny comment earlier, and Aaron Rodgers thinks this is a playoff game.
I mean, they're more than welcome to. They're my bosses, and that's in a sense, like they can do whatever they want. Yep. Just, hey, it's still going to be the greatest day of my life because I got to watch tennis content on the Dream Stream.
Okay. Do you remember the tennis game on Dreamcast?
No, I didn't have second.
Did you ever have? Okay.
Never.
We had one in our dorm at college. There was a tennis game, and it was sick, dude.
I had my first console was a PS2. Got it in 3rd grade.
Bry Guy says.
Chirag says I'm too young for Dreamcast. Absolutely, I am too young for Dreamcast.
Dreamcast was sick, dude. Like NFL 2K, that was dope.
I was too young for Dreamcast, but I was not too young for music referencing Dreamcasts. Or music referencing other things that I'm too young for. Like I used to listen. I listened to like Eminem when he like came out with his albums, and remember listening to the Chronic 2001 at my friend's in my friend's basement. His brother was playing it, and I was just like, didn't understand what any of it meant. And I would have been what, like 9?
Yeah. Dreamcast was way ahead of its time, and Mo says that in the chat.
To be frank, I don't even know what it looked like, what it was, what the controller entailed. So you're gonna have to enlighten me there. I know it was gray, right? It was a gray console.
Yeah.
It was made by Sega.
Yeah, I think it was like whitish gray, like an off-white. Yeah. Aaron says, I think I've heard enough tennis talk to last the rest of my life. LOL. I will say this. You're good at it. You know it. You know it.
Take it up with the chat. They're asking questions. So
I'd say while we're here, you have such a wealth of knowledge of that sport. Let's use you. Let's use you and take us inside that beefy brain of yours.
To give the player of the game for this sim?
Oh boy. Yes. Yeah, let me get that. Let me get your Krusty Kaufman player of the game.
Why you were complimenting my mind.
I was complimenting your mind about your tennis knowledge. That's what I was doing.
I appreciate it. I thought it sounded like you were leading me into doing something else. Like,
well, sure, yes.
While you're here, why don't you?
We're like Nance and Romo. We're just on the same page, but we don't always agree.
Jim. Two-way tie for first in your contest was made possible by Russell Gage and $6,600 in the captain spot, 24.9 TKFP. He had the receiving touchdown, the 6 recs for 46 yards. Hard to say that he's not the player of the game in this one, just given the cost, the production, the way that he was able to give you maneuverability in your lineup. Julio Jones may have had more fantasy points, but Russell Gage, to me, the more valuable player in this
one. All right. Germ says we need 2 a.m. tennis sims hosted by you. Deucey.
There is like a tennis video game, but it's from like 4 years ago. Yeah, sure. I mean, why go there? Why do the sims? There's tennis on at 2 a.m. I'm was up till like 4 a.m. last night watching tennis, and then I woke up at 8 to start working. So I'll just pop on a stream at 2 a.m. and talk about the tennis Sandgren Alex de Minaur match that's inevitably in the fourth set. The Not My Kid award today sadly goes to Aaron Jones. He had 10 rushing yards. That's all.
Brutal.
10 rushing yards. Yeah, he had 10 rushing yards. He had 3 catches for 1 yard.
So it looks
11
like
yards, Aaron Jones.
In the AA Ron is engaged contest, two-way tie for first. It scores hold. Over in the big free showdown for this one, 12,000 entries, 12,500 entries, 6-way tie for first. And then this also puts a wrap on the early slate, guys. And a solo leader there, 156 points. Josh Allen in the quarterback spot. So that's going to do it for you and me, producer Drew and Braga on the ones and twos, and Jared, who is hanging out with us as well. We have a late slate coming up that'll kick off at 6 o'clock with you, Kenny, and Glash. That'll be the Bengals at the Dolphins. What an absolute thriller that one could be. But for now, and many of you have been dropping in your NBA questions, and Kenny has attempted to answer them, but instead he talks about tennis. We're going to have a couple guys here who will actually answer all of them. Sports betting, fantasy, all that stuff. Chirag and Jules here for NBA Pre-Lock Live, taking you up to the 6 o'clock kickoff of that sim. Gentlemen, it's good to see both of you. I miss you. Take it away.
Thank you, Emerson. Thanks, Kenny, too. Welcome to Pre-Lock Live. What's up, everybody? Here is my co-host for the Monday and Wednesday shows. Julian, how you doing, brother?
Can finally stop bleeding out of my ears listening to Kenny talk about tennis and talk some hoops.
Yeah, let's get it popping. I know. That's why I had to jump in the chat. I was like, why is Kenny talking about hoops in the I don't get it. We was literally around the corner.
All right. Enough. Basketball.
Let's get into it.
8-game slate.
Big slate, crazy news. Let's start with some values with that. That's what I think all the people want to know. Who are the value options that you are already considering for this slate? It is going to be a wild one. We'll need a lot of flexibility considering locks at 7, and then you have another set of locks at 8 p.m. and then 8:30, 9, 9:30, and 10.
Yeah, I think, Houston from a value standpoint, just because there's so much more there than usual. Like we've seen the Oladipo and Wall rests, but now Christian Wood's out long-term and you stack Eric Gordon on top of that. If Oladipo can't have a bounce back game in this spot, then it's not worth even looking for, but you don't need to pay all the way up for Oladipo because you have McLemore at $3K bare minimum. Boogie should be one of the most popular plays on the slate.
7,100.
Yeah. Sterling Brown is in a great spot. David Nwaba, you can't really go wrong. There's a lot of these guys that are so cheap. I've gone to Ben McLemore a lot this season, and he just because he's a scorer and you need that scoring with Wall and Gordon out. And if Oladipo is going to be playing on the ball, it seems like McLemore should be playing off the ball, getting some shots. He's burned me a couple times, but with both Gordon and Wall out at minimum price, I don't see how you can go against that. And then like Washington, you've got Raul Neto's always a guy with Westbrook out.
Yep.
But he was like 4,600 10 days ago. Now he's 3,000 as well. So like if you want, you can start your backcourt with Neto and McLemore, your 6K total in, and now you can basically do whatever you want with the rest of your lineup.
I think that's a great place to start. I was leaning a little bit more to Sterling Brown just because I feel like he's a little bit more safer, but McLemore is kind of that microwave off the bench. And if he starts, he's in to start this season. He has shown that he can score over 30 fantasy points. So the upside is potentially there for Ben McLemore. If he gets a start, even if he doesn't, I still think 20 fantasy points is definitely in his range of outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 20 for any of these guys. I know they're only, that doesn't sound like much, but for the $3,000, 3,500 price.
Yep.
That's, I mean, you're getting good value there on any of these guys. So the best advice is really if you're playing multiple lineups, just get exposure to all of them and scatter it around. Like I can't necessarily tell you if Ben McLemore or Sterling Brown is going to be a better play. Like you said, I think Brown's probably safer. We've seen some nice games out of him lately. Correct. McLemore is the guy that I prefer.
Definitely. You know, the way that this slate is shaking out, you have to consider also from the Bulls side, not only on the Wizards side, Denzel Valentine picking up minutes now that, you know, Otto Porter Jr. is out long-term. And then we also have Lauri Markkanen, who's going to be out for tonight's game. This game has the highest projected total on the slate. So definitely look at 2 or 3 options from this game. I mean, stacking it makes a bunch of sense because the guys are not exactly expensive, and then you get some of the upside because, you know, there's no defense that these two teams are playing right now.
And Wendell Carter Jr., who's been out for a while. So if you take those 3 guys out of the Bulls front court, Denzel Valentine's been playing really well. He saw the huge minute spike up to whatever it was, 37 last game. Patrick Williams has been playing really well over the last few games, number 4 overall pick. And then he's really expensive, but Thaddeus Young just kind of has to be the guy, the vet in that front court. Didn't play much in the blowout on Saturday, but just overall, I think should be a good play moving forward. Didn't like much on the sportsbook side of this slate. There's so much going on. It almost normally injury news is good, but there's so much it almost takes away because a lot of the props have to shut down or come back up at different numbers. One thing that I did write up in best bets, there's probably only one bet that I'll play. It's going to be Patrick Williams over 21.5 points, rebounds, assists combined. He's gone well over it the last 2. I don't know why his role would change in this game. He should get his, 30, 32, 34 minutes. And it's against Washington. So good pace, bad defense, should all come together for him.
If you guys have any questions, make sure to drop it in the chat for YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. We will be answering all your questions for tonight's slate. And the first one that we're going to attack, who is your must-play Stone Cold lock for tonight's slate? And that's a crazy one, honestly. This slate is setting up for it to be a LeBron night. AD is not playing. And then we have Giannis, who's in a really great spot to face up against the Nuggets. And this game also has a really high total. So I'm thinking both those guys are kind of the guys that I'm looking at as the Stone Cold locks. But then another person you have to consider is Luka. Luka is playing against the Timberwolves, who play no defense. The only potential there is the blowout factor, but you get the same chance with LeBron. So both those guys, Luka and LeBron, kind of setting up for blowout factors. But I think, Giannis, Luka, and LeBron could all even potentially fit in the lineup because of all these cheap guys that are on tonight's slate. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll say give me LeBron and Beal as my 1-2 punch. I like the spot for Beal against the Bulls without Westbrook. And then LeBron, obviously. OKC, he had 45.5 DraftKings points in 27 minutes in the game against them earlier in the season. If he gets his 35 minutes and his usage goes up with AD off the floor, there could be the perfect storm there in that game. So I'll do Beal and LeBron, and we're going to have room for more. It just depends how many values you want to play. Look, last time I was on here, got burned fading. I think it was Doncic, right? So if we can get Doncic in there, great. Otherwise, I don't know if you want to. Otherwise, there's not much there. Like I would go balanced after that. Like we've got Chris Paul news we're waiting on still. So exactly. Devin Booker at 7,400 could wind up being a much better play than we're considering him right now. There's a lot of ways you can go.
Yeah, for sure. Another question coming in from YouTube. Who you got on the money line? Hornets or Rockets? It's a minus 108 for Hornets right now, minus 110 for the Rockets.
Yeah, I'll take the Hornets. The Hornets are good. The Hornets are the most profitable team in the NBA on the money line as an underdog, if that makes sense. So like if you bet the Hornets, if you bet every team in the NBA, if you bet every underdog on the money line, which I don't advise doing, this is just math. If you did that, the most profitable of the group would be the Hornets. You'd be up something like $1,300 laying 100 a game on the Hornets every time they're an underdog. This is pretty much a pick 'em, but shorthanded Rockets team. The only red flag is Charlotte playing on the second leg of a back-to-back. Smoked the Wizards on Sunday as slight home underdogs. So I would back Charlotte. The Hornets are kind of underrated, and Houston's pretty thin.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. From Twitch, we have, what do you feel about Oubre tonight? That game is also setting up really nicely. We have the third highest total, sorry. We have the third highest total on the slate. Warriors and Spurs. Right now, it's Spurs favored, but this can go in any direction with the high total. What do you think about Oubre? Do you feel like spending up for him?
I mean, he's a GPP play. He's Jekyll and Hyde. 26 minutes, 16 DraftKings points. 36 minutes, 59 DraftKings points. Career high 40 points. Then back to 33 minutes, can't hit a shot. 22 DraftKings points. So is the trend going to continue? Is this a bounce back game for him? It's a good matchup. Have they played the Spurs yet? Yeah, he played the Spurs once. He had 32 DraftKings points in 30 minutes. Like, he's probably a little more than you want to spend, and there's a lot of good plays on this slate. Like, he doesn't necessarily jump out to me, but winning GPP lineups are going to have a guy that's just kind of randomly, luckily placed in that lineup that we don't see in a, benefiting from all this injury news. So if you like Oubre, play Oubre.
Well, that's the other thing you have to consider too. Your cost analysis. You're losing out on potentially playing then Diallo, who is going to play 32 minutes now with Theo ruled out due to health and safety protocols. Then you also have Naz Reid, who's been playing well as a starter. He can get some minutes. Kyle Anderson can see a potential bump with Brandon Clark out. So guys in his range, even Keldon Johnson, Keldon Johnson hasn't been a solid performer, but he has those games to pop off as well. And if you're looking for a GPP play, Kelly Oubre might make some sense, but Diallo could make more sense as a cash game or a single entry option.
Yeah, I can't believe Diallo's still hanging around at, still a good play at his price point, but he is. Honestly, I would maybe play Oubre over Diallo.
Okay.
What's Pascal? Pascal's questionable. Like if Eric Pascal is out, I would probably go to Oubre there.
That makes sense. We have another question from YouTube. Favorite values 4K or less? We mentioned a bunch of them already with the Rocket side, Sterling Brown, Ben McLemore. You have to consider
Neto.
Those guys. Then we mentioned Neto as well from that Washington-Chicago game. But maybe look at, if you're even considering, from Thomas Satoransky, who's viable at 4K playing for the Bulls. They are shorthanded. Yeah, he's not starting, but it also sets up for a really nice spot for him. Then you have to consider Taylor Horton-Tucker. I was looking at him, and with Alex Caruso questionable, there's a chance here that if the Lakers get up big, that Taylor Horton-Tucker gets a bunch of minutes and has a chance to get at least 20 to 30 fantasy points.
Yeah, we've mentioned the top guys like McLemore, Neto. Like, there's obvious guys, they're minimum priced, but maybe just pivoting to news will get you lower ownership. People will be less exposed to these plays. So if you're looking for a lesser owned strong value, wait for the injury news. Like you just said, Horton-Tucker could wind up being in a good spot. Chris Paul is questionable. If he's out, you've got guys like Javon Carter and Langston Galloway. Even maybe Etuan Moore, like somebody there, all 3,500 or less, is going to pick up a big role. So if you're trying to be a little sneaky, I guess just leave yourself kind of flexible and get one of those guys in late, maybe after lock.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just because, Cleveland's not an elite defensive team, but the thing that makes this game kind of interesting is that Cleveland likes to play at a slower pace. So due to that slow pace, and if Chris Paul gets ruled out, does it make a bit of a difference? And do you look at maybe Devin Booker here?
I think Devin Booker is a great play if Chris Paul's out, because I think, Phoenix is surprisingly thin in the backcourt behind those guys. So I think Booker just kind of, like when Kemba Walker was out the other night and Tatum finished whatever it was, a rebound away from a triple-double. I think Booker just kind of steps into the role of ball handler. And while those other guys are cheap and are still good values, if the minutes go to them, Javon Carter and whatnot, I think the big boost just goes to Booker at 7,400. He becomes a guy that I'm very interested in playing.
Yeah, I have him ranked on my ranking sheet as a second best option behind Boogie on the mid-range high just because of his salary. And the way it's setting up, I mean, it makes a lot of sense on this slate to potentially make multiple lineups. One where you try a stars and scrubs, and then another one where you potentially use the late swap news to your benefit or look to build around Booker and these guys. We haven't had the Bucks in a bunch of close games, so I don't want to get away too much from Giannis and Jokic. You know, that game is setting up to be really high scoring and finally close, where we could see Giannis and Jokic playing 36, 37 minutes and potentially breaking the slate.
Yeah, it's there's so much going on that game kind of flies under the radar. And if you can get a game that flies under the radar where you stack Jokic and Giannis instead of LeBron and Beal, like I said I would do, or Luka and whoever, just being different's good. So game stacking off the radar games, that is a very viable GPP strategy. And when you get names like Jokic and Giannis with high ceilings, it could burn you because there's a lot of other places on this slate with a lot of upside. But
yeah,
if some of those, more popular spots fail, that's how you're going to succeed.
What do you think about Curry coming off 2 out of his last 3 games over 70 fantasy points, now playing in against the Spurs in what's supposed to be a close game? 10,300. He's a little bit cheaper than Luka, Giannis, Jokic, LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, he had the 57 on, what was that, Saturday night. 75 DraftKings points. So we're paying a little too much for him, but he's had over 70 in 2 of his last 3 games. And the matchup against the Spurs is a pretty good spot. He had 54 DraftKings points in 31 minutes against the Spurs earlier this season. So I think overpaying for Curry is a good GPP strategy because why pay 10-3 for Curry when you can pay 10-5 for LeBron, 11 for Luka. That's where other people are going to click. So you click Curry.
Some more questions. Tyus Jones or Satoransky? Both kind of playing solid backup minutes. Where are you leaning?
Tyus Jones was not all that much on my radar, but he's been playing very well lately, honestly.
I can't look at that one as being something that is something viable. Satoransky just makes too much sense.
Yeah, I mean, Satoransky's coming off a big game, getting more minutes in the rotation with Markkanen out, and he plays Washington. So Washington's allowed the most DraftKings points to the point guard position. So it's Satoransky, but Tyus Jones is a GPP pivot if you want to go there.
Yeah, not something I'm feeling. So thoughts on Kleber's over 5.5 boards? If we look at Kleber's kind of situation, he has a chance to hit the over in 5.5 boards. He's hit it in 3 of his last 4 games. So setting up tonight against a weak interior of the Timberwolves.
Right. So it's a good play on matchup. I try not to do too much of this just on matchup. Like I want my edge to be, he has a good matchup and this guy is out, giving him extra minutes to boost him. So should he get over 5.5 rebounds? Yeah, it's the Timberwolves and he averages 5.7 a game. So you should be looking at 6-7 rebounds, but there's no reason to think that he's going to get extra minutes or extra.
James Johnson, a little
production.
bit. James Johnson's questionable. He's been
a
little bit out of the rotation for the last 3 games, but
yeah. So I would say that's maybe why he's been, like you said, he's gone over in 3 of 4 and Johnson's been out of the rotation and he's questionable. I don't think James Johnson is enough of a piece to give me an edge there, but I lean to the over. And if you like it, the matchup's there for sure.
What's one of your favorite contrarian plays for tonight's slate?
Favorite contrarian play is Curry contrarian, because I do kind of like that idea.
I honestly feel like it is just the way the slate is setting up with everyone kind of leaning, as you're saying, like LeBron and Bradley Beal are likely going to be the popular single entry or main options here. And then people will look at this close slate, but Curry kind of sneaking in. I don't know if it's completely contrarian. but it makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, if you want, I mean, the guy we've been talking about, Devin Booker, I think is going to get left out of the mix just because of the other strong plays. So I guess if we don't have the Chris Paul news by lock, because that is a 9 p.m. game, lock is 7 p.m. If we don't have that news, and we might not, leave Booker in a spot. He's a guy that I think would be a really strong play. And if you want to take him out, I mean, let me see what we have here.
Part of me feels that Luka even can go overlooked on this slate, just the way everything is kind of breaking out.
I mean, I'm not going to call him under the radar, but
yeah. But just,
sure,
I think a lot of people, when they look at I think a lot of people, when they build in their lineups, they're looking at the potential spread here. And if the Mavs are favored by 10, they might say, oh, Luka might not get his full allotment of minutes, and that could potentially impact it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to look. So, like, I'm telling you to play Booker, but I'm trying to look at who you would be able to, like, late swap him to if you didn't like him. And there's not really much of an option. So, I mean, you got to just kind of ride with him if Chris Paul is in, which I still don't hate. Like, I think Booker's a fine play. If you leave yourself $100, you can switch him to Middleton. But is Middleton a better play than Booker would be normally? Like, I don't necessarily think so.
I don't think so. He's been struggling lately. That's what's really been interesting about him. His minutes have been a little bit down over the last 4 games. Yeah, they've had a bunch of blowouts at Cleveland, then they blew out Indiana. His minutes are down a little bit just because of the blowouts, but does that make him a better play?
I'm fine just going with Booker and kind of rolling the dice, and you hope that Chris Paul winds up missing.
Yeah, that's the kind of overhang, is that you can't fully feel confident in locking in Booker because Chris Paul is questionable. But the part about it is that it was one of those midday questionable downgrades. And usually when guys get the midday downgrades, that trends towards him not playing.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. That's a good point. You want to kind of use some intuition here and say, there's a better chance than not that Chris Paul does wind up sitting this one out. The Suns played yesterday afternoon against the Celtics, so it's the second night of a back-to-back too.
Yep, exactly. It sets up really nice for Booker in this spot. I think that he even has, honestly, like that 50 or 60 fantasy points upside if Chris Paul sits tonight.
For sure. Yeah, it's he's going to be handling the ball a lot more, and Chris Paul's been shooting more since Booker was out, and that's kind of continued. So now maybe Booker just kind of gets back to more of that alpha role.
Speaking of this Cleveland Phoenix game, what do you make of Taurean Prince? He's kind of all over the place when he plays decently well when he starts, but the Cavs dealing with, the injury to Larry Nance, and then this rotation is kind of all over the place because they have to play their big men in Andre Drummond and Jarrett Allen. Is there something to be made of Prince if he ends up starting potentially here?
I like Prince. Basically, you go through his game log, and when Nance has been in and out, he came back, and now he's hurt long term. Like when Nance is in the lineup, like he was last game, Prince played 19 minutes. But you look at the games before that, the 3 that he missed, 32, 28, 33. He had 30 or more DraftKings points in 2 of those games. Nance being out seems to have a very direct impact on Taurean Prince in such a deep front court. So I think this is a good spot for Taurean Prince, especially coming down a little bit in salary. He peaked at 4,900, back down to 43.
For sure. We have another question that also came in. What do you guys think of Eric Pascal if he gets ruled out, what do you make of Kent Bazemore?
I think Oubre is probably the guy that I would be looking at, but Bazemore is coming off 3 straight games, 22 or more DraftKings points. Yep. He's up from minimum salary up to 38. His minutes went 17, 17, 23. He's not a terrible play. You definitely need Pascal to be out to play Bazemore, whereas Oubre you can justify either way. But we're talking about all these values that we like that are more popular. So if you've got a guy that you think has a good edge, like Bazemore to, put up 25, 30 DraftKings points on this slate, go with it. You're going to get them at much lower ownership.
Before the injury report comes out officially for the NBA, they usually drop it at 5:30. I want to note our newest promotion on the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's going to be the Hammer the Over promotion, and it's going to be the Valentine's Day game slate, Lakers and Nuggets. If you go right now to DraftKings Sportsbook, you can opt in, or you can find the DraftKings Sportsbook tweet just to opt in. All you have to do is hammer the over. Select the over. We'll bring the over down for every single person that hits it. So all you have to do is bet the over, and we move it lower. So go ahead and share that with all your friends and whoever is on DraftKings Sportsbook, and then we can move the over lower.
Those promos always work well.
Yeah,
wasn't there one? There was one in the bubble where the Lakers were like plus 73 or something.
Yep. Now we're gonna go back. Lakers and Nuggets. Hammer the over, and we will bring it lower. Getting back to it. I think the thing that we haven't mentioned, but a lot of people are probably looking at also is David Nwaba. I think there's a chance that he could potentially start here and play, 27 to 30 minutes. That's another 4,100 guy. He has guard forward eligibility. But the problem is if you set up the slate in a way that you're playing a lot of these Rockets values, you're going to get stuck on the later news then, because the Rockets and Hornets lock at 7 Eastern. So that kind of sets it up where, and speaking of the Rockets, here we go. We got the starting lineup that just hit per the coach. Tucker, Tate, Cousins, Oladipo, and House.
Tucker, Tate, Oladipo, Cousins, House. Okay. So Nwaba and McLemore both coming off the bench.
And Sterling Brown.
Who are 3 of the more popular values in this game. Okay. Well, that's about as deep as their bench is going to go.
Yeah, they're probably going 8 deep. I'm leaning towards then, just based on the way things have been going, that we have to consider House here. He can play 30 minutes, or is his upside just because his shot is just not there all the time? Is that someone maybe you're skipping over?
I don't think there's any Rockets value that you need to skip over. You just need exposure to all of them if you're playing multiple lineups. And if you're not, you need to, I would say it this way. I'll see what Rockets fit into. If I'm making one lineup or a cash lineup or my best lineup or whatever, I'm going to choose what else I like first and then see which Rockets slide in. Like if it's Nwaba versus McLemore, I'm not building my lineup based on like, oh, I've got to get David Nwaba in there. I've got to get Ben McLemore in there. Let me see who I want to play and let me see what fits, because I think all these guys are pretty similar type of plays. And hopefully you just wind up on the right one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to build your lineup first and then say, hey, which value do I need? And you have to consider it. Like, we have Tate, who is small forward, power forward eligible. So do you need a big man or kind of a guy that's going to play the forward spot for you? Or are you looking for more of maybe these shooting guard guys who are Nwaba and McLemore? Or is it the small forward eligible guys that are more of like Sterling Brown, Daniel House?
Yeah,
that's the way to look at it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, fortunately, all those Houston guys pretty much have dual position eligibility, so you can make it fit however you want.
The only one that doesn't, which is kind of concerning, is Sterling Brown. Mm-hmm. I thought he was going to start, and I really think that diminishes his upside. If he's not starting, yeah, he can play well off the bench and still get 20 or 30 minutes or whatever, but his game log, if he's not starting, doesn't really give me a lot of confidence. And at 3,500, you don't need a lot, but we need the upside on a slate like this.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, like I'm not going to put too much stock in the starting lineup. It's just more about what fits in terms of price and what positions I want to play them at. Like, you're probably going to have whatever, Doncic at point guard, LeBron at small forward, Cousins at center. So like you're going to have to fill in certain spots, filling in those certain spots and just letting guys fall into it is more important to me than trying to decide who the best Rockets value is.
Yep. We have another question from Twitch. Who is your favorite forward, 5,600 or lower? And there's three that jump off the page to me right away. We have Will Barton, who's been playing over 37 minutes basically in the last 3 games. Yeah, he played 36 in one of those, but over 36 last 3 games. Patrick Williams playing over 33 in his last 3 games. And then Kyle Kuzma, who could potentially start here for Anthony Davis. Those are 3 forwards that you really have to consider for tonight's slate that are in that range. And then we mentioned Tate, who's on there as well. He makes a bunch of sense. Do Barton, Williams, or Kuzma stand out to you?
Williams probably stands out to me the most. I'm just scrolling through to see if there's anybody else that necessarily jumps to me there. What is it, 5,600 and under?
Yeah, 5,600 and under.
56 and under for a forward. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Barton, obviously, if you get him without Murray, like, look, the minutes have been there. The production hasn't been there as much as you would like, but the ceiling game was there against Utah. Like you said, those 35 DraftKings points. So I think Barton's fine. I mean, Kuzma did really well in that game against Detroit without Anthony Davis. Played 30 minutes, had 39 DraftKings points, and now it's against OKC. I think Kuzma and Patrick Williams right in that 52, 51 spot is where my eyes go.
Makes a lot of sense. Another question coming from YouTube. How do you feel about Isaac Okoro at 3,400? Not really feeling that one. I don't see it with Okoro. It's his minutes are down. When he started the season, they were kind of dealing with some depth issues, but now they're a little bit stronger in the front court. I don't think Okoro makes a lot of sense to play.
Just looking at his game log, like he plays like 30 minutes a game, but he has single-digit DraftKings points in 3 of his last 4. I'm not wasting any salary on that. Yeah, at 3,400, like he's cheap, but there's a million guys you can play for 3,400.
Exactly. Random question that we have from Twitch: DeRozan or Diallo? I don't see how those kind of line up because their salaries are way different. But I mean, both guys setting up to be in really nice spots.
Yeah, I mean, I would play DeRozan. I would take the better player. Like Diallo is going to come back to life at some point, so I would take DeRozan. You're paying 1,700 more, but I assume you have the values to make it work. So that's where I'd start.
Yep, exactly. That game is just really setting up here where we might have some potentially overlooked guys.
I mean,
close spread, high total. I don't know how overlooked they can go, but there is some potential here just because of how all crazy this injury news has been for the slate.
Yeah, I like DeRozan a lot. I like Curry a lot. Those are the 2 most expensive players in the game, so it's not saying much. I think that's good that, that could be a good game stack given where this slate is going, just because it's going to get overlooked, like you said, because of the injuries in other games. There are injuries in this game: Aldridge, Wiseman, etc. There's guys that have been out a little while, so salaries are adjusted and we're more accustomed to it. But I think the game stacking that we've seen. Look at the Warriors' last 2 games against Dallas: 132 to 134 and 147 to 116. If we're going to see that type of game, which we won't against the Spurs, but if we're going to see anything close to that,
they are. I mean, the Spurs have been playing at a relatively decent pace. This is not going to be a slow game at all.
Yeah, it's not your Tim Duncan Spurs.
Yep. So we have the main injury report that is up right now. Yes, we're still waiting for more 5:30 report injury news, but so far we have the starters in for the Rockets. Devontae Graham is going to be out for the Hornets, so that's someone you really need to consider with LaMelo or some kind of usage there against the Rockets. This is supposed to be a close game. Russell Westbrook not playing on the second night of a back-to-back. We already mentioned Beal, Neto. Ish Smith has been playing well there too. And then Lauri Markkanen out for the Bulls. So we mentioned Patrick Williams as a potential option to consider from there. Thaddeus Young has been playing well. Denzel Valentine, 4,800. Brandon Clark and DeAnthony Melton out for the Grizzlies. And I think there's something to do with those guys too. I think with Clark out, you have to look at potentially Kyle Anderson. With Melton out, you might see Tyus Jones get a little bit more minutes. And that's why I think we had one of those questions come in. You know, you have to also consider, even though Xavier Tillman hasn't been playing extremely well, the minutes might be there now because of the fact that Clark is out. And then maybe Jang might start in place of Clark. So that's another guy you need to consider. We've been mentioning Aldridge has been out. Poeltl has been starting for him. His upside, kind of interesting. The last time we came on with Julian on Saturday, and he said, hey, play the Poeltl. He didn't get the points. So that was.
Did you see how that game went? He had no points. He had 11 rebounds going into like the fourth quarter with no points.
It was so interesting. And then Lonnie Walker being out is kind of setting up for Derek White to kind of be a nice little option here. Derek White is pretty much a little bit cheaper, and he came in and he started off his toe injury, played 29 minutes, scored 28 fantasy points so if you want some exposure, more cheaper exposure to that Golden State San Antonio game, I'd say attack that Lonnie Walker injury with Derek White. Then moving on to this Phoenix situation, Jay Crowder already out and Chris Paul questionable. You have to wait for it. Basically setting yourself up. You have to be ready to play Booker. And if not, then you can kind of swap into those later guys. Milwaukee, Denver, OKC, LAL makes sense because Theo Maledon is out. So we've had that Diallo news that we've been mentioning. Isaiah Roby being out really sets up here for Al Horford to kind of be, again, you know, with Maledon and Roby out, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is the main usage guy, but Al Horford really sets up. And then lastly, Anthony Davis out due to the Achilles injury. I have a feeling he might be out for a week or two. So this might be the start of getting on that Schroeder train because he's playing against his old team, get a revenge spot. But Harrell and Kuzma are the ones that usually step up. And then you have to consider Marc Gasol under 3,500.
You don't have to consider Marc Gasol because no matter who's in or out, he just does not do anything. He just eats up old man veteran minutes, but everything else, sure.
Good job. Thanks. Because for that reason, now Marc Gasol is going to go off just because you trashed him. He heard you.
That's impossible. Marc Gasol does not go off.
He has. The one game that Anthony Davis there's been one game that Anthony Davis sat and he went off for 40 fantasy points against the Timberwolves.
Okay, well, the last time Anthony Davis sat against the Pistons, he went off for 16 fantasy points and didn't score any actual points.
Nice.
Now no Marc Gasol for me, but go ahead.
Hey, if you're playing that late showdown, OKC and Lakers,
right,
and you
fine.
need a value,
maybe in a showdown, but we got eight games here.
Yeah, exactly. We have another question from Twitch. Looking into your crystal ball, since you are the GOAT of crystal balls here, Mr. Julian, hitting on his Tom Brady props from March.
Did hit Tampa plus 3,000.
Very
Did give a lot of it back hedging, but
hey, it's all good. Look into your crystal ball again, considering you were on that one from the Bucks. Tell me who is the finals matchup.
I think it's going to be Lakers Nets. No hot take. The Nets are going to have enough talent to get there. The Nets are slowly piecing it together, and they're going to get the bodies they need. Like, they have a clear need for another guy that does the things DeAndre Jordan does. And they'll get that.
Vonleh for it. That's why they signed Noah Vonleh today.
Yeah, that might work. It might not, but like more bodies will be available, and they'll be very willing to go to Brooklyn. But there's a lot of competition in the East, and that could implode at any moment. The Lakers I'm the most confident are going to be there. The Clippers have a lot to prove, but I don't think they're really on the same level. And like, who's next? Utah might be the third best team in the West, the way they're playing this year. But the one thing that I've actually invested in is I do have Lakers plus 125 to win the West. Let me see what they are right now. That's what I'm most, and I didn't say to win it all, because I think with Brooklyn's talent, if Brooklyn's going the way they can be going, I don't want to be betting against them. I just know the Lakers should win it, but I just know I feel most confident that the Lakers make it there. And the Lakers are currently plus 110 to make the NBA Finals on DK Sportsbook. I would bet that. Anything plus money, I think.
Yep. It really makes sense. What do you do then with the 76ers? Joel Embiid is playing at an MVP caliber level. Yeah, he sits randomly resting for this team, but that's the one equalizer that the Nets, even potentially the Bucks, the Celtics, these guys don't have an answer for Joel Embiid. Does it make a difference in a 7-game series?
I mean, the Celtics just swept the Nets with Joel Embiid on the floor, and I'm not worried about the Sixers, really. I put the Sixers behind the Celtics, probably behind the Bucks. Who else? I mean, the Heat just don't have it this year, but
it's really weird to see the Bucks not. They're the second best team right now in the Eastern Conference, 1.5 games back of the Sixers, but they're kind of going overlooked.
I put Philly on the same level, like not the same level, but like the Pacers are the next team there, closer to Philly. We've never seen them put it together. I'm not putting my money on Embiid and Simmons in the playoffs.
Doc Rivers, new coach. You got some shooting now with Seth Curry, Danny Green. You got some little bit of guard rotation. Shake Milton playing off the bench, Tyrese Maxey as well. So they have a nice little guard rotation going. Their depth is much different than they are. They have that first-year coach. They always try to show up for first-year coaches. I've always noticed that teams play harder for first-year coaches than they do for a third or fourth-year guy.
I mean,
I'm not sleeping on the
Doc's been around. Doc knows everybody. I like the moves they made, like shedding some awful contracts, getting some shooters. All good, but it sounds like you want to bet on the Sixers. I already said I'm not.
I just think that they have a really good chance because of Embiid. If Embiid can play, in the playoffs, you can see him play all those games. He's not going to be resting those games. So it just sets up here where he can take it to another level. And he's one of those guys that nobody in the East really has an answer for.
All right. Again, just got swept by the Celtics with they had no centers. The Celtics got bigger with Thompson.
Yep.
I'm not betting on Philly.
Moving on. We have a quick little note about Oladipo. He's going to play today and then rest tomorrow on the back-to-back, and then we will have John Wall coming back in, and I think Eric Gordon also going to be playing that game. They're just kind of doing that back-to-back rest situation for the Rockets. Does that interest you a little bit in Oladipo a little more because you think he'll play a little harder if you know he's resting?
I mean, that's the plan every game, and he still hasn't been doing anything. So I did write him up in cheat sheet. This is a spot where he kind of has to prove it. But given the other plays on this slate, I think there's better plays. I don't think I'm going to wind up going there.
Yeah, with Chris Paul questionable and we have Devin Booker at 7,400, I don't think paying up all the way for Victor Oladipo can make a lot of sense.
Right. It's just a lot of cash on a slate where you can go up a little bit more and get some guys that you're going to get production from, whereas you can't be totally sure of that with Oladipo. Look at his game log. A lot of those games are without John Wall.
Yep. And the part that really bothers me is just that that's the only one game that locks at 7, and then it really messes up your roster flexibility.
True. Yeah. We've been talking about, staying flexible for whoever. Booker, different guys on that late slate. So no reason to spend all your cash on somebody that's playing in the first game.
Yep. Before we jump off, I know you mentioned earlier that there weren't a lot of player props that stood out to you because of all the questionable situations, but is there any of them that you see potentially being able to attack?
So the other one I wrote up was Kuzma over 14.5 points.
Okay.
I think that's a fine spot. It stood out to me enough to write it up, but honestly, I'm probably going to bet one thing tonight. It's probably going to be the Patrick Williams prop.
All right. That makes a lot of sense. Before we jump off, I just want to remind everybody that you can find Julian's content on the playbook, playbook.draftkings.com or dknation.playbook.com. You can find my NBA rankings also on Playbook, but also if you guys need to keep up with the news, make sure you download the DK Live app. We have Julian, who's on the news feed with our great team of writers and editors. making sure to get all the news and notes for you guys so that you can stay on top of it. If you aren't on Twitter or something like that, or you need to step away, there's always analysis that you can find from us on DK Live or on Playbook. Before we jump off, Clash and Kenny coming up with Bengals and Dolphins for the 6 p.m. slate. Any final thoughts, Julian?
I haven't seen Dumb and Dumber for a while. This next sim should be fun to watch.
Is it a LeBron night? The last
Yes.
question for you. It is a LeBron night.
It's a LeBron night.
Well, it's been nice kicking it with you. We will see you again on Wednesday.
Yep.
And that's what we have for Pre-Lock Live.
Clear.
All right, here we go. Bengals and Dolphins. Hello, everybody. I hope everyone's feeling peachy as well as, dare I say, in a winning attitude on the day after the Super Bowl. I certainly hope so. It's been a long day here on the Dream Stream, but we're just getting started. 3 Madden Sims to go. Kenny Ducey, Brendan Glasheen. Did you have a chance to get a lineup in?
No, I did not. I was too busy cutting sausage and potatoes.
I've been there, grilling. I was out there actually a few minutes ago. Well, not about an hour ago.
I like it better this way, though, because I feel like I'm too invested in my lineup when I'm doing the Sims instead of just like enjoying the chaos that'll ensue, you know? So like the chaos when Mike Gesicki has no catches. Like I want to eat that up. I don't want to be sad with the people. I want to be like, oh, wow, that's insane. You know, good thing I didn't make a lineup because I would have had Gesicki in there.
Yeah, I played him. I was going to put him in the captain, but then I found out I had way too much salary left over.
I hate when that happens. Right? You find your value captain. You say, this guy is going to let me get all the money out. And then you're like, wait a minute. I don't even like any of these high-priced guys. I don't need to get a value captain. You know, what am I doing? And then you're just, wind up with, like, Matt Breida in the captain spot again.
Hey, you got the sweatshirt. It looks good on you.
Thanks. It's very cold, so that's why I'm wearing it. It's freezing in my room. It is like, I don't know, like 15 degrees outside or something. How is it there?
Yeah, it's 20s, but probably feels like 10. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. It's going to be miserable for the next month or so. So we're getting there, though. We're into February. We're past the Super Bowl, which means now we get to look forward to free agency. But these next 3 weeks, we all going to get together. We have to work together to get through, and that's what Simland is for. So,
can you explain to me why people think I'm engaged? Do you have the answer to that?
No, you were on the sweat on Sunday night, and someone just started the rumor in the chat. It was Mo from the chat. Mo's in there right now.
He also tweeted at me the same thing.
So, and Emerson can't help himself. And I do the same thing, to be fair. I read the chat, and Emerson asked you straight up on the sweat, are you engaged?
Jesse did.
Oh, Jesse did?
It was insane.
And you were probably like, what in the world? Like, what are we doing here? So that's how that started. The chat, man.
That was weird. It was super weird. It was super weird for me and Jesse and everyone involved on the show and my girlfriend, and very weird. I was like, what is happening? I think they were just assuming that because I was wearing a jacket that I had just proposed. And I was like, really? Like right before, like, I'm not looking at like some numbers on Sammy Watkins last minute. I'm proposing. A little weird timing.
I think, to be honest, though, I think that has nothing to do with it. I think someone just wanted to start a rumor in the chat. I mean, that's just like, what people do.
Just like the bunk beds. But it somehow made it onto the sweat, that doesn't make any sense.
You can't read everything you hear, or you can't say everything you read. That's what I meant to say.
That's right. How's the hood? Is the hood too unprofessional of a look? Probably take the hood down.
I mean, if you're cold, go for it. Cover up the ears.
No.
We have Jim here from the Game Ops team. Producer Michael, Andrew, the chat's already going off. Brother Phil says pirate hat flashing.
Brother
really?
Phil.
No, this is just a bucket hat that is turned inside out. I don't know what you're talking about. When the Pats are back on top with the hoodie in a few years, it's going to take more than a few. Tommy Dreamboat has retired, and the Bucks are still your team. You're stuck.
Tommy Freezepops retired?
No. He's talking about Tom Brady, the guy down in Tampa. Tommy Dreamboat.
Tommy Freezepops. Yeah, that's what I heard.
2 different people. Plus, Brother Phil, the Dreamboat is actually Belichick's boat, titled 7 Rings, and he's counting rings that he won as an assistant. That's pretty low. There goes Tua inside the 40, gain of 11 yards rushing for a first down. Tua is 49% owned in the free showdown. We have our free roll going as well. Ducey did not have a chance to make a lineup. That's okay. 149 entries in the free roll. Tua with a delayed handoff to Breida. So you worked the last sim with Emerson. What did you have a chance to unpack in terms of how the weekend went? What'd you make of yesterday? Anything on your mind that you want to get to?
Anything on my mind? No, I mean, I went through with Emerson. You know, my dad is like had his come to Brady moment, really. You know, he had it all this year, but it's wild. I grew up with him for like, you know, my whole life. I've been hearing about how Tom Brady isn't actually good, how he's like a system quarterback, and you know, now all of a sudden my dad's like singing his praises. So it's kind of weird.
It is weird. It was a weird year in the NFL. Also, Meager 66. I'm just seeing this. I apologize. The Madden After Dark free roll I created with Brandon Cristal, I only made it 50 entries. Sorry about that. Because when you mentioned it, I thought, oh no, did I put an entry fee on this too? Thank God I didn't. Last night was fun. We did Leaderboard Live, Jeff and I. We dove into all aspects. And I figured, you know, you're being a Jets fan. Yep. Todd Bowles, pretty impressive game plan. I know they've got some really good players in that defense, but man, Todd Bowles comes out looking really good after last night.
Yeah, not super impressed. I mean, I knew that he was a good defensive coach, and he was a great defensive coordinator his whole career. So, I mean, you know, everyone's saying, well, you should get a head coaching job. I mean, sure, you could feel free to, you know, hire Todd Bowles if you want. No skin off my nose. Didn't do it for us with the Jets, so, you know, best of luck to him. He did a great job last night. That's what I would say. He did a great job last night, containing the most lethal offense in the NFL. So hard to argue against that, really.
Vontae Parker with the touchdown, 41.5% in the flex. Dolphins score on the opening drive. Now, look, Bowles, of course, was a head coach at one time, though, so maybe it's one of those situations where you come to appreciate, oh, he's just a really good coordinator. But at the time when he got his chance, I think it was deserved, right? Isn't that what maybe makes coordinators better coordinators? When they get that chance, doesn't go well, they go back to their role. You kind of have to find out if you're not a good head coach at one point, if you take on that responsibility.
He absolutely was deserving of that job. Definitely.
Okay.
Not saying that. Yeah, I'm just saying like we've already experienced him as a head coach. Kind of left a lot to be desired. So like I'm sure that he'll get consideration next year. But if it's my favorite team, and again I'm biased I guess because my favorite team already started with him, but I'm not like racing to give him a job. You know.
You know something, too, on that note, it just reminded me, because last night being on the sim after the Super Bowl, the replay sim, and then doing Leaderboard Live, oh, that's right, we had all this talk about Steve Spagnuolo against Tom. Oh, no, Steve Spagnuolo, he's going to destroy Tom's offense.
Are you calling him Spagnuolo?
The coordinator, Todd Bowles,
yeah, you called him Spagnuolo. You called him Spagnuolo. It's Spagnuolo.
Sorry. Spagnola. Whatever his name is, Spagnuolo. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Funny how no one's talking about that guy today. Oh, yeah, he beat Brady the last couple times. Hey, look, coordinators have good nights and bad nights in the big game, and we probably shouldn't read too much into it, to your point. I'm with you. Todd Bowles, excellent night. Has he had great nights before today? Yes. Was good against New Orleans, was good against Green Bay. Does that mean we're going to just make this guy to be out to something that he isn't? No.
It sounds to me like you're the one who had a lot to get off your chest, and not necessarily me.
No, I was just saying, I figured we'd talk Todd Bowles because you have a direct connection to being with the Jets, and I just reminded myself that Spagnuolo was getting all this hype this week about how he's had success against Brady. How'd that go?
Absolutely.
There was something we quickly discussed before we went live. and maybe I didn't word it properly because Brady's always been the guy to hit the open man. Sometimes he's force-feeding players, though, with more talent. I didn't even realize he only connected with 6 different receivers yesterday.
That's right. I said, and that was actually one of my favorite predictions that I made with, I was asked to write a few things for DraftKings. I thought that, the people who tend to post the probabilities that these things might happen, people thought that, Tom Brady was going to throw to over 6.5 receivers in this game. 7,
really? Okay.
Maybe 8 receivers. And I tended to agree with them, right? Because, this Tom Brady's whole thing all postseason has been, look, big third down. I'm going to throw it to Tyler Johnson. He's going to be able to make the catch. I'm going to throw it to Scotty Miller deep on the left side, because no one's guarding him. He's fast. He can get beyond defense. I'm going to throw it to Cameron Brate. I'm going to throw it to Tanner Hudson. He did last night. He targeted Tanner Hudson, or the fat guy touchdown that almost happened.
Mm-hmm.
So that was who I was expecting to get, was that Tom Brady, right? We were expecting Tom Brady to throw to everybody. And he ended up only completing passes to 6 receivers. He was throwing it to the guys that he relied on the most over his career, the guys that have been with him before, and that was Gronk, and that was Antonio Brown, and that was literally, and Leonard Fournette. Besides those 3, that was it, man. Evans had 1 catch. Godwin had 2 for like 9 yards. None of these guys were at all effective or involved. It was all about Leonard Fournette, Rob Gronkowski, and Tom Brady. It was those 3 guys that won the game. And frankly, it reminds you of the Chiefs a little bit, right? The Chiefs win those games with just 3 guys. They have 5 guys on that offensive line who are amazing, and not to discount them, but in terms of the skill position, in terms of the guys who get all the stats, it's always all about Hill, Kelsey, Mahomes. That's it. Those are the guys that rack up the scores. Those are the guys that score the touchdowns. And the CEH or Darrell Williams mixed in here and there, but so to me it was kind of shocking. It was kind of different. It was different than what we're used to seeing with the Bucs this postseason. And whatever it was, is speaking of Mahomes, Tua pulling the Mahomes there, running backwards, getting sacked. It worked for them, and it was a very big team effort. And it's a shame. I'll say this, and I don't want to offend you as a Tom Brady loyalist, but it is a shame that the league as a whole, the NFL as a whole, is such a quarterback-centric league. It's a quarterback-driven league, and what I mean by that is, like, all we're talking about today is Tom Brady, right? And, you got your articles out there, your reporters saying, oh, Devin White, oh, Levante David, Shaq Barrett, the defense, they're blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter, man. You turn on ESPN, you turn on any of these networks. What are people talking about? Is Tom Brady the greatest? He has 7 rings. We're not talking about the team effort that took place last night for Tampa Bay. The defense was the MVP of the postseason. The defense as a whole was the MVP of that game last night. Maybe Todd Bowles, maybe that defense. It was not Tom Brady. Tom Brady threw for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. He did, that Tom Brady has had so many better games than that, right? But the fact of the matter is, when we rate teams, the quarterback is the face of the team. The quarterbacks are the faces of the league. And if a team wins, the quarterback's always going to get credit for leading the team. It's happened so many times. Jimmy Garoppolo, another example with the Niners, right? Like, how good was that defense? But all we could think about was Jimmy Garoppolo. Is he going to step in Tom Brady's shoes? Is he going to follow in his footsteps, win a Super Bowl? Is he good enough to win a Super Bowl? Like, that's the only position anyone ever cares about. And we learned last night, right, with the defense of Tampa Bay, that, yes, this is a team game. You can have a good defensive unit and still win football games, still win championships. It is still true, the same thing we said 20 years ago. And we also learned that one guy alone can't win you the Super Bowl. I mean, Mahomes was making ridiculous throws on the run, and it didn't even matter because, first of all, the receivers weren't getting open. The offensive line wasn't protecting him and getting pushed in the run game. He can't do it all himself, right? So I think we learned a lesson last night that it's not just about the quarterback.
But one guy can motivate and convince the whole locker room they can win it.
And that's the head coach.
Oh, come on. You don't mean that with Bruce Arians.
I'm sorry, mister. I'm a Patriots fan. What about Bill Belichick? You think that it wasn't
fan
Bill
thing.
Belichick?
Separate for a minute.
Okay, but seriously, look at. I mean, do you really?
Can one man get into a locker room and in effect buying in to win a title? I think that's possible. I agree. The actual execution on the field, multiple people.
Tangibly, what is that? Like, do you
Tom
think
Brady himself has proved it's a tangible subject for him.
Tangibly, what did he do to lead that team? Like, what did he say? Did you see Did you see what this morning? Did you see what came out today from Chris Stroud to NFL media? He said Tom Brady sent a text to all his teammates that just said, "We will win."
Yeah,
I could do that.
More than that,
that's not leadership.
There's more to it than that. Did you follow the team all season? He had them out there in June at parks and high schools getting the team out to practice. Devin White not complaining about making the Pro Bowl. Rob Gronkowski comes out of retirement. He's housing Antonio Brown. Is the guy a rotten guy?
Yeah,
he's rotten. Hey, Antonio
I don't think he's rotten. Oh, I thought you meant Tom Brady. No, Antonio Brown is rotten.
Okay. All right. Well, what's the point of having the conversation if you're just going to be stuck to your way? What's the point?
For entertainment.
No, it's not entertainment when two people are trying to talk over each other.
Well, you can. Sorry. When you brought up things, I immediately thought of things I would like to, prod you about. So you continue.
Started this, Jim, about Todd Bowles. Your opinion is correct about media narrative just focusing on the quarterback.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
And all I mentioned was, from a leadership, off the field, buy-in, I think one man can change that. That's it.
Okay. So what I was going to say is, you had Mark Sanchez would take his receivers out to California to practice with them. Like that didn't set the Jets apart from anybody else.
Can you admit this guy's different? Can you admit that? He's different.
Ben Roethlisberger, he is different. Yeah, he's the greatest quarterback ever. But that's not. I'm just saying, like, Ben Roethlisberger housed Eric Ebron. No one talks about that, right? And so my point is, like, this is not unlike other He's unlike any other quarterback when it comes to his ability to throw the football, his wisdom, like his ability to change the play, read the defenses, all this stuff, his experience. Like, but to me, like, I think that it's like. That is part of the media narrative. What you're saying, like the fact that he's this rousing leader, is part of the media narrative. Like I think that he has to be because he's a competitor and obviously as the leader of the team, as the quarterback. But like that falls into line with what we're talking about with the media narrative because people look at the quarterback and they say, well, he must be leading them to be great. Like it's all Jimmy Garoppolo. He's the guy leading that team. But like. I don't know. Maybe it's not Jimmy Garoppolo leading that team. Maybe it's, Fred Warner. Like, I think the Bucs are a little bit different, but I think at the end of the day, like, we're way too fixated on quarterbacks. And like the Buccaneers defense, man, like whether you want to say Tom Brady was the reason that the Buccaneers defense was inspired or it was Todd Bowles or Bruce Arians, the Bucs defense won in that game last night. And I feel like they're getting no credit today because all we can talk about is how Brady's the GOAT. Like,
I don't know about that though. I mean, their entire defense, Devin White, Shaq Barrett last night, they're the ones bringing up Brady before they're even asked about him.
I mean, great, good for them then. I guess that they're good teammates and they're good players.
Leonard Fournette was the Rick Stroud quote. That was Fournette who brought that up.
Yeah, I'm not debating that he's not a good teammate, but I'm saying like we do this with every quarterback. Like that's every quarter. If you got to the Super Bowl, you win a Super Bowl, you are a quote unquote great leader and a great quarterback. What quarterback has won a Super Bowl and we haven't talked about their leadership capabilities and the fact that they led this team to the Super Bowl? Like I would just like to see. Really the only one I can think about is the 2000 Ravens because they had a quarterback that was so bad that everyone was like, well, we have to give the credit to the defense. We can't say Trent Dilfer won this game. He didn't win this game, Ever since then, no one will ever give any credit to any of the other players. Like, the best player, the leader, can't be anyone other than the quarterback. And I'm just saying it has nothing to do with Tom Brady. It has to do with, like, this is just another example in a long line of Super Bowls where we've just had yep, we're just going to shoe in the quarterback is the MVP. The quarterback is the reason they got here. The quarterback is like, you know, the next great quarterback or one of the great quarterbacks. Like, it's all about quarterbacks, man. That's why, like, you know, baseball and basketball, they're fun because, like, really, like,
I think this is fun.
I mean, it's fun too, but maybe not doing Sims with me. But it's you know, it's more recognizable for, like, you know, you could talk about how good the team is, as opposed to, like, football. It's always about the quarterback. And again, I think that off of let's not talk about Tom Brady. Let's just talk about strictly, like, what we learned last night with Patrick Mahomes. Is like, it doesn't matter how good you are at quarterback. If you have no help, if you have no time to throw the ball, you are nothing. And so that to me sort of proved my point that I've always tried to make about how offensive line is the most important unit in football, and then, you know, maybe defense as well. And if you have a good defense, you have good lines, you have a good defensive line, a good pass rush, and a good offensive line. You don't need a great quarterback. You don't need Tom Brady. You know, you could have an average quarterback. You could have Derek Carr. Shout out to Congo Cab, and you could win a lot of games if you have a good, solid football team on both sides of the ball, both sides of the line. Good coach. You're probably set.
Unfortunate circumstances for the Chiefs, no question, with the offensive line. Andy Reid with some a family situation going on. I'm sure that took away some focus. Some things added up. The penalty calls in the first half, even though altogether Tampa outplayed Kansas City. Those are things that just did not shake their way. No, but you're right. No, I don't disagree with your point, though, about the overall media narrative about the position. I think more specifically in the AFC, Brady, Big Ben, you mentioned his name, even Peyton Manning when he made his run in Denver. It's been such a, talking AFC strictly, it's been such a, teams that emerge from that conference, it's been so quarterback driven. I think that's why you see it. So it's way more important. It's way more like crazy when a Joe Flacco gets to the big game. Or like you said, oh, look, Jimmy Garoppolo. I think folks wanted to give Jimmy Garoppolo like a chance, right? Because it's like, oh, like, look at Jimmy Garoppolo go, like this next best thing. Like everyone just wants the next best thing at that position because of the fact Brady keeps getting to the game and because Mahomes is likely to continue to get to this game. It's a fair point, though. It is. I know what you meant. I know. I think for this year specifically, 2020, looking at it from face value, this guy went to the worst organization in sports and changed the narrative and gave this team belief. And he played well in this game. Of the four playoff games, this was his best one, I think, from start to finish. That's all. And you're right. Defensively, JPP was good. I thought Devin White played a great game. Barrett was good. Murphy Bunting has that knocked away ball, even though there was a penalty at one point. Their defense carried them early in the season, kind of set the tone. And we knew if Tampa was going to get hot offensively down the stretch, it was probably going to have to be at the end of the year as opposed to the beginning of the year. We saw the games against the Bears early on where they struggled. The two Saints regular season games, they struggled. And also, like, I don't want to make it all about Tom, but I want to give Brady credit because I didn't think, Kenny, it was the right call to go to Tampa. Like, what are you thinking? He had to have looked at all of this and went, I can go there because of the great supporting cast on offense. Right. And, they've got some pieces here on that defense played well last year at the end of the season. Everyone forgets because they went 7-9 and Jameis was throwing a pick. But putting them in bad situations.
He went to a team, and I mean, whether again, the reasonings are probably a little important. But in terms of like the way that he was able to get Gronk out of retirement, and like he certainly did his part with like building the team, but the team still was good, right? With him. Without him, like it was a team that had some talent. Like they still had Evans and Godwin. They were kind of a quarterback away. Brait is good as well. Most of these guys that were contributors there, I mean, all they did was add Gronk and Fournette, and they already had Ronald Jones, who was their running back all season long. They already had that defense. So Brady kind of stepped into a good situation, and I think that we don't give the Bucs enough credit for building a good team. It's like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but it's yeah, I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. Maybe the analogy was actually the Buccaneers, but like it's you think he chose them for a reason.
It was, and also his options were limited. Albert Wilson just scored a touchdown. 14-0 Dolphins in Simland. I know this Sim. We got to give the Sim its due. Wilson 32% in the flex, 2% in the captain spot. The other rumored team was the Chargers. I think a bigger criticism is like, why wouldn't the Colts consider this guy? How about the Panthers? Oh, let's pay Teddy Bridgewater 21. We won't give Brady 25.
Yeah,
it's just interesting. Phillip Rivers, let's give him 20.
I don't think that Tom Brady would want to play for the Panthers. Maybe the Colts.
Maybe.
Colts would have been a good team. Like that to me is a much more believable spot when you think about like who they had on that team already. Like the Colts are a good team,
I just think it's my overall feeling on this is why, folks, there's a winner and there's a loser. And at the end of the day, Tom Brady's holding the trophy again. And people are so butthurt. And I'm not talking about you. I just mean overall, since yesterday and last night in the chat.
I'm happy about that Tom Brady. I don't care. Like
I know.
To me,
I just, the overall, like the folks in the chat, you can't stop talking about him. I mean, it's the overall big picture story of the season. He buries Belichick in year one. And folks just can't. I think a lot of people are in here in the chat are just like, you know what? Yep, this guy went out there and did it, proved it, doesn't need Bill. So he's the system.
Yeah.
As Nathan says, cough, cough. Fantasy Hawk.
I agree with that. He proved that he was not the system, and I think that I certainly had thoughts that like he might be the system, but he's clearly not. So, yeah.
Yeah, and look, the Chiefs, you're right. I felt the Chiefs, even though they had some things going against them, I didn't feel they were ready to go.
What do you mean?
Like just mentally, they weren't ready. Kelsey had a drop. The punter, gross offsides on a field goal attempt. Let's go. Yeah, Hardman. It just wasn't. And I didn't love the offense, the game call, the play calling from both teams.
That was where I really had an issue with Kansas City. And you didn't see it until the third quarter, really. Like they look, every coach, right? Especially in the Super Bowl. You're a Super Bowl coach. You have been game planning. You have been spending hours and hours. You have not been sleeping. You've just been up game planning, right? For this game. And so they had a clear game plan, and it was, we're going to reintroduce Clyde Edwards-Helaire. We're going to establish the run, and then when we're going to get up, and then we're just going to play defense, and our defense has been great, and we're just going to just continue to run and just run this slow, methodical offense. And they got punched in the face. And what did they do when they got punched in the face? They did not adjust. That is an onus on there's an indictment of the head coach. Andy Reid did not make adjustments in that game. You have to make adjustments. And they just continued to do the same thing for a half. And they thought that the defense had been great for them the last two games. And they just figured, look, the defense can do an okay job. Tampa Bay's not going to score every time down. And of course they did. And, we're going to end up, this offense is going to start to catch life. And we're the Chiefs. And they refused. They were stubborn. They refused to change the game plan. And then finally you saw them in the third quarter just starting to get out to just okay, well, now we're just going to throw the ball. We're just going to throw it because we're down. We're just going to start throwing. And that was what they should have been doing all along. And,
right.
They started to have some success. They found Kelsey. Kelsey ended up having 10 catches. They got some chunk plays. They got the ball. Remember that 90? They on the ball. They started with the ball on the 1 or the 2. They got the 20-yard play to Hill. They had 2 20-yard plays to Tyreek Hill. Second half, they started figuring it out. They started getting those chunk plays, but it was just too late at that point. If you needed to make up one touchdown, 10 points, that they could have done that. But once you're down 22 points, the game's over. And it doesn't matter how good your offense is. The defense is so good, man. Like, you can't fall behind 22 points on that defense. This is not the Texans' defense. The Texans' defense was 11 turnstiles last year. Maybe 10. J.J. Watt is kind of good. That's it. They're all terrible. And, this is an elite defense. So you can't expect to fall behind and just come back like you always do against the best defense in the league.
Joe Burrow now 5 of 6, 35 yards. We're approaching a minute left in this first half, and the Bengals have not scored. Nickname 44, Stinky 556, tied for first in the free showdown. Anti-Social is leading the Get Todd Bowls out of New York, and boom, free roll. Producer Michael says they were also stubborn to not run enough against the two deep safeties that Tampa was playing against them.
Yeah, I agree.
Andy Reid took responsibility after the game. Of course, has some stuff going on personally that I feel could have impacted just getting his mind right and just how the day unfolded. But he's been to the big game before. He was there last year. Not to undermine the situation. Just he's been in these games before. He's been there plenty. Yarrow says, look, the officiating, I didn't love it. I also felt Kansas City in the first half did not do itself any favors to negate that situation. And if you can't acknowledge that, then I think then you're just being stubborn. Using producer Michael's word, stubborn.
Yeah. So, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see, Jim. Yeah, I'll get involved. Did you create it in the DK SimFam contest? He wants you to get involved too. His 10-person NBA contest.
Sorry, can't do it.
You can't?
Can't. Strictly tennis tonight. I'm going to actually have to work for DK Live. I'm going to be recapping some NBA games, but I am strictly following tennis tonight. It is the second day of a Grand Slam. There are a gazillion matches on. If you want to play a tennis contest, actually I'm not allowed to play tennis in New York, so I'm just strictly tennis tonight. Although I do love Victor. I did write up something on the DK playbook about snake draft strategy. I love Victor Oladipo tonight with no John Wall. And I love getting exposure to it's going to be real chalky to have exposure to the Warriors game and the Bulls game, but I like Kobe White. I like Steph Curry. I like Victor Oladipo. Those are the names of the guys that I like. I don't like Jokic at all tonight. I hate Jokic. I'm fading Jokic hard. Bucks third best team in defending the paint, in points in the paint, and best defense in the NBA the last 4 games where they've won all 4. I don't think that it's gonna. Look, the thing about fading Jokic is what you're fading is if you're saying, oh, he's gonna have a bad game, he's gonna have 38 fantasy points. So it's not like he's gonna get shut out. He's never gonna get shut out.
Yeah.
Always a high floor guy, but to me, he's not. This is not going to be his 60 or 70 point night. Not at all.
Okay.
He's gonna struggle against a very good defense. Anyone, by the way, have any tennis questions? You could feel free to direct them at me. I was answering some tennis questions last time.
Guys, check out Kenny's work on DK Nation. Also, Madden Stream's info page on DK Nation. All of the up-to-date depth charts, superstar traits, third down backs, power backs, depth charts, everything you need for these sims. We're not going anywhere. 6 a day, 7 days a week. From the 15, 2nd and 10, Burrow fires. That is a first down to the 5, and since he takes the timeout.
This is why I love the chat. Carter Robinson comes up with some, I don't even know, this might top the engagement. He says, Kenny, you have thoughts it might be the system. Just last week, you were on here raving about how it was the system. It wasn't Tom Brady. It was Bill Belichick and the defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said apparently last week.
You don't remember?
I did not say that.
No.
My position on the Buccaneers has remained strong all postseason. And this season, okay, you want to go back to week 10, week 11, week 12, week 14, when Tom Brady forgot how many downs there were, when the Buccaneers got kicked, the taken to the woodshed by the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go back to those weeks? You want to look at what I said those weeks?
What'd you say?
I said the Buccaneers stink. I said the Buccaneers are going out in the first round. I said the Buccaneers are. I said the Buccaneers are going to lose to the football team, or maybe.
That's right, your team, the football team.
I said that. That was my opinion. I said, look, this team is going to get exposed by a good defense. They have not beaten a good defense, and I was so wrong. And I drove the Buccaneers bus from that point on. I said the Buccaneers are going to beat the Packers. I was the only. I had to edit. I had to copy an old article to copy over some of the text that we have from last week. So because I did the Tampa Bay, did some Tampa Bay articles. You'll like this. So what was in there was an embedded video of Jeff and Reed talking about the Packers-Bucks game, and they're laughing about how anyone could ever think the Buccaneers would win that game. I was the only one on the stream who was saying Buccaneers are going to win, and against the Packers. So look, I've given the Buccaneers their fair share. So I have no idea what he's talking about in this scenario.
So ultimately, what made you flip? Like, what was it from what you saw?
How they played against Washington. I really thought that. Like their offense. To me, I respect Washington as a defense. I think that they're a very good defense, one of the better ones in the NFL, and they handled that defense incredibly easily. And Leonard Fournette ran very well, and like this defense is legit. This offense showed that they can overcome a tough defensive matchup. So to me, that was when I hit the switch. Like I just needed to see. They beat the Falcons twice, right, and the Lions. The last 4 weeks of the season, everyone's like, "Oh, this team's on fire. They're going to win the Super Bowl." I was like, "Let's slow our roll here. These are terrible defenses. Anyone could beat these defenses." And then they went out and they beat a good defense in Washington, and that impressed me. And so that's why the sort of the narrative changed. But anyway, Hyro wants to know if you ever finally delivered on your promise to give me DK gear. Why don't you tell Hyro what happened with that?
I haven't done anything. I mean, you got a sweatshirt. It worked out.
Not from you.
Oh, you actually want something from me. Like, do you want to cherish that?
You said you were going to get me DK gear.
But did you inform everybody that you knew you were going to get a sweatshirt in the process?
I did not know I was going to get a sweatshirt.
You didn't?
But you didn't get me a sweatshirt.
Would you like something from me still? I can do that for you. I mean it.
Maybe.
All right. You say the word. I'll take a picture of everything I got. You can pick. Well, actually, I'm not going to let you pick everything, but you can tell me what your favorites are. So, anywho, I'm glad the sweatshirt's great. It's comfortable for sure.
Everyone has this sweatshirt.
Right, but it was nice. I'm giving the company a shout out for sending us a sweatshirt.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm just throwing shade at you. I love the sweatshirt, and thank you to the company. But you haven't given me anything. Like, don't deflect. Don't try to say something nice about DraftKings when you haven't sent me some DraftKings gear, and you said you would. You said you had a bunch of shirts. You said you had the Dream Stream shirts. I said, yeah, I'll take a Dream Stream shirt. And then what happened?
The Dream Stream.
No exchange of addresses. You know, an empty invite to a cookout I'll never be able to go to.
That is on the table. I mean, I don't think you want to come here now in February with a snowy grill.
No, I actually am going to take you up on that.
Maybe when you do arrive here, I will hand you the sweatshirt.
Well, at that point, you'll feel obliged. It takes a bigger man to send one right now. You're like, oh, you'll feel guilty that you didn't mean for me to show up, and I did. I showed up at your doorstep.
Why?
With a bottle of wine.
Why is this being put on me? Like,
I don't know. Hyro liked to stir the pot.
On one stream, I say, yeah, maybe I'll give him a shirt, and now it's like, oh, back in November, you said you'd give him a shirt.
We all said things back in November we didn't mean. Like
this chat doesn't forget anything.
Oh boy.
If you really want a shirt, a T-shirt, I can send you one. But for the record, the Dream Stream T-shirts, the giveaway we did, was for DraftKings users, like folks that joined us in the chat. our manager has a whole box of them in the office. He's the guy you want to contact if you want one that badly. I'm not the boss. I don't run the company. I wish, sometimes I wish I did, but like the sim bus idea, if I ran the company, I'd buy that bus today.
Oh, you wish you ran the company?
If I ran the company, I would buy that sim bus today. The sim tour bus.
And who's on the sim tour bus? Just you?
Haven't decided that yet.
You, Kaufman, and Emerson?
Sure. I don't think Kaufman would leave
You're
his
not going to
basement,
take any of the personalities with you?
If you want to come, hop in. All aboard.
Come pick me up.
Sure, happily.
You're gonna be in a bus. You're not gonna offer me a ride.
But if I keep spending too much time mentally, is this is a jet suite to Uzama? Holy God, to the 9. I mean, if I'm spending too much time mentally on getting you a shirt, I can't invest my time in this bus.
How much brain space does it take to get? It's like 5 minutes of your time.
This is true. All right, send me your address. Be proactive. I'm not going to go chase you, but I'll pick you up in the bus. As Burrow rolls out, fires, incomplete.
You must have loved doing the same with me, don't you?
Do you want a shirt? Just send me your address. I don't know what else to say. I kind of want to just give it to you now, but something tells me, even if I do, you'll find something else to ask me for.
Oh, I'll always find something to complain about.
Then you're gonna come here. You're gonna come here for the cookout, and you're gonna complain about how you want your meat, your burger cooked.
How do you cook your burgers? I'm curious.
Medium.
Yeah, I like mine a little medium rare.
Oh.
Good medium rare. I've been watching a lot of MasterChef. There's a big difference between medium and medium rare.
You know what I might just do? If you and Kaufman come, I might just go get you guys like Happy Meals from McDonald's and with the tour.
That you don't need to ask for medium or medium rare at McDonald's. I love that idea.
Yeah, because
sign me up.
This is my kind of thing. If you go to a cookout or to just a gathering with food, and someone is nice enough to have you over, don't complain. Just eat the freaking food and walk away. And if you don't like it...
I wouldn't complain.
Okay. All right. Good.
I mean, I'm just telling you, how I like my burgers. I'm not saying, you need to cook it that way. I'm not going to send it back.
But now you're guilting me if the burger doesn't come out the way you want it when you come.
That's not true.
Okay.
I'll eat a burger however it comes out. Unless it's like a hockey puck, then probably not.
Oh,
you understand hockey puck, right? Yeah.
Louis Daniels says, just please give him what he wants. I bet Sarah isn't that needy. Sarah's not needy.
Daniel M says, hey, would you guys want Brian Greasy on this? Is that Brian Greasy? Asking that? Is Brian Greasy Daniel M?
I hope we could, maybe we can sign him away from NBC. Right? Isn't he at NBC doing Notre Dame football? Pretty sure. ESPN. Thank you, producer Michael. All right, guys. We're midway through the third. It's time to give. There's a good energy in the sim. We'll give the sim its proper due. Emerson Lancia has just texted me that he went on a Peloton ride. Good for him. Emerson did beat me in field goal kicking, by the way. 2 kicks to 1. It was a good time. I made the first kick. He comes up and responds. I made one from 48. I think he made one from 60. So he proved to everybody that he can kick. He didn't even have to kick from 45. He just kicked right from 60. Aaron says, this game makes me want to throw up. Tracy Clem, not a problem. Happy to help. Also, it's kind of stressful, Ducey, when you do the 6 o'clock sim and you know that the NBA lineups lock at 7.
Incredibly frustrating.
Yeah. Albert Wilson has a touchdown. So does Devontae Parker. Bullock has kicked a couple of field goals.
That's why, I do participate. but like I could not imagine what Koch's life is like if he's on a 6 p.m. I think he. You know what? I'm actually gonna check if he even marks that he's available for the 6 p.m. sims. I bet he doesn't want to do them because he has to work on his lineup.
You might be onto something.
I'm actually gonna go check that out. I'm gonna see. We have our little sign-up sheets to say when people are available. I'm just gonna see if there's a little trend happening here.
No, I don't think so. He's working with you at 6 on Wednesday.
Yeah, but he hasn't marked 6 p.m. any other day. Maybe he's just like, you know what, Wednesday is going to be my day where I can live. Literally, he has no 6 p.m.s that he's available for, except for Wednesday.
He's working with you Wednesday. Maybe it's because he trusts your advice for an hour.
I'll ask him. Maybe it is. Maybe he told Madison, put Kenny with me on Wednesday. I know he's going to give me my fades that I need.
There you go.
I am going to ask him. I think I'm going to say, hey, do you ever just decide that you can't do the Sims because you need to, tinker with your lineup? It is true. I mean, look, if I have you got to follow injury news. The one thing I will say is normally lock is like, a lot of times lock is 7:30. Maybe that's why he did it on Wednesday. Maybe he knows that it's a 7:30 lock on Wednesday, and that's why he did it. Let's look. Let's see what time lock is. Let's look.
Okay.
I'm gonna look. I bet this is a good theory. I love this theory. This is my new favorite thing. I guarantee. I am going to guarantee you that the first game on Wednesday is not till 7:30 or 8. Damn it! It's 7 o'clock.
Smash that like button, guys. 3rd and 5. And Tua completes 13 of 14 now in the sim. 90 seconds to go.
Well, maybe he thought that it was. I'll ask him. I'll just have to ask him.
It was a good thought. It was a good bid. Oh, man. Yarrow says, I'm just happy Ducey got invited to Glash's house. I mean, I hope this pandemic kind of gets in control by the summer. I would love to have.
Excuse me?
I had to, how sometimes you have to just let it out and you're stuttering your words. There we go.
Someone clip that.
Much better. If
do you
the
ever
pandemic...
do that on the air with 3 ESPN Plus games?
No.
So
that's we got a cough button.
What do you? So you hit the cough button and then you go.
Sometimes I just let one out before we come back from break. They count us in 10, 9.
You know what? When I was in college, we had the cough button, but it was just to hit the cough button and it muted your mic. But the games I do for ESPN Plus now, like with like a real TV setup, when you hit the button and it's the talkback. Right. That's fun, because I've been with color analysts where there was a color analyst we had for Fordham, and like she was on the team. She's not there anymore.
Okay.
But she was on the team, but she was out all season with an injury. She tore her ACL, so she was doing commentary because that's like something that she wanted to get into, was doing basketball commentary, and we would like be calling the game, and then she'd like hit the talkback, and she'd be like, man, she never passes the ball. And I hear that in my ear. Like she was just talking smack about the players, like, oh, not surprising there. That flop. I'm like, God forbid this made it on the air. Like, how do you feel so confident saying that? They know it's you. They know you're on the team. And the only people watching the games are the family members of the players and the coach's friends. Like, of course, if they heard it, you'd be done. You'd be over.
Right.
So it was a huge risk, but I really enjoyed doing it just for like the entertainment of me and our producer. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah, but that's when you get comfortable. And look, folks, the cough button is like one of the terms in the biz. It's on a box that's attached to your headset. It's true. It is a risk. And then, of course, the most risky thing ever is when you go to break, and then you have to make sure the producer confirms you're clear. You don't want to run into some situations we heard over the summer, if you know what I'm getting at.
Right.
Which, shouldn't even be. You know what I'm trying to say.
Deep drive to left.
Right.
Yeah, the cough button is a magical thing. I've been in the situation before where I've hit the wrong cough button. You ever done that?
Yes, and you think you're not on the air, but you are.
But I mean, I didn't say anything. I just hit the cough button because I had to sneeze. And so what ended up happening is you heard the play-by-play and you heard just like, down to the right side, and like everything the audio just drops and it's just a sneeze. And then it comes right back. And you're like, hit the wrong button. Good times.
Trying to fix my my bucket
Can I
hat.
wear a bucket hat? Let me get a bucket hat. You know what? Just because tennis is back, I'm going to put on my U.S. Open bucket hat just for you.
Any mic is hot. That's right, producer Michael.
Good rule to follow. Any mic is a hot mic. That's right. Absolutely right. Hey, that's why, boys and girls, you never want to cuss. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're on the air for 5 people on your Instagram Live or on the air for 700 of our friends in the DK Sim fam. You got to treat every broadcast the same. You can't mix up your brain, because then something. First of all, just don't be a bad person. If you want to say hateful things, off the air, that's probably not good, and you should probably not do those. Say things that can be offensive, but you never want to cuss. You don't want to mix up your brain. So I think that it's always a good rule to follow if you're ever doing live stuff, to just not say cuss words.
This is true.
Excuse me?
On cue.
Maybe I am a broadcasting teacher.
Oh my goodness, what a throw by Tua. Touchdown, Dolphins.
Wow.
Devontae Parker with his second.
How rude of you to try to upstage Devontae Parker's amazing catch. He made an incredible grab.
Oh, Ducey's talking to someone nearby.
I'm trying to talk to both people at the same time, right? But you ruined it, so.
What is
Let me see if I can invert my bucket hat, and maybe it'll look like your pirate hat. Well, it's gonna be green. No, this doesn't look like a pirate hat at all.
Oh, smash that like button, guys. We have 500 of you watching on YouTube. Thanks for being here. First of 3 sims for the rest of the night. I'll be back here for Madden After Dark with Brandon Crystal. Parker has tied his Madden 21 sim high with 2 touchdowns. I am in 102nd place. Stud with 2 Ds.
This is why I'm glad I didn't enter, because I definitely would have been last.
Interesting strategy.
Thanks for making me break out my bucket hat.
No problem.
I'm really happy that we did this. The bucket hats. I haven't worn this one in a long time, because it hasn't been. When have you needed to wear a bucket hat? Ever.
Truly.
We didn't. It was a hot summer. We didn't really go outside and do much, right?
No.
Yeah. I didn't get to go. I mean, I actually did get to. Did I get to go to the beach? I think I got to go to the beach once. That was it. Going to be a big night for Fabio Fognini at the Australian Open. Make sure to fill out your lineups on DraftKings.
Get him in there.
Fabio, $7,800 worth every dollar tonight. World-class ground strokes. Looked amazing at the ATP Cup. Drop. What a bad drop that was.
Looking at the chat, Bert says, every time I take Parker, he poops his pants. I'll tell you guys every time I fade him so you can win.
All right. That's me with
Hey everybody, Bert pooped his pants.
That's me with Texas Tech. Every time I fade Texas Tech, Mac McClung goes God mode. Every time I'm like, hey, Texas Tech, they're going to win today. Mac McClung's like 0 of 8. 4 turnovers. What a great team. Who's going to win it all this year? March Madness.
Oh,
and don't say Syracuse.
You know who my new favorite team
Please
is?
don't say Syracuse.
No.
At that point, you'd just be asking me who I'm rooting for. Give me Alabama.
Alabama. That was a pretty bad loss they had over the weekend, no? They came all the way. I mean, they did come all the way back, but then they lost to, what was it, Oklahoma? Or? Oh, no, it was Mizzou, right? They got their teeth kicked in by Mizzou, I believe. I really like Michigan this year. I know it's not a hot take, but I love Michigan. Juwan Howard's been an incredible coach, and I think they have what it takes. I think they are battle tested. They obviously they're not undefeated. Like, they haven't had some losses that were tough to swallow, but
sure.
Look, everyone's gonna say Gonzaga, but I think Michigan. If you're not gonna pick the big two power teams, I think Michigan's got a really good chance. So you like who again? Alabama. Yeah, not a bad one.
Mo says Adam is here. Party's over. We have Cough. Cough's in the chat. Last minute NBA sent. Did you hear that?
Cough, do you purposefully not mark off 6 p.m. so you can set your lineups or do injury swaps? I want to hear his answer. Sorry, not here. See his answer.
Yeah, same thing.
Last minute NBA sent. Kareem said Alabama made a comeback. They didn't get their teeth kicked in. It was close. The final score may have been close, but for 30 minutes, they just got absolutely railroaded. They lost.
Yeah.
Be better for the whole game. Bottom line.
Smash that like, guys. Up over 250. Love to see it. PGZ, man. Boy, this game seems to be taking forever. 15-point game. We've got a 7-way tie for first in the free public contest. Tua in the captain spot. Yours truly in 101st. We have Jim here updating the scores. Wide open man. And
he didn't get it.
Gasicki.
He didn't get it.
6 for 53 though, but oh man, Ducey, your lineup, that if you did put it in, it would have looked really good.
Jordan said Koff did admit to asking Ducey or DeAndrea an open-ended question so he could do his NBA lineups while they talked. Koff said he's on 6 p.m. all the time. I just want to know why you just didn't mark down that you were available all week. Hey, I'm not going to lie. I've asked Christian an open-ended question before so I could eat. I've done that. I've been on like the 2 p.m. sims with Christian. I've been working all morning. I need to eat. I got like a plate of like reheated fried rice here. And I'm like, hey, so, I mean, who do you got this weekend? And I'll just hit mute. I'll have like 3 bites of rice. It's amazing. So I understand where Koff's coming from.
Asking an open-ended question. That's so good.
You got to try that sometime.
Now you know it's coming.
I'm gonna give you 1-word answers.
Oh man, that is gold. That is good. Admittedly, I am trying to make last-minute tweaks.
Right now?
Yeah.
You got 2 minutes. Let me take over. You just do it. I'll take over play-by-play. You got it.
All right, man.
That's what real friends. See, this is a shining example to the chat of how real friends behave and treat each other. I can see in Glash's eyes, those beady little eyes.
Beady? Who are they meaty?
He wants to set his line. He wants to get someone out of his shooting guard spot. He really needs to do some maintenance on that lineup. So he's like, please, just Kenny, say something so I can change my lineup. So I'm doing it. We also have 3:46 left in this blowout here in Miami. So not like we're missing a lot. Breida's got 84 rushing yards. Michael making a bid for play-by-play as well, sending us some good details as the Bengals take over here, down 22, 3:43 to go. They got 3 timeouts. Let's hope that they burn them sooner rather than later.
Producer Michael's in 12th place.
Making a run for my analyst chair as well, I seems. Burrow on the run, right side. Little pick up there. Jones mix. You back? Giovanni Bernard, rather. That's why I'm not doing play-by-play today. You back? You done? You still looking? Still trying to make
I mean, 7:01 at this point. What was the name of Jim's thing? Sorry, Jim. I might have missed it. I'll play tomorrow, Jim.
Sure, Jim.
Jim is in the chat sending an invite.
Yeah, Jim.
Could have entered it before I continued here. There's Uzama, first down, approaching the 40. He'll gain 9 yards. Burrow up to 152. Christian DeAndrea's in 8th place in this free.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Head Bandria.
Can I say, I have a question for the chat. I could ask Koff as well. What is the purpose of sending that? Like, I know it's last minute, like it creates a theme to it, but why is he sending it last second? Because he wants the thrill of people getting involved? Because, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, what is that the whole idea?
I have no idea.
Yeah, with only 10 spots. That's so basically it's like, oh, if you get here, you got to get here first. Is that the idea behind it?
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, let's all race to DraftKings and get our lineups in.
Right. Like, isn't the idea to give everyone a fair chance? I mean, maybe not. I mean, this is back to my narrative, how he just wants to take people's money.
I mean, that's at the end of the day, he's really just like, he's doing professional robbery at this point.
Yeah.
Legal robbery. Just robbing people of
right.
their
Like,
PK bucks.
Try and take my money. Get in as fast as you can. So, but even
you're gonna do it. This will be your night. It's gonna be your lucky night.
No, I think it's
Damian Dotson in a great spot. Everyone, hurry! Get him in there.
Come on in, because you're not getting out.
Right before lineups lock, I have your money forever.
Come on. Gotta pay off my kid's college bill. Get on in.
Guy, I don't even want to joke about that. That must be pretty difficult.
Well, you know, it's his choice at the end of the day.
To have children?
Yes. And to get engaged, as you've learned. That's a choice.
Apparently it's not a choice. Apparently it just happens. People just assume that it happens.
No, it is seriously, it is a great idea. And I think it's great that anyone just getting involved, making lineups, that league has been...
Oh, I thought you were talking about getting engaged.
No.
I was like, it's like, oh, is Sarah there?
No, Sarah's not here. No, we're not doing that kind of crap.
Crap?
I mean, it must be the subtitles you're reading wrong. 3rd and 4. Talk about the game. Zachariah, thank you so much. Interception, yes. I'm glad you could see the animation on your screen. That's good. Kosicki. Once again, catch number 7, Zachariah. Just to keep your tally up to date.
Zachariah. What a name. What a name.
Mickey Mouse cartoon. But let's not talk about his avatar because he'd hate us to do that. Lori says, are you two watching the game? Sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Ish.
I have a, so, you know, it depends on the stream. Like if I'm doing play-by-play, I got the zoom with the Madden game like huge on my screen because I have to see what's happening. But for this, my zoom is 3 boxes. It's stream, me, you. So it's like I can see you bigger. So it's like I'm talking to you, you know, it's like a more personal experience. I can have a conversation, you know.
Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. Well, there's 5 of us in the call.
Gallery view, yeah. Michael finished in 4th. Congrats, Michael.
See, I've got on a monitor here, I've got 3/4 of the screen is Zoom, and then the chat in a straight file line on the left.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the $250 free showdown.
Okay. Tua threw for 3 touchdowns. He was in the captain, but no longer. Parker is now in the captain spot in the winning lineup. Brady had 91 yards rushing and a touchdown. Tua 2 for 29. The other running backs, Joe Mixon's been god awful. God awful. You know, Koff says to stop talking about Koff and focus on the game, but he gets in the chat, and I'm trying to read the chat. So, and I'm also promoting the league he created. I'm promoting his last-minute NBA. So, I don't really follow why that's a bad idea. Like, I'm, in a way, helping him. But anyway, Grant, 3 catches, 8 yards. Nothing to see there from Grant. Hey, Devontae Parker had 2 touchdowns. In the captain spot, winning lineup, I think he's got to be, speak of the devil, the crusty, he's very crusty, Krusty Kaufman player of the game, Kenny?
Sure. 2 touchdowns, 41.5% ownership. Really can't give it to anybody else. I was really thinking about Dolphins defense, but Parker, 12.9K in the captain spot, 31.65 points in the captain spot with the 2 receiving touchdowns. 2 of his 3 catches went for touchdowns, just ridiculous. Ridiculous catch in the back of the end zone. Sure. Devontae Parker, player game. Least valuable player in this one. You got to go down. You got to look at some bad lineups. You got to look at who got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And the man who put the hurt on so many people was, to me, John Ross. 51.4% ownership. He was in some lineups that ended up winning some 10 cents, but 5 catches for 13 yards. He went 5 catches for 13 yards. $8,400, 51.4% ownership. One of the most popular players in this slate, and just flopped. So I think he's my not my kid today. I would maybe honorable mention to Joe Burrow, but I don't have the numbers on him right now in terms of ownership and how many points he actually ended up with. Do you know how many points Burrow ended up with?
I do, because I played him and it didn't go well. 5.4 points, 160 yards passing and a pick.
And Burrow, I'm looking through our Slack here. I don't see Burrow's ownership numbers.
And as Zachariah points out, Felix Zachariah, as he corrected me, Joe Mixon had 4 carries for 5 yards. So,
yeah, there's so many bad people in this game. But I don't think Joe Mixon's ever like a great option, right?
He's got superstar traits.
Am I wrong?
You're led to believe he'll be good, but it's not true.
Let's look at. I'm gonna just do some. Sometimes I type in random letters to see if I can get like a bad lineup. But to me, it's difficult right now.
And Tim R points out Burrow is 70% owned.
All right, so Burrow then. Let's give it to Burrow.
Okay. All right.
Yep, giving it to Burrow.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you all for tuning in. We see you over there on Twitch. Leahy, Wes, Simon, Smashlanta. First time playing Fortnite, Simon. So that's it for this sim. Nothing in between today. A lot of people decided to take the day off. Shame on them, but we're here. Kaufman.
Some people decide not to mark availability for 6 p.m., but we did.
Coffin, Brenton Cristal coming up at 8 o'clock. When most of the NBA games will be underway at that stage. So that's
right.
Putting 2 to 2 together there, Deucey. That's pretty good.
You're gonna have to tune in for that and hear how attentive Koff's being to the sim.
Want to remind all of you, the big game is over, the Super Bowl, but we've got something you're gonna love. Hashtag hammer the over on the subject of the NBA. Lakers Nuggets is on Valentine's Day, which is Sunday, a week from yesterday. The more people bet the over, the more we lower the total. Head to DraftKings Sportsbook, DK, at DK Sportsbook on Twitter, to check out this promotion. Basically, the whole idea is for you guys to get involved and check out the Sportsbook. If you're in a state that is applicable to look at Valentine's Day, Lakers and Nuggets.
Dare I say I love the over in that game?
You do.
I am infatuated with the over.
Because you were saying something, just for tonight, you're fading Jokic, but that's because you trust Milwaukee defensively.
That's right.
Okay. Lakers, you in that sense don't for Sunday.
Well, the Lakers are a good defense.
Okay. But you do like the over. So
I'm just saying I love it because we're going to get so many people on the over that the total is going to be like 100 points.
I see. Got it. So
I got to go.
Okay. Ducey likes the over. Take that for what it's worth. Check out the sports book. The more people bet the over, the more the total is lowered. So in that way, it can help you if you like the under. Sit on that one. Anywho, coming up, 8 o'clock, you will have 49ers and Cardinals with Koff and Brandon Cristal. I'll be back for Madden After Dark at 10. I did make a free roll in the commissioned Adam Kaufman League that has the Colts and the Bears, 2 teams connected to Carson Wentz. I was saying it was Bears, but now the Colts might be connected, and there are other teams also interested. So for Kenny Ducey, producer Michael, Andrew, Jim from Game Ops, good stuff, everybody. You will be back here at 8. Thanks for joining in to the DraftKings Dream Stream. See you in a bit.
Well, hello again, DK Sim fam. Welcome in, and I hope Glash and Kenny are in the chat so they can just, I don't know, attempt to continue berating me when I'm not around to defend myself. With Brandon Cristal, I am Adam Kaufman, and welcome in. It's the primetime Sim, baby, here on a Monday. The Niners and the Cardinals on the way, and let's be honest, we're probably going to talk very little about this actual Sim, or at least these two teams. We'll get into key scoring moments and bigger things like that, but there was kind of a big capper to the NFL season that happened last night. You may know it as the Super Bowl, and there's much to discuss from that, much as there was earlier in the day, which is fittingly why we called this the prime time. The Who on Earth is going to try to convince me Tom Brady's not the GOAT. Free roll. BK, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. You know, I knew there was something I was supposed to do yesterday that I had blocked off, and it was to watch the Super Bowl. I totally spaced it. And at the mall, and then we made family dinner, and then putting the kids to bed. I knew I missed something.
Yeah.
So who won? The Chiefs, right? The Chiefs won? Patrick Mahomes, you go nuts?
Yeah, that was expected, right? I mean, by double digits, go out there, win by like 17 points. You wouldn't think, because you tend to be pretty active on Twitter, you would have just stumbled upon something like, boy, why are all these people talking about anAlexa commercial and Doritos? And I don't know, I guess
I like the T-Mobile commercial with the voice.
The weekend, the halftime show, it didn't resonate with you, though.
None of it clicked.
Weirdest thing.
Could you imagine if that ever happened to somebody? Like, I just got my days mixed up.
Man, what? Oh, God, I thought it was Saturday. Oh, my bad.
I thought it was Saturday all day because I worked on Saturday. It threw off my week. I ended up having to go into the office. And, this was the first Super Bowl I hadn't been at in 5 years, and I've been to 6 of the last 7. And actually the first I've ever watched with my wife. So that was cool. And my kiddos. Last year my wife dropped me off at the Super Bowl.
Did they enjoy it? I remember you telling me that. Yeah,
I think so. I think they enjoyed it in as much as, hey, it's a Super Bowl and it's cool having Dad here. Or she may not call me Dad; she just calls me B or idiot. But we got a new air fryer, so fried up some wings. Gonna start doing that on a regular basis. Put up a big screens, pull down screen that my wife got us for Christmas. Her brother came over and put that up, so it was cool, and it's fun to watch the commercials in real time versus read the highlights, or catch them on Twitter. The one or two they give you in the stadium. I just wish we would have seen more scoring. I don't say a better game. A lot of people want to beat the game up. What the Bucs did to the Chiefs' offense is worth applauding, and it was a heck of a game. And on the other side, you got plenty of scoring from Tampa. So, look, I picked the Bucs to win.
Kenyon Drake, by the way, nice run out toward midfield, a little bit beyond, off the Kyler Murray pass for 32 yards. You were saying?
No, I picked the Bucs to win, but I wouldn't pretend like I was convicted. I wasn't betting $3.5 million like Mattress Mac was or whatever he did. That wasn't me. But I did pick him to win on the radio, on my podcast. I might have mentioned it in my final sim on Friday night with Jeff. That I just kept coming back to. That O-line was really bothering me. The putting 3 guys out of place was going to be a factor. And then I don't know how hurt Patrick Mahomes was, but I'd have surgery if I were him just to add to the lore, if you will. Like, well, he had surgery almost immediately, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how much the toe was ailing. Obviously, like you said, the offensive line was really weak, and conversely, it's not just that the offensive line was weak. The Bucs defensive line was incredible. I thought you got a great performance defensively out of the Bucs. Going back to what you said, because I was one of those people that felt and feel, and I was on earlier for the Nooner and talked plenty about it, and as you'd expect, we talked a lot about Tom Brady as well. But the game on the whole, I didn't feel it was a good game. I thought it was a bad game, but that's not me taking away from the Bucs defense and really celebrating Tampa's performance as much as I just wanted to be entertained, and that was not an entertaining football game.
For it to be that, you're going to need scoring on both sides. You're going to
Correct.
right. You're going to need a back and forth, like a knockout blow. The way NBA Finals and really good NBA playoff games feel, where every bucket matters, or
Well, and even feeling, sometime beyond the second quarter, boy, I wonder who's going to win this game. It just always felt like, not that you would count out the Chiefs, because we've seen some monumental comebacks from Patrick Mahomes and company before. Last year's postseason, there was the one game they came back from down 24 against Houston. So it's not like the Chiefs were that early in the game viewed as down and out. I just, you never really, I hesitate to say worried, I guess, but if I were a Bucs fan, if I had, I was rooting for Brady to win, but if I had a real genuine, man, I'm not going to sleep tonight if the Bucs don't win this game. If I were invested like that, like I would be if the Patriots were playing in the game, there was no point in that game, second quarter on, where I really felt particularly nervous.
Yeah. Now I don't remember, have the Patriots played in many Super Bowls recently? Because since Brady left,
your definition of recent. Yeah.
Since Brady left, it feels like they've fallen off. I mean, they didn't go to the playoffs.
So what have you done for me lately kind of world.
Yeah.
You're right.
Pretty much Patrick Mahomes' world, and I guess Brady is still going to hang out a little.
Tom Brady seems to still be living in it.
Yeah, and still, he's going to make a case that, hey, don't forget about me just yet. No, the conversation that I think's interesting, not as it relates to the game, but as it relates to sports, is did Tom Brady jump past MJ, Wayne Gretzky, people like that in the conversation of best team sports athlete of all time or best football player? Is it now, do you have to knock Jim Brown or Jerry Rice or Lawrence Taylor out of the conversation? Because when you lay Brady's resume down and the fact that he was able to do that with a team that won 7 games last year, and I understand that they were talented, and Jameis is a bigger reason why they only won 7, but you add Gronk, you add Fournette, you add AB.
Turned the ball over 42 times.
Well, right. So when you look at it, it's just, it can't be, I don't know.
Well, Brendan.
I was always going to say Brady was the
Brady
GOAT.
And LeBron are the most overrated athletes of all time.
Who said that?
Brendan in the chat, the YouTube chat. Brady and LeBron, the most overrated athletes of all time.
There's only 4 MVPs for LeBron, right? 4 league MVPs to go with 4 finals MVPs. There's 9 finals appearances or whatever the number is. 10. How many have LeBron been to? 9 or 10? He went to 8 in a row, right?
He went to 8 in a row. He's been to 9.
I get 4 out of 9 isn't.
No, maybe it is 10.
Either way. And when you look at some of the teams he's done it with.
He went to the first one with the Cavs, then he went to 4 with the Heat. Was it 4 with Cleveland? And then obviously the one with LA?
Yeah.
Has it been 10? So he's been to 10.
Did he go to 4 in a row with Cleveland or 3 in a row with Cleveland? Because they played.
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, they might have gone to 3 in a row because then. Well, he went to 8 in a row. And he obviously.
It'd have to be 10. It'd have to be 10. Last year must have been 10.
I mean, was he was in the finals, lost with Cleveland, and immediately went to Miami?
No.
Right.
That's what I mean. There was a gap.
Yeah.
I think, unless I'm remembering that wrong. I mean, we do have the internet. I mean, we could
Do
debate
we?
it until the
This
end
is
of
more
time.
fun.
Or we could just look it up.
Oh.
Smash that like. Getting close to 300, folks. 10 trips to the finals. Thank you, Drew.
That's what I said.
And how many has he won?
4. But
okay, so 4 and 6.
He is remarkably durable. He has played more highly competitive basketball than any person that's ever walked the planet. Kobe was up there because Kobe had gone to so many finals and came in as an 18-year-old. But when you start playing in the NBA as an 18-year-old, and then now you've gone to 10 finals plus some Olympics, he has played more highly competitive basketball games than any person that's ever walked the earth, including Kareem, who played 20. Maybe Kareem's close, but the playoff series weren't as long. Those college seasons where he played, obviously, for 3 years. He didn't play as a freshman because they weren't allowed, which was the dumbest rule ever. They were the number 1 team on campus, even though
how about just straight up mileage?
Number 1 in the country.
How about just straight up mileage? And like producer Mike, Drew, if you guys don't feel like doing this, don't feel compelled. But I would be curious to know. Obviously, we can't do it in real time while we're pseudo calling this thing and having a conversation. But I would be curious to know, regular season and playoffs combined, where LeBron ranks in terms of overall minutes played in NBA history.
I'm glad you asked, In the NBA, this is NBA/ABA. Do you want that one, or do we just want to go NBA? He's down one spot because of the ABA. I think ABA was high-level basketball, so it counts.
Yeah, all right, fine.
So as
you
it
already
stands
have this.
now,
this exists. Okay, what do we got?
This has to only be regular season because there's no way Kevin Garnett has played more minutes than LeBron. I wouldn't think. But
okay, yeah. See, I want to know regular season and postseason.
And I don't know. Somebody will have to help us find it. But LeBron's 8th currently. Moses Malone right in front of him. Elvin Hayes, J. Kidd, KG, Dirk, Karl Malone, Kareem. And Kareem
measure. So if Kareem's number 1, just measure LeBron, postseason included, against Kareem, postseason included. And I wonder how far off it is, because LeBron has had some. I mean, he has tacked on just playoffs. He's tacked on like 3 or 4 full seasons with all of his deep playoff runs. Johnny H says LeBron's career is over. He's great. MJ's the greatest. Now, regardless of how you feel about that debate, and we don't need to have that conversation, because I think the people who believe LeBron, you won't change their mind. The people who believe Michael, you won't change their minds. And I don't care. That's fine. Believe whichever side you want to believe. To say, though, that LeBron's career is over, how can any part of you believe that? He won the championship last year and he's still playing like an MVP.
Yeah, it almost makes it sound like there's nothing he can do to ever jump up there. And Charles Barkley always does that stupid thing where he says, you're never going to change my top 5, which is obviously a silly thing to say, because right now, in however you stack it, it should be MJ 1, LeBron 2, or if you want to go LeBron 1, MJ 2. I'm not going to, I don't want to have that argument today. But let's just say LeBron wins
touchdown
3
first
in a row.
Of the day, Deebo Samuel.
Let's just say LeBron does win 3 in a row, which is something that MJ did twice, but that would give him 7 rings and 2 more finals appearances. So he would be 7 for 12. And he's going to end up, we got kind of down a little rabbit hole there on minutes. He's going to end up with every record, right? He'll certainly have most points. He'll have most minutes played, most games played, which aren't really records other than impressive durability. But I'd be willing to bet if we look at like steals and assists and even rebounds, he's probably going to be in the top 10 of all of those. The way he's been passing the ball and just how much longer he played than the top assist guys. Although J. Kidd's up there. So anyway.
It's just amazing some of the commentary that you get and well, I don't want to turn this sim into that debate, but just reading some of this. Grackle here, not saying LeBron isn't amazing, Jordan is and was better. LeBron or MJ, haha, Kobe is the best ever, says Problem. Kid Gaming. Brendan, LeBron isn't even top 50 all time. He should never be in the same
top 50
as Jordan. These are some of these are asinine takes that are in the chat right now.
You can name me 50 players better than LeBron. I want to see the list. Cut and paste, type it on Word or something, and then paste it into the chat. So how about this? He's 8th all time in assists. He's still 300 behind Chris Paul, 95-33. So he will end up with 10,000 assists easily. I don't know if he's catching John Stockton at 15,806 assists. Jason Kidd, who I just read you a list of minutes played, is what? He is 5th all-time in minutes played. He's still 3,000 assists behind, 3,800 assists, almost 37 and change behind Stockton. That's really impressive. Big O, Magic, Mark Jackson, Steve Nash, Chris Paul. That's who's ahead of him.
Regardless, we have fallen down a real rabbit hole. But it's fine. It's collectively, it is all of our faults, including the chat. We're all to blame for the rabbit hole. But going back to your original question of Brady versus, X, team
well,
sport
but it's not a
athlete.
long list. It's Jordan, it's LeBron, it's Gretzky. I don't know if there's like Yogi Berra has a bunch of rings, Bill Russell, but no one's saying that. Like, who's your best baseball player of all time? Jeter has 5 in a modern era. Mike Trout is a phenomenal player. Mickey Mantle, I'll listen to bringing Mickey Mantle or Hank Aaron into it, but they didn't. And Mickey won a lot. Where does Tom Brady rank? It's 1970. If you want to.
I honestly, I don't even necessarily believe that it's comparable sport to sport. Like, you got to remember, like baseball players. Eliminate baseball players right off the hop. They are so, one singular baseball player is so marginally involved in the scope of an entire game. Now, that obviously with a dominant performance can change, but I mean, game to game, a guy could be, so what? Like you went 3 for 5 with 3 singles and an RBI. Like good for you. You know, I mean, you're not out there truly impacting the game unless you're driving in a whole bunch of runs and having one of those really absurd performances. Football, you know, to bring it back to Brady, football, he's only, and I'm not discounting anything in terms of leadership and culture and all of the intangibles and things along those lines when I say this, just talking purely what happens on the field. He's only on the field half the game. A football player is only on the field half the game. So you almost have to go back to basketball if you're really, or hockey, if you're really going to have that conversation when you talk, and even, you know, hockey, obviously there are shifts. Like those guys at best are playing half a game, you know, a third of a game, a little more than that. Not to say that, I mean, really, again, sort of comes back to the NBA, I suppose. At least those guys are I'm not saying they're better athletes and they work any harder or whatever. It's just different. It's a different sport, different responsibilities. But those guys are out on the court for, you know, 3/4 of a game on average. So it's, I don't know. That's, to me, crossing over sport to sport to have that conversation in the first place is a really difficult thing to achieve.
Well, let's bring it back to football then, and if we end up back there, because I could make a case why an NFL player, specifically a quarterback, can qualify, or the most dominant football player of all time. But Brady is now in a class, I guess he was there before, but it's even more pronounced after last night because of what he was able to do with a new team in his first year there, a franchise. Like, had he have gone to the Steelers
during a pandemic,
during a pandemic, had he gone to the Steelers, the Packers, the Cowboys, it wouldn't have, or the Raiders, the Niners, it wouldn't have felt the same. But to do it with a franchise,
he
like
took
that,
a joke of a franchise.
They're literally the losingest franchise in the history of sports, percentage-wise. To do what he did, and to Boomer Esiason kept saying this on the post-game show, and it's a point that I've made on here, giving credit. I stole the point talking about Peyton Manning. Boomer was talking about Peyton, but I would compare Peyton to Shaq, and I stole this from Kenny Smith from when we used to do the show on Sirius together a million years ago, and that was in 04 or 05. When Shaq was there, he's like, Shaq in Miami, even in games he doesn't play or doesn't play much, Dwayne Wade's clearly the best player at that point, and he was only a couple years in, but Shaq changes your mental approach to every single game. You're like, we've got Shaq. We're playing for a championship. And Tom Brady's presence does that. Everyone raises the way they approach things. I saw a story where Shaquille Barrett, his wife, went ahead. They've got 3 kids that are all in school. She went ahead and homeschooled him this year because she wasn't going to be the reason, or the Barrett family wasn't going to be the reason that the team got COVID and had to lose a bunch of players for a game. So it changes all of your habits, your work habits, the way you approach, you know, pregame, all of it through your game planning, everything through the week. He changes the culture on his own because he drops his 6 rings on the table when he gets to town and says, hey, did anybody want one of these or a couple of these? Just kind of follow my lead and we'll be fine.
There's a lot of truth in that. I certainly get that in terms of just altering the culture. I mean, you've heard enough of the players and coaches in Tampa talk about that with relation to Brady and, you know, for decades here in New England as well. As Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike Drew, our technical director. We got Jim, our game ops crew. He is representing here. 4th and 5 on the way. Seconds into this second quarter and a punt looming here with San Fran up 7-3. And
in New England, though, it was all Belichick.
Which is another just such a stupid, time-filling waste of a conversation debating who is more important. Now, if you want to argue,
the answer is Brady. Because if you had Stidham, yes, he's on the field. Just like John Elway always talked about, as much as he liked building a team, it was nothing like playing quarterback because he could affect the outcome. He goes, I can put the best players on the field. If they do the wrong things, it doesn't matter. When I'm on the field, I can control things. And that's what Tom Brady did last night. That's what he did all those times in New England.
On one side of the ball. And keep in mind that you could argue multiple championships for the Patriots, and some might say the one for Tampa last night. And I'm talking about the championship game, not the entire season performance.
Right.
Multiple championships. Yeah, multiple championships were won by the defense. And Brady was great last night, don't get me wrong. But like the first 3 that he won in New England, he got him there. He was a huge part of it, but most Pats fans would say the defense was the anchor of those championships. Right. And certainly that 13-3 win over the Rams in the final Super Bowl there for New England that Brady played in, same story. They weren't all the Falcons game or the even the Seahawks game or obviously where the defense was nowhere to be found, and Brady threw for 500 yards and a loss in the game against the Eagles a few years back. So one man can only do so much, I think, is what it comes back to. And this man can do a lot. He can do a lot. But I just think that the whole Brady-Belichick thing is done because they made each other. They made each other better. I don't believe that Brady is a 7-time champ if he never has Bill Belichick as his head coach, nor do I believe Bill Belichick has 6 rings as a head coach if he never had Tom Brady. I think that, the two very much went hand in hand.
There's plenty of examples throughout the history of sports where good players find a way to last a long time, but without enough help around them or the right coaching situation, it just never works out. Peyton Manning's going into the Hall of Fame. His dad Archie's as good a quarterback as anybody saw in the 70s, in a lot of people's opinion. They never were better than 8-8 because the Saints were so bad, right? Fran Tarkenton went to 4 Super Bowls. Jim Kelly went to 4 Super Bowls. And Jim Kelly has some Hall of Famers around. He just lost to some good teams, and his guys didn't have their best days in those games. But if Tom Brady was drafted by the Jaguars, do we even remember him? Right? Does he? And I'm not saying he couldn't have gotten there.
But doesn't that go back to support the Belichick end of the conversation?
Yeah, to some degree. And the number of players around him that are, I guess, in the Hall of Fame. Peyton Manning talked about that too. I did a Zoom call for he and John Lynch. That he goes, I get to Indy and Edgerrin James is there running the ball, and Marvin Harrison. He's like, Marvin Harrison would run 50 yards after every catch on a little out route. He's like, well, this is different. And he's like, so Reggie Wayne comes along and his standards raised because of Marvin. And Edgerrin came in after Marshall. Marshall Faulk was there, but he said that, and I don't know, Marvin may have come after Peyton too, but he just, when you got a lot of really good players around you, you all make each other better. But if Bill Belichick coaches another 5 or 10 years and doesn't sniff a Super Bowl, you're going to have to make a case that Brady was certainly as important, more important than Belichick. Because Belichick hasn't become a worse coach.
No, I mean, you could certainly attack him as a general manager, but I think he's an excellent coach. I don't think a lot of people would dispute that. There'll be some. I mean, there are some that would say that Tom Brady's not the greatest, and to me, that is just, I don't see how that is. We even need to be defending that at this point. But there are, again, people that are just stuck in their ways. Jordan in the chat, Koff, the only thing that was, it was not only Brady who won last night, the defense was just as responsible. Give them their credit. Jordan, I've said that multiple times here during this broadcast. The defense was excellent, and arguably more significant to that victory last night than Brady was. I've said that multiple times here during this particular simulation. There's Yash here. Guys, focus on the Madden game. Nobody cares about real life sports. I certainly don't believe that is the case, but we will acknowledge the Madden game from time to time. Ernest agreed. Kaufman, they complement each other. Steve, we're not going to go down this rabbit hole, but I'm going to acknowledge it because I have fallen down this before with Moose in particular, but BK and I have discussed it as well. Steve says Marino is the best QB of all time. Brady is the winningest. Again, you can certainly, you get into semantics and things like that a little bit as the Niners here are driving and trying to add to their 7-3 advantage from the 15. A very short run right there. Matter of fact, might have just barely gotten back to the line of scrimmage. He did. Mostert. The conversation for me, and BK can say if he feels differently, the conversation for me is not who is the greatest quarterback athlete to ever play. That's not Tom Brady. Tom Brady would tell you Tom Brady is not the greatest quarterback athlete of all time. Far from it, quite frankly. But if the conversation is who has had the best career, who has the best resume, who has the best accomplishments, you're never going to touch Tom Brady. Patrick Mahomes is not going to touch Tom Brady. This is just a fact. It's a fact.
You wouldn't think. You certainly can't predict that anyone is going to make it to 10 Super Bowls and win 7. And that was a conversation I've mentioned on here before. I don't know if it was you or Glash, but talking to Jeff Legwold, one of the Hall of Fame voters, the Denver voter, and when they were talking about the 100 greatest players and all of that, and he got to sit next to Belichick a lot in some of those meetings about the blue ribbon panel for the 100th anniversary and all that. But he goes, take all the names off it, take their height and weight and everything else and their accuracy and their arm strength, just grab resumes that includes wins, Super Bowls, and all the other stats that go with it, playoff stats, regular season stats. No one's touching anyone else's resume except Tom Brady's, right? He's in a whole different pile even across the entire sport, not just now for quarterbacks.
And also for anyone, because I ran into this a little bit during the earlier sim, because we were having a little fun talking about how many professional football, basketball, baseball, hockey players are now part of the 7 championship club. And there are 26 guys, and many of them obviously played decades ago. There are, I think, 8 Celtics on the list. But, modern era, I'd have to look. I'm not sure how many there are other than Brady. It's a very short list. But
Bob Orry
saying, exactly where I was going to go. So does that mean Robert Horry, Big Shot Bob, is one of the greatest basketball players of all time? No, absolutely not. And everybody knows that, and he knows that. And a large part of that is because the rings matter. Rings matter. Rings are significant. But it's not just rings. Tom Brady happens to also hold the record in virtually every other category. Every playoff record you could possibly want to have as a quarterback, whether individually, statistically, touchdowns, completions, passing yards, but also, as we have a touchdown here for Raheem Mostert and the Niners, wins, appearances, the Super Bowl victories, overall playoff victories, division titles, on and on and on. And also regular season, he's got the most, passing touchdowns. He's, I think, second at this point to Breeze, but he's going to pass him because Breeze is going to retire. Like, Brady will have the rings and all of the records. It is mind-boggling to me how you could argue anybody else when you consider all of that. Of course, it's not just about the rings.
I'm cool if he wins more because he's not doing it for the Patriots. And everyone's seeing the Patriots win. And I think there's plenty of people, based on the way Bill Belichick kind of conducts himself, even if you can make the case that he's playing a character, and I've made that case before, right? That it's all a character. Anybody that knows him knows. I understand he treats his team a certain way, right? There is that approach that that no frills. Hey, it's all football, all football, all football. But he has a little more personality than he leads on in press conferences. Certainly, people close to him will talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
But it still rubs people the wrong way and always has. Plus, you got Spygate, Deflategate, and all that stuff. Is always gonna. It's never gonna change some people's opinions. But what is interesting, and Matt Stafford saying I don't want to go there. Well, I get that. Some people said, well, they should sell out for Deshaun Watson. Watson's just going to sign off and say they don't have anybody to throw to, and I don't. I also don't want to go there and be coached like this. That Brady, sort of the way Tim Duncan, a lot of Popovich would yell at him, and maybe Manu and Tony Parker to a lesser degree. Brady being there got some free agents to New England if the price tag was right, or got Antonio Brown there last year anyway. But now they're going to have
scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl in Tampa.
Yeah, now they're going to have as hard a time as any team out there, any perennially bad team, unless they way overpay, to get. If they're 50-50 with a free agent, the free agent's almost always going to choose somewhere else because they'll have talked to their friends that have played for the Patriots without Brady, and they will tell them, yeah, it's not fun to be here. Our quarterbacks aren't very good. It's all football all the time, and I understand how it should be. But Belichick and the Patriot way now will be off-putting because Tom Brady isn't there. If they somehow could draft the next Tom Brady, it'll change the narrative again. Then people will want to come in. And they want a chance to win, and they'll endure the other stuff. But if he can't get the players and doesn't have the quarterback, it could be some down years in New England in terms of top-end talent and real playoff success.
Lewis Daniels says, hey, Koff, is there a sim going on here? Glad you asked. 14-3, 1st and 10 from the 36 minutes to go in the half. Kyler thinks about running a very short pass. Instead, incomplete in the direction of Kenyon Drake. I'm sitting 24th. in our the Who on Earth will try to convince me Brady's not the GOAT primetime free roll out of 179 entries. My lineup, which I never even gave you earlier, Mostert, the captain spot, Garoppolo. No, I'm sorry, that's not mine. It's that is the leading lineup, which belongs to Antisocial. I will give you that. Mostert, Garoppolo, Drake, Samuel, Pettis, and the Niners DST. Mine, not wildly different. Mostert, the captain spot, Murray, Samuel, Bourne, Pettis, and Robbie Gould. Where are you looking, by the way?
Well, I am currently sitting at 164.
Yeah.
I decided to captain Garoppolo. He's had kind of like yo-yo games, like good, bad, good, bad. I also have Kyler in my lineup. He's terrible to this point. Kittle hasn't been very good. None of my team's been very good, except for Garoppolo. At least has a touchdown pass. Christian Kirk has the one catch. Pettis, obviously a value play. Zane Gonzalez did bang in the only points for Arizona to this point. But I don't think I'm finishing in the top 10 unless this is a much different second half. And I can't even get in the 8 o'clock Eastern or 10 o'clock Eastern game because Glash's game that he made is already full.
Really?
Yeah, so it's full. So
wow.
I guess I can just get in the big one. If I win, I'll give my money to charity.
Yeah, there you go. 1st and 10, 48 ticks left here in the opening half. Good for okay, so that makes sense. I was gonna say full. Producer Mike says he only made it for 50 entries. Why'd he go and do that? Was that a mistake? Was that an oversight? Why would he only want 50 entries in there? I bet he screwed up. He's inclusive. He wants as many people involved as possible. Yeah, Mike says mistake. There you go. But believe it or not, this is me saying this. Driving this conversation ever so slightly away from Tom Brady's place in history. If anyone wants to talk about anything as relates to Brady, the Bucs winning, the Chiefs losing, whatever it may be, and certainly you covering the Broncos as you do, you have an even deeper perspective and view than I do, certainly, of the Chiefs, seeing them a couple of times a year. How surprised, I know you said earlier that just going with your gut, you thought the Bucs were going to win that game, but nevertheless, how surprised are you that the Chiefs were as bad as they were? And again, it comes back to that offensive line, the concerns that you had, as you said, and as we both talked about how good the Tampa defense was, but still, this is Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, although he was excellent, Tyreek Hill. I mean, you got and Andy Reid coaching. I mean, what ultimately led them to going out and Patrick Mahomes having the first game of his entire career without a touchdown?
It was a masterful effort by Todd Bowles and that defense, who tend to be one of the blitz happier defenses, that they were able to get home with 4 and pressure, depending on the numbers you look at. Pressure on 44 of the 61 dropbacks, pressure on 30 of the dropbacks. You know, it's how do you define a pressure? That's part of it too. But Shaq Barrett was credited with 8, and he had 3 sacks. They were hitting Patrick, and he was still making some crazy throws. It's also worth noting he hit Kelce in the hands. He hit 2 other teammates. He hit Tyreek Hill and maybe Robinson in the face with the football. You can't be much more accurate than putting it on a guy's face mask with both of their hands available to catch it and then missing it, right? So even if he was dealing with that toe injury and wasn't as mobile, I think that was part of it too, is the pressure was coming, and he likes to do the thing where he drops back 20 yards, which is all well and good, but there was way more pressure than that normally. Normally he can buy enough and good coverage on the back end with that young secondary, Anton Winfield and Davis and the rest of them, that they just made it really, really hard.
Still, even as you watched it, were you surprised? Did you
Yes.
just keep thinking to yourself, like, the Chiefs are going to snap out of this?
Yes,
And they just never did?
Especially early. And I know people were getting on the refs a little bit, but that's mostly because of the way the playoffs have been called, because those were penalties. Tyrann Mathieu clipping Mike Evans' legs, it's a penalty, right? Would have Evans have gotten to that ball? I don't know. But I know that once he hit him in the legs, he definitely, I mean, Mike Evans is 6'5". So to say that he wouldn't have dove and it would have hit him, I don't know. Probably not. Mecole Hardman missed one too, where he just kind of throttled his route down. That would have been a huge gain there early in the game. So I was surprised they weren't able to run the ball. effectively at all? Because even bad pass blockers, and that's kind of being kind, but guys who struggle in pass blocking, and I think you can make the case that version of the Chiefs O-line did. Usually you can make up with it by being able to run the ball, and they weren't going to stack the box because of Mahomes, and they just weren't able to really get much going on the ground. CEH had a couple of bursts, but yeah, it was surprising that's exactly that the game played out the way it did.
We've reached the half here. It is 14-6. San Fran in front. To go over some numbers, 110 passing for Kyler Murray. Garoppolo, a touchdown pass with his 84 yards. He's 9 out of 10, so pretty good completions percentage so far. We'll look at the rushing numbers. Raheem Mostert, 14 for 69 to score, so he is trending toward a bonus. We'll see if he gets there. Drake just 2 for 12. Woof. Murray 2 for 11. He tends to be better. Drake in the air, though, 6 for 65. He is the leading receiver by what feels like a mile. You got Deebo Samuel, 2 for 11 with a score, 3 for 28 for Bourne, 3 for 26 for Williams, 2 for 35 for Kittle. And those are the more interesting numbers to this point in time. Not a lot of offense influencing this particular sim.
I feel like I should have had Drake in my lineup. Speaking of Drake, the State Farm commercial with Drake and Paul Rudd's pretty great.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't see.
Really?
No, I didn't, because the kids have been a little distracting. So I missed a bunch of the commercials that I feel like, that's why I tweeted out, I don't know, earlier tonight, like, so what were the best commercials? Because I feel like I need to go back and just Google some.
Well, in USA Today or Yahoo usually rank them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nabi Roble says, I'm blaming Mahomes because he never could run out of trouble like he normally does. Look, that's not a... It's certainly... I'm not even making an excuse. I'm saying what's made Patrick Mahomes so great is his ability to make those plays. That was the first time he's lost by more than 8 points in 54 starts.
Insane that Romo was chuckling at that, the fact that he had never lost a game by double digits in his career.
Right, he had never had a game without a touchdown.
His career. It's nuts.
Yeah, he had never had a game without a touchdown. It was, and for that offense, it's been so prolific with him as their quarterback. The effort that defense put forth ranks up there with as good a defense as you can ever, defensive performance in the Super Bowl. Certainly with the Pats did a couple of years ago, you hold the Rams, who were the top scoring offense in the league, to 3.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos in Super Bowl 50, the Legion of Boom holding that offense at that point had been the most prolific offense in the history of the NFL to 8 points, 43-8 in Super Bowl 48. The 2002 Bucks, 2000 Ravens, 85 Bears. That performance ranks right up there. And there's no reason to think that they won't be able to do something similar next year as a team. They're going to have to figure out on Godwin. They're going to have to figure out how to pay Shaq Barrett. But, yeah, and I don't know if Godwin's back. He may be the biggest casualty. But I think most of their roster, at least, is set to come back. I should see who else is who is a free agent. And I'm not saying they'll win the NFC. A lot has to happen. You need to stay healthy. But I certainly wouldn't pick against them right now.
How do you feel about the people out there? And I don't know how. Admittedly, I haven't watched a lot of TV today. I really haven't watched any TV today. I've been working, so I don't know what kind of narrative is existing on national sports talk when it comes to this sort of thing. But I have seen in the written word, I have seen some people saying, like, careful, rushing to call the Chiefs a dynasty because, as we know, like, to me, they're not a dynasty yet. And
they can't be.
They can't be. But where I'm going with this is, careful even assuming they're going to be a dynasty, because right now they're a dynasty in the same way that, like, the 2013 Seahawks were a dynasty.
Yeah, and here's the other side of it too, or to add to that, we've talked about. I brought up that point that my Kansas City guys, who are the home of the Chiefs, talked to me about a couple weeks ago in the podcast, that this could be the best team they ever had. I get they were without 2 of their tackles, but money's going to start being an issue, and age will start being an issue, and the way Patrick Mahomes plays, all that stuff that he does, it's not predicated on full-blown speed, right? It's not Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, Mike Vick in his prime. It's not that. But it is based on health, right? His mobility. Yeah. You have to be mobile enough. And I'm not saying he couldn't turn into be what Tom Brady is, in terms of just maneuvering the game from the line of scrimmage, the way Peyton Manning did, the way Drew Brees does, and certainly has for the last half dozen years. So Mahomes will likely get there, right? He's just too talented and too smart. And so to count him out would be silly. But to just pencil him in as a Super Bowl participant every single year you haven't watched enough football. What the Patriots did, and now what Tom Brady's done to add to it, is such an anomaly, especially in that league where parity is the thing that makes the league great. That's why you haven't had back-to-back winners for as much as the Patriots kept winning in the latter part of Brady's career. I mean, and I understand fluky things happen, right? Seattle absolutely should have been a back-to-back winner. If they run the ball, you like their chances. Had they run the ball 4 times versus throwing it any times, you've got a better chance of Marshawn getting in on one of those 4 is all I'm saying. I understand why they threw it, and our pal Scott Zolak, your pal, explained it, I thought, perfectly at that dinner in Atlanta a couple of years ago. Yeah. And then I went and saw the play on his show with Belichick. But it's hard to do. It's hard to repeat. So to just say that he's going to be there every single year, I'll use John Elway as an example because they play in the same division. John Elway was here 16 years in Denver, did go to 5 Super Bowls, only won the division 7 times. And it's not getting easier to win divisions, it's getting harder.
How about Steven here? Checks in the mail for this guy. Seriously, though, this is an interesting conversation from 2 brilliant football minds, given the Super Bowl was yesterday. I think we're tossing around the term brilliant. Steven, I appreciate you.
Well, so I'm looking at the Bucks cap situation next year. So right now they're $38 million under, and that's with Brady back, Evans back, Donovan Smith, their left tackle, JPP, Marpet, their big guard, Ryan Jensen, Devin White. So here's who's up. Levante David, who's probably gone just because of age and cost. Shaq Barrett, you're going to have to pay again. If you franchise him, it's going to cost you $20-something million. So they probably need to work out a long-term deal. I would imagine they're going to move on from O.J. Howard, but I need to double-check his contract because you still have Braid under contract and Gronk wants to come back. So you could save $6 million there. Vita Vea's back, though, and not a lot of money. Wirfs is a rookie. And then all those DBs are on their first contract. You have to figure out what your running back situation look like. But I think you can find people that can do what Leonard Fournette did, or Leonard Fournette may be fine with all the money made in Tampa and do an incentive-laden deal that is based on hitting a bunch of markers. But next year's O.J. Howard's last year in his deal, they owe him no money. I do want to bet that's $6 million. They'll say that they might give to Fournette. So the Bucks are in pretty good shape roster-wise. Bruce Arians said that postgame. They want to bring their own guys back. But again, it's Levante David, who was great in coverage, especially a few times on Kelsey. Levante David, Shaq Barrett, and Sue. But I think with Sue's production, you can probably... He was big last night, though.
He's already said that he wants to come back and looks forward to negotiating his own contract again, which he did last time around.
Right, and
with an agent.
Right, he was making $8 million. But I mean, Sue's a smart dude. I know he's got anger issues, but yeah, he was on a 1-year, $8 million deal. He probably is on a deal similar to that next year, and maybe it's for even less because he's 34. He'll be 35. He'll be 35 in a couple of weeks.
Halfway through the third, another punt. Lots of punts. 14-6, San Fran in front. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike Drew, our technical director Jim, Game Ops Squad, all you out there in the DK Sim fam listening along, those participating in the conversation in the Chat Kings conference room, be it on YouTube or Twitch. Give us a follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, or of course, smash that like button as we are getting close to 300 here on the Dream Stream for the YouTube feed. We appreciate you. Jimmy says, I'm seeing some of the worst takes in this chat tonight, LOL, cough. Yeah, there's a lot going on, especially as it relates to NBA. We've moved off of that, but there are a lot of people still just debating all-time standing in the NBA. But to your point about the Bucks, yeah, I mean, Bruce Arians has said, and you got to remember, like, we're talking about guys that either have retired or flirted with retirement, or, in a weird way, I'm trying to figure out so I will admit, right, from the jump, this is not the right way to classify it, but you'll know where I'm going with it. I mean, what about like a hodgepodge of outcasts or afterthoughts that have come together to win this championship. Like Bruce Arians had retired, obviously, comes out of retirement, leads the Bucs, some, lack of success, mixed success, with Jameis Winston, and they open their doors to Tom Brady because, you want to say, well, who wouldn't? Well, most teams at that point in time. He was coming off a not great year with the Pats. New England didn't want him back. Belichick in particular did not want him back. Only 2 teams, I think, were even truly interested. I don't know how many offered him deals. It might have only been the Bucs, maybe one other team. And so he goes to the only team that wants a 43-year-old 6-time champ. Rob Gronkowski is lured out of retirement at that point by Brady. Nobody wants Antonio Brown except for Tom Brady. He makes it happen with Bruce Arians, who certainly didn't want him, going back to their time in Pittsburgh. He comes in, scores a touchdown in the Super Bowls on his best behavior. Leonard Fournette gets cut. He needs a new home. Goes from Jacksonville to Tampa. LaShawn McCoy needs a new home, winds up in Tampa. There's so many people that fall into this category, and it's just all perfectly, despite being in the midst of a pandemic, meshes and comes together. And it's remarkable. And I'm not going to go as far as Gronk, who said last night this is one of the greatest sports stories of all time. I don't think that's at all the case, but it is for
right. It's not the
for
66
Brady.
Texas Westerns.
Right, but you know what, for Tom Brady individually, it's up there.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. I do think it'll draw more Leonard Fournette, Antonio Brown types next year because that core is back, all those guys I mentioned. So there might be a linebacker, and I haven't looked. Quan Alexander's a guy who started his career there, signed for big money in San Fran, gets traded in New Orleans, is going to get cut. Maybe he comes home and takes Levante David's place on a place where he started his career and lost so many games. So someone like that wants a shot at a ring, isn't chasing money. Patrick Peterson, if they didn't have all these corners, Patrick Peterson, because of the Arians relationship, there's a report out of Arizona today that he's going to be a free agent with 1 year left on his deal, that maybe he wants to go to Tampa because Arians is there. But we saw it with Le'Veon Bell going to Kansas City. You're going to see it, especially next year. Keep an eye on when they decide to set this number for the salary cap, and it may be super close to the start of the league year, which again is March 17th is St. Patty's Day. That Wednesday at 4 Eastern is when deals can be signed. Tampering can start on that Monday, the 15th at whatever time that is, either 4 Eastern or a little earlier, maybe noon Eastern. So deals can get put in place. But they may not announce the new salary cap until close to that, just because they'll want to wait until the last possible minute just to make sure their money makes sense. If the cap is flat or goes down a little bit, you're not going to be able to make everyone the highest paid player at this and the highest paid player at that. So a lot of vets that were looking for better deals are going to find that they're going to have to compromise on multi-year deals or take a 1 year deal with a bunch of incentives and go try and win. And then next year, because Patrick Peterson's only 30, it doesn't mean he's going to sign a 5-year deal, but he might sign a nice 3-year deal. So he could sign a 1 year, $5 to $8 million deal with Tampa or Kansas City, and then still sign a 3-year, $30 million deal after that if he plays like an All-Pro or a Pro Bowler next year.
It sort of goes back to something we were talking about earlier, and others have said this, analysts have said this, former, retired football players. I do think there's truth in it. We had so, and I think rightfully so, and I still do it, we had so connected the Brady-Belichick relationship and era in New England to where, we would often say in regard to guys like that, and there are so many examples like Darrelle Revis and Randy Moss and, on and on and on. There are so many examples of guys that came to New England, whether, in an effort to win a ring, or they actually did obviously win a ring. They went ring chasing, and the best place to do that was viewed to be Foxborough, but it was always just viewed as, you want to win a ring, you're toward the tail end of your career, but you got a little something left, you go to New England. There was never a breakdown between Brady and Belichick. What we're finding here is, whether it was guys wanting to play for Belichick or guys wanting to play with Brady, I think, now maybe it's establishing itself a little more as the latter. And that is obviously going to continue to follow there in Tampa Bay. It's already underway. Gronk doesn't come back and play for with anybody else. He doesn't come back and play for Belichick. He wanted out of New England. He didn't want to play for Belichick anymore, even with Tom Brady. And he wouldn't have come back to play with any quarterback who wasn't Tom Brady. Antonio Brown might still not have a job if not for Tom Brady. And, Leonard Fournette isn't in Tampa without Tom Brady. So these guys, again, they're not flocking to, Tampa's nice, obviously, but you're not flocking to Bruce Arians. You're not flocking to the Buccaneers. At least you weren't. You were going to Tom Brady. Tom Brady is the ecosystem of this whole conversation. And so, I don't want to go back to the whole, who's more important. That's a separate conversation, but who draws you in, who ultimately is the bait, that is Tom Brady. And I'm fascinated to see, to your point, who winds up there maybe on a 1-year deal next year, who's, toward the tail end there and is still looking for a ring or maybe looking for another ring. And also just how long Brady is going to do this. Because would you, especially with the rules in today's NFL, would you put it past Tom Brady to play until he's 50 years old?
Not at this point. And I remember Jamie Moyer coming to Rocky spring training as a 49-year-old or whatever it was. And I think that's what it was, 48, 49. And didn't Gordie Howe come back and play? Was he in his 50s? I understand it maybe was it not NHL hockey? It was some other league. But it's crazy to think, as physical as that game is, that he's made it this long without any real injuries beyond the 1 year with the ACL. But you're right about the ecosystem he creates. And producer Michael said earlier that Brady, the GM, is currently doing much better than Belichick, the GM. Now you didn't have to draft the players. But Brady, the GM, did get Gronk and Fournette and AB there. And we'll get other players there. And that's where Belichick, the GM, is maybe going to get himself not fired, because Kraft's just not going to fire him, but forced into retirement. Mike Shanahan, the GM, got himself fired in Denver, even though he won a couple Super Bowls, because you miss on too many first-round picks and second-round picks, and you don't have Tom Brady to cover it up. Then why am I still letting you work here when we need to infuse some young blood, whether that's Josh McDaniels or someone else? All of a sudden, I've got a 73-year-old coach that's had 5 bad drafts, can't get a free agent, and you're just going either with the Jarrett Stidhams of the world or the Brian Hoyers, where it's, okay, we gave a guy a starting job, we paid him $8 million, whatever, or even on a multi-year deal, but you're just not getting that frontline guy. And if you, without that frontline guy, you could trade for Deshaun Watson, but if you keep surrounding him with bad receivers or just okay receivers, they're not going to win. They'll win some, but they won't win, championship.
Steven says Jaromir Jagr's still going. I know he's not in the NHL anymore, but is he still playing overseas? It wouldn't surprise me.
He's definitely playing a lot of pickup.
Yeah, no doubt.
A little pond hockey.
Johnny LaRue, Nolan Ryan played forever and at that position with lots of wear and tear.
Yeah.
What did he play? Was he 47, 48 when he finally?
It's like 44. But he was also 19 when he got to the league or whatever.
Right. It's
the show.
Absurd, and still throwing heat. It's absurd.
I got 2 Nolan Ryan autographed baseballs about 6 feet from us.
There you go.
He has to say 74, but telling you he's 74 now doesn't help with the trivia question. He played till he was 46. And how about this, though? In his
still pitching 400 innings and striking out 700
Well, that's
guys.
The thing is, in his last 5 years, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, until he was 46, and he actually still started 13 games then. But he started, well, gosh, this is going back to even 84 when he was 37. 30, 35, 30, 34, 33, 32, 30, 27, 27. Started
what were the
all
numbers? Was he over 300 every single year?
Let me get to strikeouts. How's that not this baseball reference site has too much going on.
It's on there.
I know, but it's not. No, I have shutouts. This shouldn't be that hard to find.
For it. No, it's not.
Wins
I'll
and
pull it up for you.
losses, saves, innings pitch. Oh, here we go. Strikeouts. Yeah. No, not as many as you think. In fact, he didn't have that many 300 strikeout seasons as you think. He had like 7, but he didn't have them all in a row. Well, he had
300 plus in '89. He was an all-star at 42 years old.
Right.
But I think maybe more to the point, from 40, as you said, 1987, from 40 on, 40, 41, 42, 43, he was over 200 innings pitched all of those years, down to 173 when he was a spry 44-year-old.
And still over 200 strikeouts in all those years, and 300, like you said,
right.
in 89 as 42-year-old.
Athletes are, I was going to say they're built differently. They are. They're built better, quite frankly, now than they were then. They're handled differently. They are managed differently. You know, guys didn't worry about long-term injuries back then, and certainly organizations didn't. It was just throw a guy out there and try and win a game. You know, now
here's the other thing too.
And regardless of the sport, it's all about protecting your investment. Guys weren't paid then what they're paid now.
Right. There's no reason that you're going to keep playing. This is what maybe an incomplete salary chart on Baseball Reference for Nolan, but from 66 when he made 3,600 with the Mets to 93 when he retired, he only made 3.7 that year. He made $1 million. He was the first $1 million player from 1980 on. But it was $1,000,001, $1,000,001, $1,000,001, $1,000,001, $1,000,003, $1,000,001. You know
what in the world?
Versus Clayton.
I'm sorry, did you just see that?
No, I didn't.
You were looking at some numbers.
Yeah.
Check out the replay if you have YouTube open.
I do have
Garoppolo got spun around and just stood there like hunched over, like he was winded, trying to get his breath, and then he just gets tackled. Watch this on YouTube.
Okay, I got it up. Let's see.
Boom. Unbelievable.
He's like, this game is hard.
Oh man, 14-6. No way.
Plum tuckered out.
Woo! Is it time for Madden After Dark yet? Oh God.
Mostert hit the bonus. Did you say that? If you did, I apologize.
I did.
Checking my Nolan numbers.
Really timely stuff going on the day after the Super Bowl, giving you all this hard-hitting Nolan Ryan facts.
We know what Nolan Ryan and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar minutes played.
I still actually want to look that up. I want to know I want to know career postseason minutes for Kareem and LeBron. I want to do some math.
Well, here we'll just do postseason games played. That I should be able to find that. Well, because forever I thought Kobe had played the most high-level basketball based on being an 18-year-old and a young 18-year-old at that when he got to the league. And then Manu, because he played all that pro ball and then went as deep, was second. But now LeBron. So LeBron, is this right? LeBron just passed Derek Fisher. Yeah, I guess so. So LeBron has played the most playoff games ever, 260. Derek Fisher's behind him at 259. Timmy Duncan, center, not power forward. I don't care where you list him. Tim Duncan, third, 251 games. Bob Orry, Big Shot Bob, 244. Kareem, 237. Tony Parker, 226. Kobe, 220. Manu, 280.
Right, so that's, again, I want to, and I'm not asking, I'll do this after the sim. I'm just not going to do it right now, but I want to know total minutes. I want to know where LeBron ranks total minutes played in NBA history, regular season and postseason combined. Because I'm starting to believe that he is going to be number one by the time that he retires.
Well, he'll certainly be number one in just minutes played because...
Yeah, but that means we will officially be able to say no guy in NBA history has more wear and tear on his body than LeBron James.
But if he's playing in games, I get it. I guess if Kareem played all 48 and he's playing 36, I don't know. The wear and tear to me seems equal. LeBron has become very efficient at knowing when to operate three-point line to three-point line and not overexerting himself, like finding places to kind of cheat and rest in game, which is pretty remarkable.
Daryl here put in the chat that Kareem is 57,446 and LeBron's 49,300.
I did that already, but does that include playoffs?
Yeah, I don't know.
And if it does, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, Drew says no.
Well,
Kareem is all right. So
okay, here we go.
So yeah, Drew's diving into he's probably tired of hearing us talk about it without answers. He's diving into it. I'm just gonna help these poor guys out. Iro. Cough with the ESPN stats. Most Gatorades drank in the playoffs.
I may have to draft Kareem if I'm drafting a center first.
He still hate me. Bill Russell also would have had half as many rings or less if he played now. Well, I mean, yeah, there were 8 teams in the NBA back then.
Right. Bill Russell would be like Chris Bosh today. I'm just throwing a player out there. I don't know who he'd be.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'd be better than that, but I get your point. He certainly wouldn't have, 11 championship rings. Something one other dude in history has even done, and I think that was a former Canadiens player, if I remember right.
I'm going to take your word for it. My hockey knowledge is not as
sparse,
great as it
good. It's good enough to win a DFS contest.
Yep, that's all that matters.
Drew says 8,851 minutes for Kareem, 10,811 for Braun.
And that's before this playoffs or next playoffs.
Is that right? 8,851? That just seems low.
Well,
I mean, I'll take your word for it.
He's played 237 games, so let's do that real quick. I'll tell you how many minutes he played a game. Now, there were less games. That's 37 minutes a game. That's pretty good.
All right, yeah.
And so for LeBron, who's at 260, divided by...
You don't even need to do the math. You could just go right to his stats page. It'll tell you the average.
Oh, whatever. I'm doing
17-6, final 2 minutes. Sorry for all those disappointed by DeAndre Hopkins today. Very boomer bust in Simland.
LeBron plays 3 more minutes per playoff game, 41 to 38. Or Kareem was like 37.8. So LeBron plays 3 more minutes, and he's played 23 more playoff games and counting.
All right, so thank you, Drew. Here's ultimately the number that I wanted. Kareem all-time minutes.
Oh, man. Okay.
66,297. LeBron all-time minutes, 60,182. So LeBron is absolutely going to pass Kareem because LeBron's not going anywhere until Bronny's in the league anyway.
But so what's interesting, though, is Kareem he sat his freshman year at UCLA, where, as I was trying to say, I didn't say it right. They weren't allowed to play. The freshman team routinely would beat the varsity team, or the couple times John wouldn't let them practice, which was ranked number 1 in the country. So the story goes they were the number 1 team in the country and number 2 on campus. But then he played the 3 years at UCLA, and I'm pretty sure won 3 championships. Nonetheless, you were playing 30 games a year at most. Whereas LeBron, as an 18-year-old, didn't sit for a year like Kareem had to, was in the NBA going through an 82-game schedule, and I think he played probably 78 of those games, if not more. And then has barely missed any games. So there's no reason to think that he won't catch him in the next 2 years. Right?
Well, I just did some very rough math, and that puts LeBron 6,000 minutes shy of Kareem. Let's say he plays 35 minutes a game, and maybe that's even overshooting it. That would put him at that's 172 games. So you put that over with playoffs.
So that's the rest of this season and 2 more years. And with playoffs, he's good. With playoffs, he does it by next year.
Right. And I can't imagine that anyone else belongs on that list. I think Kareem must be number 1 there, currently.
Yeah, because if LeBron,
because he's the all-time regular season minutes leader, correct?
Right.
That's what you said.
And LeBron's played so many more playoff games than Kobe now that there's nobody else that was young enough that has played long enough.
Right.
Dirk, I guess, was close. Dirk played a bunch of years. Dirk also came in a year. Well, I tried to think how old Dirk was when he came in. He was 19 when he came in. Maybe. He was supposed to go to KU. He took a visit to KU and then ultimately decided to go to the NBA, which I think was a good choice. But I would have cheered for him. We would have been at school together at the same time.
Seemed to have worked out for him.
Yeah, I cheered for him for the Mavs. With the Mavs.
Hit the like, fam. Almost at 300. About 500 watching here on YouTube. Thank you so much. 3rd and 11. Final minute here of regulation. We're going blazing speed. Our mark of this sim. Mostert, talking about fast, gets a first down pickup.
What'd you think of the Hall of Fame selections? Obviously, 2 were no-brainers with Woodson and Manning. I was a little surprised Calvin got in first ballot, but he was pretty dominant.
He was. Another guy, something about Lions dominant players who retire prematurely. But yeah.
I did pick John Lynch correctly, so I think I got 3 of the 5 right.
I felt, this is my own bias, but I felt badly for Richard Seymour. That's 3 straight years being a finalist and not getting in.
Sure, but Baselli's now gone 6 years, and Lynch was in year 8.
Yeah.
You keep being a finalist, eventually you get in. It's kind of the way it's done. Yeah. Next year, I think the first ballot class, other than DeMarcus Ware, is pretty thin.
Is it? I haven't even looked at it.
Maybe Palomalu's in it with him. Or no, Troy went in last year. I'll look here real quick on our way out the door.
B. Keat in the chat talking about, inflated stats based on number of games played and rounds and things like that. What records are, now versus what they were in various sports. Totally true. Rules and length of seasons and playoff formats, it's all evolved over time. You're absolutely right. Mostert, 27 for 133, a touchdown. Perhaps the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award. I'll let you decide that. Or, I'm sorry, the Krustikov Player of the Game award. The Babysitter Billy might be DeAndre Hopkins with all the belly aching that was going on for him throughout this sim in the chat. 9 for 75 for Drake. Yeah, Hopkins was goose egg. Hopkins did not have a single catch. What was his ownership? I can't imagine it was that high because people know for the most part that he's pretty boomer bust. 20%, $7,600 in the flex, 3.4% in the captain spot. Easy, not my kid award there, DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, without question. I stayed away from him because I was nervous. Didn't matter. I finished 165th in our contest. So
I'm 17th. Antisocial, barring any stat adjustments, is going to be our winner with about a 3-point victory with Mostert in the captain spot, had about 44 points there. Garoppolo, Drake, Samuel, Pettis, and the Niners DST.
It's hard not to go Mostert, right? That's too obvious.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was expensive and he was popular, but he performed.
So here are your first year eligible real quick.
Basically. Yeah.
Anquan Bolden, Andre Johnson, DeMarcus Ware, Robert Mathis. And so a lot of people think even if DeMarcus Ware doesn't get it, I think he should. He was key to helping the Broncos win a Super Bowl, and he's like 6th or 7th all-time in sacks, I think, or top 10. But this one site I'm looking at, Pro Football Network, has Baselli, Leroy Butler, Seymour, Steve Smith Sr., and Zach Thomas is their 5. So next year will be a good catch-up year because you don't have any slam dunk first ballot guys, even if you make a case for DeMarcus or somebody else. You can talk about the DraftKings Sportsbook?
I'm going to get into something here in a moment. First, I want to tell people that coming up, the next sim, you are coming on back with the Colts and Bears and Brendan Glasheen. And sorry, folks, that evidently he went out and mistakenly created a smaller free roll. I'm not going to create another.
I think somebody else created one, though, that was like,
okay.
Because I saw them say, hey,
I'm not going to make an overflow contest for a Glash sim, but if anyone else wants to do it in the chat, go right ahead. I'll be with you for the first 2 sims tomorrow, Washington and the Browns, Giants, and Jaguars, with Professor Z, Zach Thompson for both of those, so looking forward to it. BK obviously is hanging out for the next sim, but after that, we'll return on Thursday, it appears. So that's what we got coming up here in the coming days. So more or less a wrap there on the sim. But yes, do want to tell you, DraftKings Sportsbook, you can check it out, the DK Sportsbook Twitter. So big game's over, but we do have something that I think you're going to love here. It's the hashtag Hammer the Over for Lakers Nuggets coming up on Valentine's Day. So that's what, a week away? Valentine's Day, a little less than that. The more people bet the over, the more the DK Sportsbook is going to lower the total. So a very cool thing that is happening. You can get
already
more
at 90.
I
bet it today because I obviously
I like that.
Can bet it here. So I bet it today. You can double your money, and so if you're in a state where you can participate in the DraftKings Sportsbook legally, I suggest you use promo code BK. That's just me.
I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, but the number keeps going down. Unlike a normal ticket, right? Like if we were betting, this is clearly a promotion to help you make some money, double your money. If you were going to bet the normal over, we'll call it 220, right? And then LeBron and Joker are sitting out all of a sudden it would get dropped to 190 or whatever, or, and I'm just making up numbers. Well, this it was at 95. Then by the time I placed the bet, it was 90, and I'm sure it'll just keep going down and down and down. So they'll end up hitting it in the first quarter or first half, probably, depending on how much defense is played. But Colorado, Illinois now, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, and then 18 and over in New Hampshire. Why don't you just drive up to New Hampshire and place a bet, dude?
See? Well, I'm an employee. I can't do it.
Oh,
but,
right.
But I feel you on that.
As somebody who is a
sounds
partner
pretty good
with DraftKings and the DraftKings Sportsbook, especially here in Colorado, I urge you to use promo code BK. Tell your friends.
Do it.
Double your money.
Yash in the chat with regard to the Sims says, "What's your secret, antisocial, who wound up winning?" And the quick reply is, "I only win when Koff is here."
Well, there you go.
Every time Juicy says my name, I drop 6 points.
So the other game that was created, says it literally says for those who didn't get into Glash's Sim. It was created by Carl, and his bets has invited you to Bet After Dark for those who didn't get into Glash's event by Carl and his bets.
That's a long title, but I support that. I do.
Well, as somebody who creates a lot of long titles.
Yeah,
inspired
exactly.
by you.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. Thanks to everyone, Mike and Drew and Jim and everybody else involved. We appreciate you, and enjoy the next sim. Again, this Dream Stream Day here on a Monday is not over yet. Plenty of Super Bowl talk on the way, I'm sure. And maybe some Tom Brady conversation, because I can't imagine that would happen when Glash is here, much the same as it happens when I'm around. And BK will be here to keep everybody on their toes as the two of them will probably live sweat NBA head-to-heads with me as well. So I haven't even checked in on any of that, so I'm looking forward to it. We're going to go. BK, pleasure, buddy. Catch up with you soon.
Sounds good.
All right. Hello, everybody. Good to see you here for Madden After Dark. Brandon Glasheen, Brandon Cristal. How you doing, buddy? You were here at 8 o'clock. So what's new? Did you enjoy the game yesterday?
So I can't use the same joke twice, but I pretended like I missed the game for the first 90 seconds of my conversation with Koff. Like I knew I had something to do on Sunday. I will not continue with that charade. Like the comedian that goes city to city and tells all the same jokes, because most of the DK Sim fans here and probably didn't think it was funny the first time. I enjoyed it, I think, more than Koff did, only as much as I was really impressed with what the Bucs defense did, as I mentioned, which I think I did with you in our last Sim. Oh, I guess I did with Jeff. I did pick the Bucs to win. I'm not going to pretend that I was super convicted, but I picked them everywhere that I had a chance to pick them, on the radio, on my podcast. I think here that I thought they'd win because I thought that Chiefs O-line was going to be an issue. So I enjoyed the game. It was fun just being home. As I did tell Koff, I've been to 6 of the last 7 Super Bowls, and that 7th one when the Patriots got lucky against the Seahawks, I was in Phoenix just at my buddy's house watching it in a big Super Bowl party there because I didn't have an extra $10,000 and I didn't get credentialed that time. But that was fun. No, it wasn't a lot of scoring and back and forth, like a prize fight or a big playoff NBA basketball game, but I still enjoyed it. Maybe just because the whole total experience for me.
I made a gigantic mistake. 2 mistakes, actually. Number one, I apologize to all of you that tried to get in the free roll. It was just a 50 entry free roll, so that was my bad. I just, honest mistake, did not make it a 200-person, 200 max entry contest. That's the max you can enter. The other problem with the free roll was I failed to give it the proper title. Colts, Bears, did you watch Tom last night? It could have had them. 2 teams that passed on TB12. But we can talk about the sim too. And how Carson Wentz is now going to be the guy, possibly, for one of these 2 teams. At least that's the rumor. That was a rumor Saturday night, right? With Wentz?
Yeah, and that could happen this week. So we'll see how it all ends up shaking out in the coming days. But Dan Patrick was talking about this morning when he said there wasn't a lot of movement on Wentz, whoever's feeding him his info, which is, I think I said the other day, 150% wrong on what the Broncos offered. But while it seemed like both the Colts and Bears, and the Bears weren't going to get Stafford, I didn't think they were trading, but that there wasn't much of a market for Wentz. That was because their attention was kind of focused on Stafford and everything, the dominoes around Stafford. And then they circled back around, and their interest in Wentz grew. Colts make sense to me, assuming Frank Reich and Wentz get along, or
sure,
that there's a relationship there.
AE812 says, this is hard to watch. Let's just get to the game. Tech crew is on it, pal. Trust me, our mugs are not preferred to be here, but it's part of the deal. Also, want to shout out Carland his bets. Carl and his bets.
That's probably...
Carl and his bets made a contest labeled Madden After Dark for those who didn't get into Glash's event. Or into Glash's event by Carl and his bets. So, thank you guys for doing that. 77 entries in that one. I will also keep an eye on the 50. And I even got involved in that one. Brandon Cristal.
I'm in 11th place in that one. And Carl and his bets is contest. But this will be good because you can proclaim the DK Sim Fam Friends League winner by combining the 2. Even if some people were in both, which I get, they're making multiple lineups, that's fine. If whoever has the most points, obviously, is the grand champion of the night and gets all of the bragging rights until tomorrow at noon Eastern.
Right, the winner of each one then has to square off in a field goal kicking contest.
I saw that. So what was the final distance or the longest distance? Y'all didn't. I thought you would have done a better job in a Terry style of clearing out a pathway. You just kind of put it down and kick.
Brandon, I'm telling you, man, we brought a shovel.
Oh, it was just snowing too much?
Frozen. No chance. We were doing that. We thought about it. Emerson looks at me like, let's just kick on this. Who cares? So
what was it? Because it looked like he banged in a pretty pretty good distance, that 30, 35 yards, something like that.
He hit one actually from 60. I hit one from 48.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I measured.
Well,
48 minus 30.
Okay. I was saying, what would if you're using yardage measurements on a field, not eyeballs? His looked like it was about from 30 or so.
Nah,
30,
we both made our first kicks,
okay.
And then we backed it up thinking we were sick, and we weren't. After we both made it from about 20, we backed it up probably 5 more. So he probably made one from 25.
Okay.
But it was a good time.
And who shot it?
Oh, look at this. Madison sent us this just now, 4 minutes ago. Producer Madison just sent me a video, an edited video of our field goal kicking. That is weird.
She edited it together?
Yeah, it's a video.
Nice of her.
440 long. Wow, we have to get clearance to show this to everybody. That'd be great.
Who do you get it from, Madison?
I am not joking. Madison just sent it 2 minutes ago.
No, I'm saying who has to give you clearance?
About this,
it's Madison's video, so.
Yeah. So
as long as she gives them permission, now I guess there might be people higher ups that don't want you to show it.
I can't wait to watch those. Here's Trubisky rolling out. It looked cool, but didn't go well.
Trubisky's in my lineup. Here's my lineup. I captain A-Rob. I got Trubisky, Trey Burton on the revenge, Tariq Cohen, Zach Pascal, and Montgomery, so that I'm hedged on the running backs again.
Herb Dog says, tweet it, Cough.
Yeah,
Glass is half full. Get the clearance. We can't do that right now.
Probably
hopefully tomorrow.
I'm sure you could tweet it without much.
Oh, yeah, on our own. I mean, to show it on the stream.
Yeah, I get that.
To show everybody. So, hopefully.
Everything over the weekend, by the way. So, Cough and I spent so much time talking about, believe it or not, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's minutes played. Was where we spent the bulk of our conversation, or a good chunk of it. That I didn't find out how the stuff went on. Oh, and Nolan Ryan's career and his success later in his career, and yes, a lot of Brady talk. So it's not that we can't do more of that. But how did everything go Saturday and Sunday with all the fun stuff?
We had an excellent time. I was giving the DK Sim fam a lot of love last night and Saturday for welcoming J-Dub from Twitch. Shout out Twitch fam, by the way. He was great. I mean, naturally, anyone that does this for the first time, the first quarter, we had to kind of just get used to it. We have a big prize pool, so folks are caring about their lineups. There were 24,000 entries.
What was top prize?
Top prize for that one was $5,000 DK dollars.
Nice. Do we know anybody who won it? Did we see who won it? Was it
we ended up having. We had it like a 3-way, or
okay.
we had a small tie, if I remember correctly.
But any DK Sim fam winners, or just computers?
I didn't hear from any of the DK Sim fam. I know Bad Boys of Pop did really well in some real NFL games last night.
I made $25, and no one made $1 million because 2,100 people had the winning lineup. So they each won like $2,000 or something. Or $4,000. I can't remember what it was.
No, you're right. It was like a 1,200 way tie, something absurd like that.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was like a 1,200 or 1,400 way tie, and they all won $2,400. But I won $25.
There you go. Nice job. Kelsey ended up being a good captain play last night.
I captained for net. Yeah, I captained for net.
Mm-hmm.
I did not have Brady. I had Mahomes. Had I played Brady, I might be a millionaire. Just kidding. I thought that was going to happen because so many people were going to play it. I think I even said that I expected it to be a multi-way tie. I didn't know about 2,000 people. But.
Guys, we're almost at 300 likes, so smash the like on the way in on the YouTube feed. Said hi to Twitch, CJ71, Winter Bold. First time playing Fortnite. Yeah, Winter Bold thought the broadcast on Saturday went well with J-Dub. It was good. It was a good time. Me and Koff got along. Koff and I play nice. We can do that.
Who did more driving? Did you let Koff just drive because it was easier, or did y'all switch off and just kind
switched it off? Yeah, switched it off. We were learning a lot about Madden strategy from J-Dub and just things to expect, and
Well, things to expect based on what the computer did, because I'm curious what types of strategic advice he had at various points.
He was just discussing, I think, in my opinion, the way to go about it was asking him about what these two teams, Kansas City and Tampa, are like in Madden when you play with them. So he gave some good stuff on Tyreek Hill, how he gets open, how the Bucs had to cover him. Same goes for Kelsey. And he was giving Mecole Hardman some love. And we kind of laughed because we were like, Mecole Hardman's the wideout 4. He's probably not going to touch the ball. But then last night, in real life, Mecole Hardman was wide open. He almost scored the first touchdown of the game last night.
I talked about that in terms of Mahomes' receivers letting him down. And that was maybe one of the biggest examples because of him just throttling it down on that route. I feel like if he is still running full speed, he catches that ball and then maybe walks into the end zone. Oh, is that a catch?
Oh,
Anthony
what a play.
Miller.
Anthony Miller, touchdown.
What a heck of a catch.
Heck of a catch.
Of course, my
for a
catch is
second,
Allen Robinson.
Yeah, same. For a second, I thought there was too much mustard on that pass from 21 yards out.
So let's play it both ways on the Carson Wentz talk real quick. If Wentz ends up in Chicago, does Foles come back in the trade, which is one of the rumored scenarios, and where does Trubisky land?
Right. So they wouldn't keep Trubisky and.
Well, Trubisky's not under contract currently, so.
So you think they'd have to move Trubisky out?
They don't have to do anything. They just don't bring him back. Right now he doesn't.
No, I'm wondering what if they do.
Well, they're not going to trade for Wentz today and then sign Trubisky. He's currently unsigned.
Oh, he's unsigned. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't pick up his 5th-year option, so he's a free agent. There's talk that they like him well enough to offer him a 2 or a 3-year deal at like $20 million a year, $18 million a year, something like that. But so let's just say Wentz gets traded for this week. It involves a pick or two and maybe Foles, and then Trubisky's just not re-signed.
Mm-hmm. Where does he end up?
What makes sense for Trubisky? And let's, for the sake of this conversation,
New
Sean
England
Watson stays in Houston.
New England.
Okay, maybe.
It'll be cheap, and they'll like that.
Yeah, and they'll run the same stuff they're running with Cam, where the quarterback will run first.
That wouldn't surprise me. Who else? Someone else besides the Patriots. Indy? No. Would Indy take them?
Well, they're not going to get the veteran vision they were talking about, but they're going to need a quarterback. Of course, if you're Indy and those are your two options, your options are Jacoby Brissett or Trubisky. Aren't you probably just trying to bring Jacoby Brissett back because he's been in your building for how many years? 3 years, whatever.
Right, he signed a 3-year deal.
Here's the thing about Trubisky in Indy is I don't know if he doesn't feel like he's better than Phillip Rivers, right? Even though Rivers had his challenges. So I don't think that's, and like I said, it's not the veteran vision. I don't know who fills that role either for who fits that bill, so to speak, for Irsay.
Trying to think of other teams that might fit.
Well, a team that might be inclined to run a little more would make sense, but I don't know who that is.
Chat, let us know. What do you think? So Brandon Cristal's scenario, Carson Wentz to the Bears. They'll send Foles out. Foles goes back to Philly, potentially, to play with Jalen Hurts. And then where does Trubisky end up? Where would he sign? I said the Patriots.
Patriots might make sense. Washington. Carolina has Teddy Bridgewater, so depending on what they do at 8.
If you're Washington, though, wouldn't you just ride Heineke?
No.
Over Trubisky?
Yeah, no, I would not.
Okay. Just a question.
I'm not saying I wouldn't let him compete necessarily. And do we know what Alex Smith's deal is? If he's still under contract, I understand they don't have to keep him because they paid him the bulk of his money.
Good question. I'm not positive on that. Something tells me Ron Rivera might want to keep that guy around in case the Heineke thing goes south. If that's assuming they just keep the same room. Those two guys. Mo says Trubisky to the Texans.
Okay, but that, again,
Nick Thomas says XFL.
My scenario certainly had Watson still in Houston because Watson creates a bit of musical chairs. Derek Carr is also a name. We talked about it last week when it was coming out of Vegas about those potential trade rumors that people could be in on Carr. Would he fit the veteran vision thing that Irsay wants in Indy? I think. I just have a hard time believing people are giving up multiple ones for Derek Carr, or even multiple ones for Wentz. I understand that he's only 26 years old or whatever, and he was an MVP candidate before his knee injury. But is he beyond being fixed? I don't know. And I don't know how you prove that if you're Carson Wentz and his agent. I mean, clearly the Bears and or the Colts think enough of him they want to make the move, potentially. If we're to believe the rumors that are out there, there's no reason to think that Schefter and Mort aren't well informed on that.
Trying to think, though, if I see. So if you're saying if a team gave up 2 firsts to get Wentz
or Carr,
Carr,
those are separate deals. But that's what was rumored out of Vegas last week by Vincent Bonsignor, who covers a team for the Vegas Review-Journal, and used to cover him in the Bay Area, if I'm not mistaken. And out of Philly, we're hearing that it could be a blockbuster deal, is the word that was used, or phrase that was used to describe the potential deal for Wentz. Here's the thing, though, and I was making this point when it was being talked about this morning, and I'm driving my 14-year-old to school. There's plenty of people that remember him playing like an MVP just 3 years ago, and think that with the right opportunity, he can get back on track. Yeah. And you have to wonder, was the negative stuff that came out about him not liking being benched, which who would, not liking criticism and not getting along great with his teammates, is that the team's not going to put that, but is that people that just have an agenda against him? The team wants to make him trade worthy, so they're not going to put all of that out there. Congo Cap says, you're Broncos struck, BK. You understand nothing Raiders. I'm not. And look, the second Carr goes for 2 number ones, I'll apologize. This is not my report. I think I was on with you, Glash, last week because we were on a bunch when I read that report out of Vegas from a guy who covers the Raiders. So I can pull the tweet up again, and I don't know if that's what the assumption is there, or the assertion from Congo Cab that I'm wrong or that I'm undervaluing Carr. If somebody pays 2 number ones, good for them, and good for the Raiders for getting it. I would not pay that for Derek Carr right now.
Bonzo on YouTube. Trubisky is moving in with Jeff Ulrich and trying out for the Calgary Stampeders this upcoming season.
Join former first-rounder Shane Ray, former Bronco, who is in the CFL as of this week.
Jeff loves Trubisky, loves him. He thinks that Nagy holds him back. Someone else in the chat did bring that up.
He's wrong. Trubisky holds Trubisky back.
Anthony Miller has the touchdown, everybody. I've got 3 contests open. Ty Sim in first place in Carl and his bets contest. The Madden After Dark, for those who didn't get into Glashes. The one that I made for only 50 entries. This is such a mouthful. Ty Sim's leading that one as well.
Whoa. Well, then, if Ty Sim wins both, he will be the undisputed champion of the world.
That might be
Antoine Carr, the world champion of the world.
Yeah, it might be pizza worthy if he does that. Ty Sim, show yourself in the chat. Matt R says Carr isn't worth a bag of potato chips.
All right, Congo Cap, get on Matt R also. Don't just pick on me.
Nick Thomas, I don't think, Nick, that the...
Okay, hang on, sorry. I'm not always talking bad about Carr, and when you were saying he was playing at an MVP level, there were plenty of people saying that he was on the fringe of that conversation because he was playing well and they were 6-3. But he was also the quarterback when they lost 6 in a row or whatever it was, and lost to Atlanta and scored 3 points or 6 points. So can he win games in the NFL? Sure. Is he worth 2 number ones? Not in my opinion.
Nick, I don't think that the Vikings are in a position to take a risk on Wentz because they've got to win now. Like, I don't think they can take the risk bringing him in. If it works, of course, it's a smash hit, but I don't know if they're willing to do that with Mike Zimmer in that situation. They've got to win. And look, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just don't think they'll do it. I don't.
Well, that's a scenario where Cousins ends up in San
Francisco, yeah. And then Jimmy G to the Patriots.
So Trubisky to Minnesota. I don't know. There's maybe worse places for him to go battle, but if you're Minnesota...
No. Wentz.
Wentz.
No,
Minnesota's not. Minnesota's, I don't think... Well, I don't know. He's from that part of the world. Not that that's a reason to trade for someone. But... if we're hearing that it's Colts and Bears, that could be to drum up more interest.
Kyle, good luck on your math test. Doing tutoring tomorrow and Wednesday. Stay in school, do your studying, and if that means not watching The Sims, we'll allow it. But good luck to you. We'll be here tomorrow night for Madden After Dark, Kyle.
You will.
I will. And I will make a 200 entry contest. I have failed Madden After Dark tonight. There goes Trubisky. And he fumbles. Just what you like to see.
Are you doing anything with Koff that has any players from this Nuggets-Bucks game here in Denver?
No. My last 3 plays of the night are all Lakers. LeBron, Kuzma, and Harrell. And it's not going well, so...
I got you. Yeah, I have Kuz as my only Laker. Koff and I ended up in 2 turbo slates because I got my lineup in late. I may have a shot to win both. But I'm making a bigger observation, or one I didn't see coming. I didn't think Dante DiVincenzo would be this good in the NBA. Or as big a factor in what the Bucks are doing. But he's a solid player. I just thought he was a good college player who was just going to be a 12th guy.
Yeah, they do a pretty good job elevating some of those, what you would think, bottom of the roster players.
It does help having Giannis and Middleton, but specifically Giannis opens a lot of things up. But like, DiVincenzo's missed a wide open 3, and then he almost had a putback dunk. You don't do that accidentally.
Escape take. I think it's unfair. Everyone always picks apart Derek Carr's look in his eyes. Like, it is weird, though, because I kind of judge him, too. And I'm like, if this guy had a big, bright smile, I'd probably think he's way cooler and better.
Yeah, there's an element of, I don't want to say serial killer. That's not nice. But there's a white-hot intensity.
Yeah. I think it rubs people the wrong way.
Mike Tomlin has it to some degree, but Mike Tomlin always seems really excited. It's like, hey, calm down, coach. This is just a press conference on a Wednesday.
You know what's funny is everyone can get in the chat and get on Derek Carr. And then if they ever ran into him in person, they'd be like, oh, hi, Mr. Carr. Like, he'd scare me. If Derek Carr stared you down, you'd all run away.
What's interesting is, so whether you're Congo Cap or any other Raiders fan, if you're defending him, saying that I'm bagging on him or anyone else is bagging on him, are you saying you'd rather have him back than whatever we think the plan is that John Gruden and Mike Mayock are hatching up, assuming they aren't involved in getting Watson, right? If Watson gets there, hats off to whoever lands Watson that isn't Houston. If Houston's dumb enough to actually move on, or he forces their hand, he's worth 2 first-rounders. That says enough for me. If someone trades for Carr and gives up 2 first-rounders, I will happily eat crow on here and anywhere else.
AE812 earlier said Hurts might be better than Foles. We know Foles' ceiling already. Hurts still unproven. Well,
right.
That's
I don't think Hurts is very
Foles.
good either. Potentially, I don't think Hurts' ceiling's that high. I think he's limited, but maybe I'll be wrong there. Someone got mad at me the other day for saying that. I just don't think he's going to be great.
On 2nd and 3.
Touchdown.
Is
that Trey Burton? My revenge play. Take that, Bears. He likes Nick Foles, Trey Burton.
Sure does. Trey Burton striking for a score. Trubisky's ownership, didn't mention this yet. Mitchell Trubisky, 74% flex, 25% in the captain spot for the public free showdown. Miller, his ownership, 30%. And Trey Burton of the Colts, he's coming in at, let me check here. Trey Burton. I didn't play him. Did you play him?
I did. That's why I got excited. It said revenge play for the Bears. I guess you thought I was being excited in general.
It is a revenge narrative, isn't it? 45% Trey Burton, 11% in the captain spot. Lucci Rivera. I wouldn't run away because I'd be nice to Derek Carr. I do come on here and do bash Jared Goff. I would not run away from Jared Goff. You see, you have to pick properly. You know, I really hope Fantasy Hawk's okay. I haven't seen him today. Anyone know where he is? Feeble, I noticed you saying his name. Does anyone know where Fantasy Hawk is? It's kind of funny how, you know, he must be... I don't know. Actually, I don't know what he's doing.
He was convinced that the Chiefs are going to win by 30 or whatever?
Oh, right. That's the guy.
Is that right? Is that why he's taking the day off?
Yeah, you know, he must need some rest. It's time for hibernation for the Hawks this time of year. And now that football season is over.
Yeah, the Chiefs did not win by 30.
My gut tells me if the Chiefs did do that, we would see nonstop capital letters in this chat today. Interesting. Hope he's okay. Carl in his bet says he changed his name. Oh, undercover Fantasy Hawk. Nice. Is this true? Or is this another rumor? Andrew says, will Golladay and Marvin Jones both stay in Detroit or neither? What do you think?
Galladay's going to be gone. They might get Marvin Jones back. Golladay will be one of the top receivers on the... He'll be one of the top receivers on the open market.
I think that's accurate. Oh, Feeble says he probably did. I don't know. Oh, you can't just throw that out there. Be careful now. Empty backfield for Trubisky. Hits Robinson. And he'll stretch out for a first down to the Colts' 47-yard line. Low-scoring Sims, 7-7, 2:20 left first half. We've got Brandon Cristal, Brendan Glasheen, Jim, solo tonight. Jim updating the scores, producer Michael and Andrew. The freak of nature, Fantasy Hawk was the guy who ran on the field last night. First down pickup for the Bears, Jimmy Graham. Tracy Clem, see you in the chat. Again, the scores are updated manually, so if there is something off, Jim will get to it. A lot on his plate working solo. Want to shout out Underdog 540 in first place in the public free showdown. That ball is dropped.
Oh, Tariq, you got to help Mitch out.
Tracy, no problem. Lewis, I don't know. I'm concerned. Rick Lewis says, Glash, what's up? How about Tommy sticking it to Belichick? Yeah, it's true. Hopefully it wakes him up in New England. I did listen to talk radio today, and one big concern around here is...
Nobody wants to play for Belichick? No,
yep.
He's not here?
Yep, because Tom kind of proved that he can go recruit, and you can have a little bit of fun. It doesn't have to be all strict, all Bills way. PGZ, man, I certainly hope so. I mean, there was a report from Tom Curran of NBC Sports Boston that the Patriots are going to spend uncharacteristically this offseason. But with all that said, I'm still thinking they're going to bring in Garoppolo on a discount. Or maybe they'll pay Jimmy because Bill likes Jimmy. Or they'll go after a guy like Trubisky. Or they bring Cam back, which I don't think that's a great idea, but they might. I wouldn't mind it from the standpoint of I bought a bunch of Cam Newton hats in the offseason to be like Cam.
Like stylistic. I think they meant like baseball caps. It says his name on.
No, like Cam Newton, like his
fashion
Dora hats. Yeah. So that becomes, maybe I'll have to go back to the Salvation Army and give all that crap back. Johnny H says the game knows Madden Mitch is due for some turnovers. It does happen, even when it's not Wild Weather Wednesday. Like, Trubisky is usually due for a fumble. That was Josh Allen in Madden last year. Oh, what a play by the...
Oh, that was my captain, Allen Robinson. Needed him to catch that and score. He chose not to.
Carl in his bets, as a Pats fan, did you wish they let Bill walk rather than Tom? I'm not going that far. But they... Look, you know why Patriots fans are like... We don't deserve any ill will, okay? I know. But the Patriots didn't have a plan. You see... The Steelers have always done it, consistent quarterback play as they transition from one to the other. Even like the Ravens recently, they went from Flacco to Lamar Jackson. Green Bay, Favre to Rodgers. Montana to Young. I mean, you go down, like, just these really good established franchises. And I think I've come to figure out that no one gives a crap about New England. But I do trust that Kraft and Belichick had a good thing going. Bill wanted to keep Jimmy and did not want to keep Tom.
Right.
Bottom line, he didn't want to sign Brady back.
But
there's a but.
Signing Brady back, you won 2 more Super Bowls?
One
more Super Bowl?
Right. They won in 18 2 years ago.
Okay. So you won 1 more Super Bowl.
Robert, good one. Romo to Prescott. Good one.
But, and this was the point I made last sim. If they get Jimmy G back and he starts playing at an all-pro level, people will want to go there. Until they have a generational, transformative type quarterback, no one is, like New England, I understand you guys are from there, and certainly Boston is a cool city for people that like it, but it's not a destination without Brady there. Or someone like that. Let's pretend they could get Deshaun Watson. Now, he wouldn't want to go there because he didn't have anybody to throw to. And so I also made the point that Belichick, the GM, may end up getting Belichick, the coach, not fired, but asked to call it a career. So until you have a guy that is going to be a draw, like Russell Wilson, like Patrick Mahomes, like Aaron Rodgers, like Deshaun Watson, like Tom Brady in Tampa, until you have that guy like Peyton Manning here. Emmanuel Sanders took less money than the Chiefs were going to pay him. He was in Kansas City, stepping out of a meeting with the Chiefs to take a call from his agent saying, I think the Broncos want you. For how much? A little less. I don't care. Get out of there. Get to the airport. Go to Denver. You may not have too much of that with Brady because he is 43, going to be 44. You will have that with Mahomes, with Russell Wilson, with Watson, maybe with Herbert, and it's L.A. I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Even Jacksonville, which might end up being London/Jacksonville, if Lawrence turns out to be good.
Yep.
But if the Patriots are going to Stidham, to Hoyer, even Jimmy G, that's not, unless they're going to overpay. So being uncharacteristically aggressive is one thing, but you have to pay at the top of the market for every player you're going to bring in for the most part, because guys would rather just go somewhere else, all things being equal, now that Tom Brady's not there, because they don't want to deal with the culture there to not be around Brady and have a shot at the Super Bowl.
Right. Brother Phil, it's true. Garoppolo was the plan. Gas Car says, sick of this narrative. Brady didn't want to stay. It's not that. Kraft didn't want to pony up the cash. Here's what I come back to. Okay, very, very simple. For years and years and years and years and years, I now really do understand why the nation hated the Patriots. Because Belichick constantly said, you know how Bill, after they win, will be like, it's about our players, it's about our players. He wants you to take a discount.
He's a good player. We have a lot of good players like that. He would just downplay Brady's greatness.
His deal was, it's about my coaching. You take the discipline, take less. It's about the team. It's about the greater good. Brady bought in for sure. Then he figured, all right, at this point, he's going to pay me. Like, just show me a little respect.
Right. Ask me back.
Appreciate me. And Bill didn't do it.
Right.
If they ponied up the money, Gascar, and offered Tom the Drew Brees contract, 2 for $50 million, he doesn't leave. But I think for years
you mean the
and
Tom
years
Brady
and years,
Tampa contract, 2 for $50 million that he got,
all guaranteed. So just picture it from Brady's standpoint. For years, for 20 years, Bill just keeps saying, "Oh, it's about the greater good." Tom's like, this guy doesn't think he can pay me. I'm going to go prove I can go win somewhere else, someone that does pay me, and I can bring in the players. I mean, look, in a sense, Brady was like LeBron. He was like the GM a little bit. He was the coach. Like, give me Gronk, give me AB. For so long, he just couldn't stand that. And I wish they kept him. I wish they moved on maybe a few years earlier and kept Garoppolo. But at least when you move on from Tom, you better have a plan. And their plan was Jarrett Stidham for a few months, and then out of nowhere in June, we're doing a sim, and Cam Newton is signed to a minimum contract. Last guy standing. So,
and I don't know what their plan is at this point, unless there's a quarterback they like that they think they can get to and then develop, and your only choices are going to be Jeff Wilson and Trey Lance, because you're not going to. Well, maybe Fields. So at 15, or can they trade up a little bit and have a shot to go get him? Maybe. Do they just offer their second rounder back to San Fran and go get Jimmy G? Or do they let San Fran cut him?
I wouldn't hate it. And look,
neither would they, but he still doesn't have anybody to throw to, and that's where I go back to Belichick, the GM, is going to get Belichick, the coach, retired.
And look, this too. Robert Kraft, the owner, made a choice years ago. Years ago, he saw how it ended with Bill Parcells. His mindset, I think, was, I don't want that to happen again. I want to go with the coach, the guy that kind of understands my philosophy in the front office. And that's why he sided with Bill to make the call. But Kraft deserves criticism too. So Robert Kraft might have chose wrong. Right now, it's Tom's winning in that discussion.
Yeah, the only way that it's the right choice is if the Patriots win a Super Bowl soon.
Yeah.
If Brady plays 2 or 3 more years, doesn't win a Super Bowl, and the Pats don't even get back to an AFC title game for 10 years, then they still made the wrong choice.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing, though. I watched that Titans-Patriots game last year. The roster didn't get better. I don't think all 8 guys would have opted out if Brady were back, but they had no problem opting out. They weren't winning the Super Bowl this year. They weren't going to have Gronk, obviously. They didn't have anyone near what Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are, and I'm not sure. I guess Edelman is certainly better than Scotty Miller if Edelman were healthy. We knew he wasn't healthy. N'Keal Harry's, I don't know if you can officially call him a bust, but he's in that neighborhood. And they've got all those running backs, but Sony Michel was too hurt. They like the Harris kid, right? I mean, is Damiere Byrd scaring defenses? Is Jacoby Myers scaring defenses? So,
yeah,
all of that to say that Brady coming back would have been cool for Pats fans, but you might have seen a couple more years of early playoff exits because they just couldn't hang with the Chiefs or the Bills or whomever else they would have run into.
Yash in the chat. Yep, that was Doyle on the reception. A play ago, 10-7, Chicago leading. We're in the third quarter. We've got a couple of free rolls open because I'm a dummy and made one for just 50 entries earlier today. Chat is talking about Dak Prescott.
To where?
Just like what they should do, should they pay him? Because someone brought up the transition plans I was going over, and I think that's a good one. Romo to Dak, like Dallas and Jerry Jones. I know the guy, you say what you want about him. He got it right with Dak Prescott in terms of a transition.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional. They wanted Paxton. They tried to
play, but he could play.
They tried to trade up in front of the Broncos to get Paxton Lynch, believe it or not.
Yeah.
And so he wanted Paxton Lynch. They take Dak in the fourth. Romo Hurts is back against Seattle in the preseason. And Dak has a great rookie year and has had a really nice start to his career. But I go back to what I said about Dak the other day, and I think that was with you. Show me where he's won big games against good teams, including last year when the playoffs were on the line against the Eagles, and he couldn't make plays. Now, could he go toe-to-toe with Wilson when both defenses were terrible? Yeah. And could he come back on Atlanta this year? Yes. And they were way worse without him. They also were without 3 of the best O-linemen in football that they had the last couple of years for a lot of the year. Or Zach Martin was playing out of position or playing hurt. So I think you have to pay Dak. But it then takes me back to the conversation of, okay, now go win games, Dak. You're going to be a top 5 quarterback in terms of salary, top 3, whatever. Now go win big games. Go beat the Eagles or Washington to get into the playoffs. Go win a playoff game. And until he does that, it's not going to matter.
Bruiser B, do you guys remember a couple of guys named Montana and Favre? They went on to other teams and didn't have success.
Montana went to 2 AFC title games, and Brett went to 1 NFC title
Didn't finish
game.
the job.
Sure. Well, we can do quick math on this. 4 quarterbacks have gone to Super Bowls with 2 teams. Craig Morton with Dallas and Denver, where he ironically lost to Dallas, or coincidentally, whatever that is. Kurt Warner, of course. And then Peyton and Brady.
Yep.
So it doesn't happen very often. And by the way, there's only 35 quarterbacks that have ever won a Super Bowl.
I think we forget about that, right?
There's only been 55 in general, so you're not going to have too many more than that anyway.
Mm-hmm. Banded Caterpie 53 in the chat on Twitch says, makes Washington football team sound cool. First time playing Fortnite. BJ Clash once kicked a horse in the face. Its descendants are now known as giraffes. So I was laughing out loud. Someone in the chat says, Matt LaMarca, it sounds like he says Giraffe Kings instead of Draft Kings. And I just thought it was the funniest things. I was cackling quite a bit. And the chat can back me up on this. I was dying laughing last night. It was good. I thought it was good. Anyway. Wow. LeBron, 7.75 points in the first quarter. Not ideal.
So, as I predicted, and you certainly heard me say it.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning, first ballot Hall of Famer.
That's right. You were the first to report that.
I don't know if I was first to report it, but I was certainly one of the first to say it.
This is why you're here.
So he got in first ballot. And it was cool to see John Lynch get in. I got those 2 right. I got Woodson right. I thought they'd make Calvin wait. And I said flip a coin between Faneca and Baselli. I picked Baselli because I like Tony. I know Tony. I just don't know Faneca. But I think Baselli will get in next year. And I thought it was a really strong class. Calvin Johnson was as dominant a receiver as we've seen for a stretch. He just didn't want to keep playing.
Ernest, what's up, man? Good to talk to you, man. 2nd and 7, first down near midfield. It's Miller. Here, it was Lucci Rivera. You know it was me that had you dying last night. LOL. It was well done. And it wasn't even me who read it. Just LaMarca read it, and I just thought it was the funniest thing in the world.
Who in the chat is racing to make Giraffe Kings a website?
Someone, I think it was Jeremy Wright from Jeremy from the Twitch fam, sent me a picture of a giraffe with a crown on it. I thought that was great.
Is that a website? I'm going to check real quick, see if that's available. Hopefully no one's beating me to it.
Someone has to make Giraffe King shirts.
Giraffe Kings.
I'm kind of down for that.
Giraffe. Oh, I spelled Kings wrong.
Hey, another big pickup for the Bears to the 25. Miller.
Oh, somebody owns it, but maybe we'll get it for you. Interested in giraffekings.com, our domain broker might be able to get it for you.
Let's go. Someone said we should go steal the Toys R Us giraffe. Like, go kidnap Jeffrey.
Here's the problem. Toys R Us is closed, and they had 2 stores left that were under new ownership, and they just closed. I heard.
So where's the giraffe?
Jeffrey and his family? I don't know.
I'll open up a zoo.
Like Matt Damon and We Bought a Zoo?
Love Matt Damon, so maybe I'll just aspire to be Matt Damon.
That's a good aspiration to have, but I think you have a better chance of being Matt LaMarca at this point.
Take the sim bus to the zoo.
Is there a good zoo in Boston? I think
There's
there
one
would
in
be.
Stoneham. That's a good one.
Like
The
there's an
aquarium's
Boston
pretty
Zoo.
cool.
Oh, the aquarium, right?
Yeah.
Feels like big cities either have one or the other if they have those. Like Denver actually has a really cool zoo and a pretty good aquarium. But there's some cities that don't have as big of a zoo or some that don't have as big of an aquarium.
Here's Trubisky on the ground, 6 for 36. Jimmy B, I don't think I've ever heard you laugh for that long in these, as you did last night. Yeah, I was also like overtired. Did 3 sims Saturday. We had that really big one. Then we had, of course, the game last night. Then we ran the sim. I was overtired at that point last night.
What time did the sim kick off?
We didn't kick off till about 10:30.
Okay.
Ended around midnight. Guys, I did look on Craigslist at some buses. I found a party bus in Vermont for like $5,200. I was very close to sending out a GoFundMe link to the DK Sim fam. I don't want to get in trouble, though. I'd have to run it through my bosses. I'm actually going to bring it up to them, though.
Lucha Rivera said people were down after the game. Just not enough scoring and not enough back and forth. Had people bummed out. It was a bit of a slow game, so unless you really like defensive strategy and not scoring. But it's one thing to hold a Rams team that was the number 1 scoring offense to 3 points, which is remarkable. It's another thing to hold maybe the most talented quarterback to ever play the position to no touchdowns and for the first time and an 8-point or more loss in the Super Bowl when he still has all of his weapons at his disposal, even though we know how banged up his O-line is. Like, that's what was remarkable about it. Hey, I got David Montgomery on my team.
I do too. I thought he was pretty cheap.
Paying off right there. There's a really cool museum and aquarium on the other side of Soldier Field. There's a couple, actually. You spend much time in Chicago?
I've been once. I went as a kid. That's it.
Oh, it's a great city in the summer. It's the number 1 city in America in the summer, without question.
Think so? Yeah, I've been on the. I've seen the river up close in the summer. I went to a Red Sox White Sox series.
Okay, that's a crappy stadium to go to, but still, it's cool to see Red Sox there, I'm sure. Also, when you were a kid, the Red Sox are good. You don't ever know a time when the Red Sox haven't been good.
Right. I think
you can really remember.
What year did we do that? It was like 06, 07, I think.
Well, they won the World Series in 07, so I was there.
Jordan Lindenbaum says it probably won't get you through the whole your own state, let alone the entire country. I think a sim tour bus would be awesome. I would be so down to just leave my apartment for 3 months, and I don't know how we could do it. I don't know.
There's a lot of ways you can do it. You go straight down 95.
Yeah.
You could do it that way, and then across 10, and then kind of snake up I-35 and back around, or you could go all the way across and then snake across 70 up into 80 and go through Chicago. There's a lot of things you could do.
I mean, think of the marketing capabilities of this. Even states that have the sports book would be awesome. So I don't know. A lot was going through my mind last week. I was like making a document with like things I'd have to go through, and I'm like, wow, this is a lot of work.
Well, I think you just need to figure out how to make sure that DraftKings tour bus or whatever gets to California next year, Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
And then I didn't realize this until I was looking at it this morning. We've got back-to-back Western Super Bowls now. We go West Coast time zone next year, Mountain time zone the year after in Glendale. And last time the Super Bowl was in Glendale, Seahawks made one of the worst decisions in the history of football. Malcolm Butler made the best play maybe in the history of football to win a Super Bowl. But I didn't realize they were getting another Super Bowl in Phoenix so soon. Before Vegas, I would have thought Vegas would have been in it. Then New Orleans. There's a year in between New Orleans and what will be Vegas. That's a pick.
And a return to the 13, Kyle Fuller.
One of the many Fuller brothers. At one point, there were 4 Fuller brothers in the NFL.
Really?
Yep, just like the Browners from the 80s and early 90s. Joey Browner and company. Pretty good genes. You can put 4 boys in the NFL. Oh.
Seriously.
Even just one. But 4 is pretty remarkable.
T. Lang, 813, the solo leader in the public free roll. Jim is working solo, guys. Manual scoring, so please be patient. He'll get that interception in ASAP. The freak of nature. Freak of nature's got some good comments tonight. Here's Montgomery. He already has one. Justin Gardner says, if I get divorced, it will be over football and Sims.
I feel you, and I'm getting paid to be here.
The freak of nature. We can have an air fryer, freeze pops, and a hot tub on the bus.
Speaking of an air fryer, guess what we acquired this weekend?
Atta babe.
Ninja Foodie 9-in-1. My brother-in-law came over. I should text you a picture. He put up our pull-down screen so we could project, big events.
Oh,
like
no.
Oh,
Mitch.
wow.
Mitchell Trubisky. My God.
Let's review that.
He fumbles at the one.
Let's review that. All turnovers are reviewed.
Oh, no, it's out. That ball is out. Oh, my God.
He's saying review it.
No chance.
So at least that ball was recovered. Thus, the Colts should get it. But anyway, so my brother-in-law's over here and his girlfriend's with him, and they're talking about they've got an air fryer. They're frying up wings on Sunday for the game.
Yeah.
I go, do you guys have an Instant Pot? No, but we want to get one. And my wife just didn't, because Instant Pot and the Ninja Foodie XL are the same size. So she didn't want two things that are basically the same size, with the Ninja Foodie being able to do the frying.
Mm-hmm.
So I go, well, why don't we just give you ours? Andrea, what do you think? And she goes, yeah, that's cool. Great. Let's do it. Then I'll go get an air fryer tomorrow. So we literally went out yesterday morning before the game and bought a Ninja Foodie XL.
Nice.
And she fried up a bunch of wings. So now I don't have to worry about what time the tavern by me closes. Get some teriyaki.
Right, that's how
some
this all
barbecue.
started. You were like, oh, I'm going to get wings, and it didn't happen.
Right. But an air fryer on the bus, I'm in. I don't think my schedule would allow me to go to every city, but I would certainly block off a few days on the bus, especially when y'all roll through Denver. Do a little West Coast swing with you, maybe.
Trust me, when I brought up, because I see Jordan's comment here, when I brought up the price, I was kind of half joking in the sense that I know it wouldn't make it across the country. No chance. I even said to Sarah, I'm not kidding. I said, what if I just did started with East Coast, get New England done, and then what if we just did DC and get as far as the Carolinas? And she's looking at me like, you're nuts. I'm like, this is such a great idea.
If you're going to hit the Carolinas, you might as well make it down to Florida, Orlando, go to the EA headquarters.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Tampa, Miami, and then maybe call it good.
I just think there's so much there. And here I am saying this publicly to all of you. And I my manager is probably like, what do you stop talking about this thing? And I'm like, well, I'm trying to convince you in a way. Even producer Michael was like, insurance, not to mention compliance, that whole thing. There's a lot of factors.
Well, I guess I don't know what is being accomplished. Are you just hosting Sims and letting people come hang out on the bus?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm envisioning.
Because you certainly, as much as you love so many people in the DK Sim fam, they can't really travel on the bus with us.
No. I would be
you.
We would announce tour dates.
Yeah.
And then for people that are closest by, they would come.
Sure.
Wherever, and maybe we don't do every state, but.
Yes, it would be hard to do every state. I think you pick 10 or 15 stops and you work your way maybe down the East Coast, across the southern part of the U.S., and then back up at least through the Bay Area and over through Utah and Denver and Casey and St. Louis and Chicago.
Yeah. Bill in the chat. Bill says, hey, Glash, I contacted you about the DK Sim bus. You told me you would let me know after the Super Bowl, or are you just being nice? I mean, Bill, it's Monday. It's the day after the Super Bowl.
Why haven't you emailed Bill back yet?
Jeez, Bill, I haven't even, a lot of our coworkers today got the day off because of the Super Bowl.
That's nice.
I'm
Next
hoping,
year, that's what I want.
Bill, this is long term here, man. Hopefully, the summer, not tomorrow. We're gonna get on the road. Yeah, come on, Glass, get on the bus now. Let's go.
My guy Trey Burton again, all about that revenge. Third catch.
Brother Phil says Glashy. I love how Brother Phil calls me Glashy. I just smile when he does that. I've been on tour buses, both ones that made it all the way across the country and back, and ones that didn't. Get the one that does.
Well, yeah, you definitely want to get the bus that does. I think here's how you have to do it. You have to incorporate it with DraftKings and the sportsbook, and you need to do a lot of promotions beyond just the Madden Sims.
Yes. And Bill, I really truly mean it. I will let you know what I hear. But I have not talked to them yet about this.
And you probably want to make sure Jesse's there at some of the stops because she is the biggest DraftKings celebrity, at least based on how many times I saw her during the Super Bowl. And every other football game.
If she's willing, I certainly hope so.
Well, I imagine they would ask her and there would be compensation. Like, hey, what are you doing for the next couple of weeks? It would be like, look, you're the face of DraftKings in a lot of ways.
I'll come out.
Well, and maybe
Jesse, not you.
Well, and maybe to make it worth her while, she doesn't have to actually travel on the bus. She can fly, so they just meet you up there.
You know something, too? I brought this up briefly last night, and you just reminded me. Guys, I didn't ask her to do this, so we're going to do it for her. We're going to make Jessie the buzzword tonight because I thought she did such an awesome job. And the rest of our crew, shout out to Babysitter Billy. You guys don't know this, or maybe you have. We've mentioned this before. But Babysitter Billy is one of our best editors on the DK production team. Him, Samir, one of our other guys, his name's Jay. They put that whole thing together. You don't have any idea. Like, they had to move the whole, set around, 80,000 times. But Jessie was the face on the commercial last night. So I would like to give Jessie the honorary buzzword for this evening to give her credit for doing a great job. She nailed it. It was fun too. She was loving it. And she was really appreciative of you guys shouting her out. So that's the plan. Kicking Club says, instead of purchasing a bus, why not check what the cost of renting an RV is to drive?
Well, I don't think buying the bus, you could, but you can also just contract it out and wrap it and trick it out, and the bus company will take it back.
You know what I really, what I fear is I bring this up and then I just get an immediate no. all this.
I got Zach Pascal.
There you go. Touchdown for Indy. Extra point away from making it a field goal sim. What do you think, Brandon? If I brought this, do you think this could be executed? Don't lie to me.
Well, because DraftKings has certainly spent plenty of marketing money, there's a marketing opportunity. I think if you pitch it as just DK SimFam, you'll maybe get laughed at. But if you can tie it into likely a big event, say like the Super Bowl next year, and just drum up hype along the way, maybe you hit the cities where the AFC and NFC championship games are. One of them you couldn't hit both, I guess. There's a chance geographically they could end up near each other. And by the way, it would never happen. But what would the NFL do if both LA teams or both New York teams got to host a title game the same year? How do you handle that? I mean, I guess it's a good problem to have. You just have to clear out the whole stadium and just split it up.
Oh, I see. Right, because they share a stadium. Good point.
Right. So if
well, what about the Jets and the Giants?
That's what I'm saying. The New York teams or LA teams.
More likely in LA, but
yes, more likely in LA. But anyway, if the Jets get Deshaun Watson and Daniel Jones turns out to be a player, but I digress. You would go to one of the two cities of the title game that made more sense geographically on your trip, and you end up in LA. And if you're going to do this, you might as well do it next year at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Or there for Super Bowl week.
I do.
Because they did the DraftKings house. Koff was down there for that.
Yeah. A couple years ago, yeah.
A couple years ago, Atlanta, I think. So.
No question.
I understand that economics certainly plays a factor, but you also may be able to partner with some people, right?
And sponsors would be huge too.
But DraftKings in and of itself is kind of the big sponsor. It doesn't mean you won't have some smaller sponsors or whatever. Look, I'm obviously the farthest person from the marketing team. I'm just talking out loud, but it does seem executable. DraftKings is a cool enough, big enough company that's growing, and with where the DK Sportsbook is growing state by state, I think that it is executable, but it has to serve a couple of functions. It can't just be for us, unfortunately, on the DK dream screen here.
The Bucks, by the way, or rather Pascal, 32.8% flex. All right, we got to do the Jesse buzzword. 3, 2, 1. Jesse, 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 Jesse. Mitch, don't fumble. Jesse, 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 Jesse. Jesse, 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 Jesse. Come on, let Jesse hear ya. Jesse, 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 Jesse. I'm reading the chat. Jesse, 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 Jesse. Okay, that's enough. Love you, me. My favorite of part of the buzzword is the comments that aren't the buzzword. They're just other things. Mockingjay. I laughed. I can't say that, but I laughed. That's code for like, I wish I could say it, but I can't. I laughed. Austin says, OMG, so annoying. That's not nice. Be nice to Jessie. She deserves this. Bill says the bus should be hospitality for all DK events, would include a live band as well.
There's a lot of things you can do, and just like anything, you're limited by 1, ideas, and 2, money.
Lamarca brings his saxophone. We have Lamarca tour.
You could do a lot of cool. You could do a lot of cool stuff. Obviously, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm just saying, your question, and I gave you a really long answer, is this executable? Is it realistic? I think yes.
Yes.
But again, I know nothing about DraftKings marketing strategies other than they work.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, too, is I would really want to capitalize on the offseason when there isn't football, because we built such a great following this past spring and summer. Of course, the pandemic did us a favor in that regard, and to be fully transparent. But that's when we had a lot of folks tuning in. Robert says, why not use the Madden bus they use? Well, we could ask, I guess we should just ask Madden, hey, can we borrow your bus?
I feel like they use their bus.
Yeah, they need their bus, too. Joe says, when Jesse smiles, my heart jumps.
Well, there you go.
It's a great smile.
She was definitely on TV at least once a quarter here in Denver.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm gonna bring this up. I'm not joking. I as much as I joke and laugh, and I'm hearing all of you, I'm seeing all of you, I would it would be kind of cool, like you said, if you start, let's start there. Start Super Bowl. And maybe we do.
I think you kind of end Super Bowl. So I think you start around sometime around the playoffs.
And you end up there. Good call. Yeah.
Because you can even time it out right as you're getting to LA to hit if the Pro Bowl ends up being in Vegas again next year, which I think it will be. And you can do a really big event in Vegas as like a week before the Super Bowl, Pro Bowl weekend kind of deal.
Oh, for sure. Yep. It would be legendary. And of course, that's assuming the pandemic's under control and all that, That
if the
goes
pandemic's not under control by next year, we've got a lot of problems. I mean, we'll still be here in the DK Sim fam. I'm just talking about as a country. So let's cross our fingers.
James Robertson, what's up, man? How are you? Damon says hit every stadium.
Well, there's logistical challenges to try to do anything that isn't an obvious path.
Andrew says load up the bus with vaccines. Truly.
Sure.
Oh,
story. You heard that story in Oregon, right? There's a big sack there for Robert Quinn. There was a snowstorm and a truck that was carrying a bunch of vaccine shots in Oregon was stuck in this traffic jam, like a miles-long traffic jam. So they just got out and started giving shots to everybody that was in parked cars, basically waiting.
That's awesome.
The storm, yeah. I don't know how that works for getting your second shot. You're like, this truck driver gave it to me on the side of the road in Oregon. Here's my documentation. Well, sorry, you're 25. You got to wait. Yeah.
Kareem says Madden ice cream truck sounds great.
Sure, getting around the country. It'll be like Borat. Another sack for these Bears.
You start shouting a buzzword. Oh, look, the Madden truck's here.
And it has an ice cream truck music playing.
Right, or it's Lamarcus saxophone. guys, look! the Madden bus is here.
Wait, now I'm losing a cough again? Oh, no, that was one for me.
Chris Boyd, I can see Emerson jamming out to Magic Bus. Smash that like button on YouTube. Hit subscribe as well. Jay Mill, do you think Emerson secretly wished he was the one interviewing Josh Allen, or did he set up the interview? I mean, Jesse had it under control. Jesse's been in the studio the most compared to all of us.
You know, I get to interview on Friday.
Is this going to be a touchdown?
I hope so. I hope it's not
we
a
get
hold.
A flag.
Hope it was an offsides or a neutral zone infraction. A lot of wave in there. It's going to be a hold. Pass interference.
Pass interference. Call it a score. Wow.
Glad I got Zach Pascal on my team. Kyle Fuller had the pick.
But he does that.
I'm crushing cough right now in our second of 2 turbo NBA slates.
So I think I have a small chance, not a great one.
I have no Lakers except for KCP. Oh, and oh no, he has KCP.
I'm down 60.
He has LeBron, but I've got Joker and Giannis, and they're both balling.
Koff has LeBron
in this one.
Oh, so you made different lineups because he's got Diallo, and I've got Harrell, Kuzma, and LeBron. So who knows? We'll see. But I'm down by a lot. I'm down like 55. So.
Hey, the Mavericks finally won a game.
What is with
Minnesota? They beat Minnesota. How about that?
Jim from Ops, Pascal with the touchdown. Jim's working solo, guys, updating those scores. So,
well, I'll
doing
jump
a good
up
job.
from 31 because I got Pascal. I think Pascal. We talked about that, right?
Pascal is the Golden State guy.
Yeah, for the Warriors.
Yeah. We've got right now at the moment 7-way tie in the public showdown. I am in 49th out of 50 in the Carson Wentz to the Bears, and then in the other one that Carl and his bets created, I'm in 72nd out of 77.
I'm in 14th in that one now after the Pascal touchdown. We get a little bit of info that I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm not going to challenge it.
Breaking news?
No, he's still hating. He says if you're given the first shot, you automatically are allowed to get the second. Even rich people that flew to the Native American villages in Canada and jumped the line, they'll get fined, but they'll still get the second shot. I just don't know how they schedule that. Because if you go get it somewhere remotely, how do you... I guess maybe the way they're staggering the distribution of the shots. To make sure that everyone that's gotten the first, the second's available. We're getting there, folks. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Don't know exactly how close we are to seeing that light. But I feel like there will be fans and stands at football games next year at the latest. Like, maybe there'll be some fans at some baseball. And I say fans, I'm talking about not 4,000. I'm talking about tens of thousands. Although it looked cool last night. You couldn't tell. They did a good job of mixing in people and cutouts. And they obviously don't show the crowd that much during the game. But
no, they didn't. And you're right. It looked full. And I even told Sarah, I'm like, no, there's a mix of cutouts and there's 20% capacity.
Well, and I mentioned the other day that once they came up with the idea to have the vaccinated healthcare workers there, why not do that for 60,000 seats instead of 7,500? Whatever. Fill it up. There's enough workers that could have found their way to get there. Tariq Cohen, he's on my spot. I'm in 14th.
You're doing well.
Am I in striking distance now? It's at 24 points out of first place. So.
Mark Mantelli. Mark, are you here? Mark's in the chat from time to time. He does. Mark's pretty good at these sims. Mark, if you're here, say hi if you want.
Mantelli, right?
What did I say? Mantelli? Yeah, it's Mantelli. Yes, or Mantelli. Well, I read Mantelli, New York. Mantelli, MY, but he goes by Mark.
No, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Mark does a good job. Mark, I feel like I'm always calling his name. So good for him.
This Nuggets Bucks game, you're not gonna be able to watch it. I guess I could give you my login for altitude. But they're trading buckets right now. Milwaukee's up 3, 91-88. About to start the fourth quarter. And my Jayhawks are going to get a win. That's weird to say out loud.
Mark is in the chat, says, hello, Glash. Lindenbaum is in 5th.
Wait, does Mark have 146? Oh, okay.
He has got 122.
Right. What is that best in both?
Yeah, it's number 1 in both.
Same lineup.
Same lineup. Can appreciate that. All right, so there's a timeout. 1 point game. Problem Kid Gaming. How can anyone be good at these sims? When you play them a lot. That's probably the number one reason if you get good at these. You just got to play them a lot. And then pray.
Yeah, there's an element of luck involved.
Oh, for sure. I think in classics as well, I mean, you just got to really hope and pray when you play a classic and you stack a certain sim that you get it right. That's obvious, right? That's obvious for real life, too.
This game had a lot more scoring than the Niners-Arizona game we just did.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Pinheiro puts him up by 2.
And the Colts have a miracle play, and then Rodrigo from the hero with no time left. I'm going to say no.
Rodrigo, the hero.
I think I told Koff, I don't think I told you last year I saw that kid at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's cool. The Senior Bowl lets managers come because he was like wearing Georgia gear. And I'm like, oh, the Senior Bowl brings kids to act as like managers. That must be seniors that had good, like this is all going through my head. And then I look at the roster. I'm like, oh, kicker, Georgia. I'm like, oh, because he's goofy looking with the glasses and everything. And he's a hell of a kicker, man. He had a really good rookie year. He had to make the all-rookie team.
Is that out yet? I know the MVP and...
Yeah, because the Broncos center, Lloyd Cushenberry, who's played every single snap for them, definitely had a rough start to his career, but was solid by the end of the year. He made it.
Ew, Phillip Rivers.
Yeah. That's vintage.
That's it.
No, yeah, right. Captain Bled, and we've covered this, actually. I talked to the sideline guy for the Bucs for my podcast. The logistical challenges because of hotels and everything else, even if you had 50,000 vaccinated workers at the Super Bowl, you still had the issue of staffing up each section and having and handling getting everyone into the building and the security and all that. So I get it, but it still would have been cool.
Shall see if we can get the bus on the road sometime soon.
Did you watch any of the stuff Saturday night that showed all those cool shots of SoFi Stadium?
No.
Oh, NFL honors and the pre-show. And I know we've seen that stadium on TV, but on TV it kind of just looks like the Cowboys or the Raiders stadiums. Awesome, but the way they shot the award show and the pre-show on NFL Network, I cannot wait to go to that stadium next year. For the Broncos Chargers.
Pascal hit the bonus, had 2 touchdowns. He's probably the deserving player of the game.
Yeah. I mean, he's in my lineup, but that's because
he's only 33% owned, too.
Just like last week when neither of us played MBS and he went nuts. You and I know the secrets, like playing Pascal and coming in 14th. Jesse's on TV right now in Denver.
Jesse, we did the buzzword. Can you hear us?
He's promoting the UFC 258 this weekend.
Herb Dog, it's fine. I thought you were joking, honestly. J.E., have a good night, buddy.
So, Babysitter Billy, not my kid award.
Ted Ginn did nothing. Someone in the chat brought up Ted Ginn, but he wasn't.
Tariq Cohen only captain 1.3% in ours, or in our second one, whatever, the B tournament, with more players.
Cohen, 4.8, and he was what? What was his ownership?
Yeah, what was it in the big one? Let me double check.
Let's have a look.
28% of people had Cohen. He got 2.9 points.
Ted Ginn caught nothing. He was 4,200. He was 50% owned in our free roll. So
okay, well then, I don't know. It feels like a coin flip.
Up to you. Your call.
I think Cohen's drop that would have been a huge gain puts him over the top. So he is the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award winner today.
All right, cool. Very good. Want to remind you guys, we were talking some hoops a little bit. I know you're talking Nuggets there in Denver. Be sure to hammer the over for Lakers Nuggets on Valentine's Day.
Hammer
it.
I did it today. I did it this morning before I was even on here.
We're telling you to do so because right now, if you go to the sportsbook, DK Sportsbook, at DK Sportsbook on Twitter, there is a promotion running right now. The more people bet the over, which it's every 1,000 people, the more people bet the over, the more the total gets lowered.
It was at 90 when I bet it this morning, and because it's a promotion, you're not locked in like you would if you were just making a standalone bet. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, the example I gave, if LeBron and Joker are late scratches and the over-under goes from 220 to 190, that doesn't affect you at all. It just keeps going. This is a promotion, so you can double your cash. All the states that have the DK Sportsbook. If you live in one of those states haven't signed up yet, I urge you to use promo code BK. It's the best promo code you can use.
Boom. And it's easy. Not Burger King, Brandon Cristal.
So it's been a week since you changed your Twitter handle. Has it really been life-changing?
And right now it's my old one on the screen. It's okay.
They'll get there. Look, you can't blame the ops team. There's a lot going on.
It's my fault because I've got to tell the 80,000 editors we have.
It doesn't just stay?
Well, they made these back. I've been with the company almost 4 years, so it's always been BJ Glash.
No, that part I get. I didn't realize it's not like it's not loaded in and just goes into everything. I don't know how any of that works. So.
No, they have each group has to upload their graphics and what they've got. So it's an individual. Gotcha. So look what I did. I mean, look what you helped me do.
Well, in the long term, when people want to follow you for the DraftKings bus next year, it'll be easier to find you at Brendan Glasheen in the long term.
Sim bus, man. I'm telling you. Trust me. I'll let you guys know. I'll be way faster on the bus than I am with the cat and Sarah. But the cat is out of my control.
You should bring the cat on the bus.
Wow, that's a promise for sure. But okay. Here is the schedule for tomorrow. We're in Simland, guys, for the NFL offseason, so be sure to keep it here. And then again, please get involved. Hashtag hammer the over. Lakers, Nuggets, they play on Valentine's Day. Go to the promotion page. You can find it at DK Sportsbook on Twitter. It will take you right to it. The game is on Sunday, Valentine's Day, February 14th. Here we go. Schedule for tomorrow. You're off. Back on
Thursday at 6 Eastern.
With me. Great.
Yeah, and then a bunch, I think 2 Friday maybe with you a little bit in there, and then 1 Saturday, 1 Sunday. So I got a busy later part of the week.
Excellent. Okay. Here we go. Here is the plan. Tuesday, February 9th. At noon Eastern, you'll start the day with Zach Thompson and Adam Kaufman. Washington at the Browns. Then you get the Giants at the Jags at 2 Eastern. At 4 o'clock, Rams at the Lions with Rossi and Christian DeAndrea. At 6, Titans at the Steelers with Rossi and Christian. And then tomorrow night, 8 Eastern, we'll have the Chiefs taking on the Saints. I'll be with Tommy Freeze Pops. And then Vikings at the Cowboys. Me and Freeze Pops for Madden After Dark.
I'm picking the Cowboys in that one.
All right. Feeble, no sportsbook yet in Mass. So
it's coming.
But go to New Hampshire.
Go to New Hampshire.
Quick drive right over the border.
I'm sure you visit it when you go up to call those New Hampshire games.
I mean, it's a decent assumption. So, and that's where we'll leave it. All right, guys. Thank you so much, producer Michael, Andrew. Shout out to Jim. Jim's already out of the call. That means he's doing a good job with those scoring updates. We're back in Simland starting at noon Eastern. Tomorrow, 6 more Madden Sims. Maybe a little less Brady talk and maybe more Brady talk. Good night.